Welcome to America's Day at the Races. She was the standout 2-year-old turf filly of 2018, previously undefeated. That streak came to an end in her 2019 debut in the Edgewood. Can she get back on track in the Grade 3 Wonder again? One of 3 stakes races on the card today. Our show brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today, and by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Great to have you with us for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Thursday, Friday, and the big day, of course, on Saturday with 8 Grade 1s. Looking forward to getting things started on this tremendous Thursday afternoon. Good to have you with us. We have 3 stakes races on the card this afternoon, including early on start number 2 for Newspaper of Record. Could she get back to her winning ways? She won the first 3 starts of her career by 20 lengths combined. She will tackle a short field coming up in that 3rd race on the program. I'm Greg Wolf. I'm joined by New York Racing Association handicapper. Good to see you, Andy Serling. We can't wait to see her back in action. Will we see the standout 2-year-old turf filly that we saw in the first 3 starts of her career today?
Well, that's really the big question, right? I mean, it's not like she ran badly in her debut, but given how well she had run as a 2-year-old, it was a disappointing effort. The winner ran a fabulous race. You don't want to take anything away from her. Now, Newspaper Record, was she a little bit fresh? Did she run off? Well, she's always been a little aggressive early, and this is her Breeders' Cup, where she easily dusted the horse Concrete Rose, who came back to beat her. A different Concrete Rose showed up the next time they met at Churchill Downs. Newspaper Record, a little bit too fresh, maybe, Greg. She ran off in a very fast pace in a course that was basically on the yielding side. She's handled that ground before. She needs to settle. It's not a strong field. She's supposed to win. The question, Greg, is how will she win?
And she's going to try and tackle a 1 1/8 for the first time, so another wrinkle thrown into the mix. We will see. But too, when they did meet, when she met Concrete Rose, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, she obviously didn't run her race that day.
Fair.
It's a very good filly that beat her.
No, I agree, but she really stepped forward in that race at Churchill Downs last time. And if that Concrete Rose shows up in the Belmont Oaks, Newspaper Record better have her running shoes on because she ran very well. We'll see. Newspaper Record, she's the kind of star the game needs, but she's going to have to get back to that good 2-year-old form and actually hopefully improve upon it because we've got some pretty big races for the 3-year-old fillies here at NYRA.
Yes, we do. That's part of that turf triple that you're talking about. That will be in the Belmont Oaks at a 1 1/4. The rematch already set. We're hoping to see that, of course, but step 1, of course, a win today for Newspaper of Record. And step 1 for us is the opener, actually, on the card. We're going to bring the entire card here this afternoon. The first 1 3/8 on the turf, an allowance optional claiming field, Pillar Mountain. Joel Rosario will ride for Todd Pletcher.
I mean, you got a 5-horse field, but the odds go from 9-5 to the long shot. The board is 6-1. 4 of them relatively bunched here. I do prefer Pillar Mountain. Got that prep behind the talented voting control at Churchill Downs and handled turf with given the ground, but is handled firm as well. The race at Saratoga at this distance, albeit around 3 turns, was a very good one. A taxing pace that helped I'm a Captain Now win, but Pillar Mountain went second, 2 back, may have run the best race.
And as a result, right now, favored. You can get signed up, started, play along, bet all the races we show you each and every day. NYRA Bets customers can also get a $25 Belmont Stakes win bet, plus $200 new member bonus in your account. You bet $25 to win on a horse in the Belmont Stakes. You get that $25 back if you run 2nd or 3rd. Make sure you use that promo code BET25 at sign up to get started. Go to NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app. All right, making their way onto the turf course. We're on the Widener turf here to kick off our card at this marathon distance of a 1 3/8 as we look at He's No Lemon, Graham Motion, Javier Castellano aboard.
Graham Motion has been on a tear. His horse has been running very well. As you can see, he's 3 for 3 at Belmont. He's run a 1 3/8 before, and he's been victorious. He was 3rd last time. He's going to have to step it up, though. This is a much tougher field.
Meanwhile, Hierarchy, the 3-horse, was actually the morning line favorite. Talk about chilly on the board.
He's a little bit chilly. I didn't think he would be favored. I thought the public would go for Pillar Mountain. I'll say one thing about Hierarchy. We covered that last race, Greg, and as I'm sure you remember, he got himself in a little bit of a jackpot around the turn and lost some valuable ground. He's a player in here, and he's a generous price, but maybe you're right. Maybe he's the old dead on the board.
And meanwhile, Coolin' Rock, Mike Maker, Jose Ortiz. Second choice, the 4-horse, 5-2. 2 back, he was a winner at a 1.5 miles. That was a Keeneland.
Yeah, the distance is great for him, and obviously no chance of the Man of War last time. And he takes advantage of this condition, even though he's won more races. He's won 2 races because he's running for a claiming tag of $25,000. I think he's the biggest threat. I agree with the way the public is betting this race currently, though. I think He's No Lemon is a little over bet.
It's the turf debut, meanwhile, for the outside runner, Crack Speed, Christophe Clement. That is the 5-horse. He'll get on the grass for the first time.
Feels like the Speed, right?
Should be. He was Speed in his States debut. That was on dirt at Aqueduct. Let's send it upstairs to the voice. John Imbrial, actually, on the call, I believe.
I think.
For the first at Belmont Park. Here's
We're
the
a little
opener.
confused.
There in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, it's Crack Speed, who goes out for the early lead. Hierarchy and Coolin' Rock are right together, second and third. And then it's Pillar Mountain in fourth, and the early trailer will be He's No Lemon in fifth as Crack Speed opens up on the field. Crack Speed has a 6-length lead going into the clubhouse turn. It's Crack Speed on top, in front by 7 or 8. Coolin' Rock is running in second, and Hierarchy is next in third. And then it's Pillar Mountain, and He's No Lemon at the back. The opening quarter, 23 seconds, moving right along in this 11-furlong marathon, and it is Crack Speed, the leader here, as they hit the backstretch. It's Crack Speed in front, and the lead is 9 or 10 lengths right now, with Coolin' Rock in second, then another 7 back to Hierarchy, Pillar Mountain, and He's No Lemon. Half mile, 47 seconds. Crack Speed in front. The lead is now 5 lengths over Coolin' Rock. A gap of 8 back to Hierarchy. And on his inside is Pillar Mountain. He's No Lemon at the back in fifth. Crack Speed is the leader, but now they're closing in. It's Crack Speed in front here. The lead is down to 2 lengths with Coolin' Rock in second. A break of 4 to Hierarchy, Pillar Mountain, and He's No Lemon. They're all catching up to Crack Speed now, who ran 3/4 in 1:12 and 3. Here comes Coolin' Rock now making his move, and that move is followed by He's No Lemon. So it's Coolin' Rock on the inside, Crack Speed still hanging in there. He's No Lemon in third. Pillar Mountain is just in behind the front runners, and Hierarchy is the trailer as the field comes for the top of the stretch. And it is Coolin' Rock, Crack Speed, He's No Lemon out in the middle of the course, and Pillar Mountain is looking to come on through in between horses. Here's He's No Lemon now to take over inside the 8th pole. Pillar Mountain down at the rail. He's No Lemon, Pillar Mountain. It'll be between these two as they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight, and it's going to be a head bob at the end. Did Pillar Mountain get there right at the finish, or was it He's No Lemon? Hierarchy finished third, then Crack Speed and Coolin' Rock.
We had a runoff horse who opened up to a huge lead in Crack Speed. They finally run him down. Then it became a 2-horse race down the stretch. I believe Pillar Mountain passed in the stretch, comes back and wins this. I
can't tell, you know. We'll wait to see a little slow-mo action here coming down the stretch. This was very, very close. Greg, you think the 2 got it?
I do.
I will go with your instinct.
I'm usually wrong.
Joel, you want to kind of make that outside move. Joel saved as much ground as he could. It felt like He's No Lemon was moving prematurely and looked like he was almost empty, but he kept running. Boy, are Graham Motion's horses running extremely well. I don't know, Greg. I'll be honest with you. I really can't tell.
This is the last chance.
It does. No, I think you're right. We're watching it here. We were watching somewhere else. This is very close. Okay, we're going to slow it down. Now he's got it. Now he doesn't. I think he got it because I even think the bob went to the other one. I think, Greg, you're not always wrong. I think you were right.
I'm just usually wrong on these.
I tell you what, the first of 33 races to be run in the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, 18 stakes. How about if they're like this one?
Yeah,
this
not
was
bad, right?
quite a way to kick it off.
7-5 if it is the inside runner, 9-2 if it's the outside. But it looks like it's Pillar Mountain. Joel Rosario, Todd Pletcher. Photo finish to kick off this tremendous 3 days of racing. Of course, Belmont Stakes Day on Saturday. Cameras showing the 2.
And it is
and it is unofficially, yeah, Pillar Mountain put up for the win.
Hierarchy, a funny horse, right? It looked like he wasn't running, then he came again at the end. He seems to, you know, sort of run in spots. Crack Speed. Didn't run that badly considering he went a 23 first quarter.
Yeah, incredibly fast to go a mile and 3/8. And he, for a while in this race, he actually hung around for a little bit.
He really didn't run badly at all. I would say arguably he ran better on the turf. If they can find a way to get him to settle a little bit, because I can't blame Flavin Pratt for that. He seemed to run off. It was like a length. Greg, I don't know why you doubted yourself. I don't know how I didn't see that.
7-5 favorite. The public was right. Pillar Mountain, Team Valor. Todd Pletcher and Joel Rosario, son of Kodiak, out of a Galileo mare. Bryanstown gets the win here and a favorite to kick things off. I walked into the track this morning. I just felt I felt the excitement for this weekend coming up.
It's just so, I mean, I've been spending a lot of time with the PPs, I'm sure you have, over the last few days, and it's just such a pleasure to go through these races. I mean, there's so much to look forward to this weekend, and what an exciting way to start it off, right? With those two horses hitting the wire together.
Yeah, couldn't have gone any better to open things up. By the way, the Met Mile, which we've talked about so much, will continue to over the course of our show. Combined earnings of that group, I know Thunder Snow has a lot to do with that, $25 million.
And I want to say there's like 32 or 33 graded or group stakes wins among the group.
It's unreal. Track editions presented by Piranha Fly Spray. Preferred fly spray at Belmont Park. Piranha on, Pesca on. That was quick. We're fast and firm. And our race schedule. Today's races. Belmont Park, the entire card brought to you this afternoon, including the Grade 3 Wonder again with newspaper of record. Start number 2 in her 3-year-old campaign, and we'll have the entire card from Churchill Downs as well. We have Jonathan Kinchin, 2015 NHC Tour champion, live on site in Louisville. We'll check in out in Louisville in a little bit.
And of course, the Run Happy Met Mile. We've got Mattress Mac. James McInville is going to join us by phone a little later today.
Yes, he is. A tremendous, very innovative marketing campaign he has with his Run Happies for 2020. We'll talk about that and how those progeny, how they're doing at the sales so far as weanlings. Of course, we have the yearling sales coming up this year.
Yeah, well, he'll be selling at the yearling sales, right?
Yep.
I mean, so looking forward to that. Actually, that'll be pretty cool. And he's got some innovative plans. We'll let him talk about that. But he's a great supporter of ours, and we appreciate that a great deal.
And here's a look at the early bird win back. Start early in the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival cards for a win back on your win play show bets. Bet $15 across the board on one horse in races 1 through 5 at Belmont on the NYRA Bets app Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. You get $15 back if your ticket loses. Credit capped at $15 per race, $75 per day. Visit NYRABets.com for all the details. Prices in for the opener. It was Pillar Mountain in a thriller, edging out He's No Lemon, who went by him in the stretch, and He's No Lemon to the outside in front. Usually you don't see horses come back from that position.
It's hard to come back on the inside like that. And, you know, it was a great ride by Joel Rosario, especially because he won. We could have second-guessed him if he lost, but he won the race, and he saved all the ground and got that path to run through when the second-place finisher drifted a little bit. But He's No Lemon ran well. Javier Castellano made that middle move, but it almost worked perfectly.
We're going to take a break. Joel Rosario gets the job done. When we come back, we will talk Belmont Stakes, Preakness winner War of Will, and Wood winner Tacitus. They are right next door to each other in the starting gate. They are the two to beat on Saturday in the Test of the Champion.
Our Summer Cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $25 Belmont win bet and a $200 new member bonus with promo code BET25.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag, plus graded stakes winner War of Will, and these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018. This son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and we are kicking off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in tremendous races each and every day, highlighted by 8 Grade 1s. on Saturday afternoon on Belmont Stakes Day. Of course, the big one that goes as race 11, third and final leg of horse racing's Triple Crown, and the only horse to compete in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown this year, our Preakness winner, War of Will, showing up. He will be in post 9 right next door to Tacitus, and everyone's talking about this race as it being those two is the 2 to beat.
Well, they are. I mean, they've both run the best races. It doesn't mean somebody won't step forward. And the interesting thing at Belmont, the 1.5-mile distance, there could be a horse near waiting in the wings, just wants that more ground.
People talk about it all the time. You come into that stretch, and it looks just so long and daunting. War of Will, of course, after being impeded in the Kentucky Derby, came up the fence yet again, and this time he sealed the deal.
Yeah, and a very satisfying result because a horse who didn't get his fairest chance to run in the Derby, who knows what he could have done, how much better he could have finished, but he got the right trip and he got it done. And I'm so impressed with Tyler Gaffalione, who's really a young up-and-coming rider, and he's going to be ready to take on the big boys in New York at some point. Gave him a flawless ride, and what can you say? This horse always shows up.
24-year-old rider, huge moment for him. His first victory of the Triple Crown, first win in the Triple Crown as well. For trainer Mark Casse is the son of Warfront, who early on the road to the Triple Crown was considered maybe the horse, not only on the points leaderboard, but in terms of reputation as well. Breaks through, gets a win in the Preakness. Paul LaDuca had a chance to catch up with Mark Casse at the draw Tuesday night at Citi Field.
You didn't get the 1 hole.
I know, I was really disappointed, really disappointed.
You drew the 9, Tacitus is the 10. Are you a little surprised you're not the morning line favorite?
Well, you know what? This is home, this is Bill Mott. I thought we might be the favorite, but everything I read said we weren't going to be. So we haven't been the favorite before, so it's not a big deal. I don't think there was a bad post division you could pull today, but I think there were some that were better than others. And I think I really like our posts. It's the first time we've got a decent post since I can remember, and it'll allow Tyler now to have a little time to decide what he wants to do. We'll see how our horse breaks and how he reacts, and if nobody wants to lead, we'll be on it.
Yeah, I was mentioning that to you a little bit earlier, and when you were up on the stand, you talked about not revenge in the Preakness, more satisfaction. If Wow, what you guys call him at the barn, would come out and win by open lengths from gate to wire in the Belmont, what would that say about this horse?
Well, I think it says a lot because it means, you know, this horse is an athlete. I've said that all along, and this is grueling. And for him, you know what? He's at a disadvantage. There's no question. We're coming to some home field advantage. There's going to be Tacitus has a home field advantage. There's others there. We've made all the traveling. We went everywhere. So if he could win this, I think it would be. You know, a lot of people say, well, will you think back? Well, could he have been the Triple Crown winner? I don't even care about that. We would have won the Preakness and the Belmont. What's better than that? For him to be able to show his hardiness, it means a lot.
So we'll see. 2/3 of the Triple Crown. Can he make it happen? And obviously extremely talented horse. The odds of getting the rail again, they were 2,600 to 1. It didn't happen.
Well, you know, the rail didn't help him in the Derby because of the problems, but his problem was maximum security, not necessarily the rail. He was getting a very good ride and trip, got the great trip last time. I don't think the post really matters in here. It's also cool for Mark Casse because a lot of people won't remember what a brutal beat he took in the Preakness 2 years ago when Classic Empire probably ran the best race only to be run down by Cloud Computing. So Mark not only got that redemption from the Derby, but he also got redemption 2 years ago. And I just appreciate Mark because he's a very generous person with his time and he runs his horses. He's not afraid to run them out there.
Too good a trainer to have not won a race in this Triple Crown Series, and now we can forget about saying that ever again because it has happened. The horse who's his main threat in here, and actually the morning line favorite, is Tacitus. He will break from post 10. He will come in fresh, having skipped the Preakness, a Wood Memorial winner, and Tampa Bay Derby winner.
Yeah, I like this horse a lot. I thought he ran very well in the Kentucky Derby. Just kind of got shuffled out earlier, and I think ended up much farther back than necessarily suited his best chances. And he still came running at the end, and arguably he, Game Winner, and Maximum Security, they might have run the best races of anybody. Belmont's waiting, and you can't knock what Tappets have done in the Belmont, Greg.
No, this would be Tappet looking to become the second stallion ever represented by 4 Belmont winners since this Belmont Stakes was first run back in 1867. The only one to ever have done it was Lexington back in the 1860s, 1870s, and he did it in the span, tap it, 3 winners in 4 years.
It's absolutely astounding what he's done, Tappet. What a remarkable sire he is, and he obviously gives him a lot of stamina. And it's just cool for Belmont, too, because he trained the dam close hatches for Juddmonte, and obviously it's a big deal training for Juddmonte. Bobby Frankel had so much success for them in America, and I think every trainer's gotten a chance to train for them. It means a lot to be able to try to fit and fill in Bobby Frankel's big shoes.
Yeah, so 3 wins for Tappet in a 4-year span. The year that he didn't win it, of course, we had a Triple Crown winner. He wound up, son of Tappet, wound up running second in Frosted. That long drought that we couldn't get enough. 2 years we had to wait for a Triple Crown winner back in 2018 with Justify. Not quite the anticipation that we had with American Pharaoh when he had ended the 37-year drought, but he too, Justify, was looking to make history, racing in such a short span of time, debuting as a 3-year-old. The atmosphere here at Belmont Park last year with a Triple Crown on the line, it was again electric.
Get so much faster, gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes, put it inside.
They're off in the 150th Belmont Stakes. And it was a very good beginning for Justify, who goes immediately to the early lead in the race to the first turn. And Justify comes roaring home to a raucous Belmont Park. He's just perfect, and now he's just immortal! Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner!
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
It's a natural thing that you upgrade some of your mares, your younger mares that you think have big potential. Due to the stallion roster is so big and high class, it helps you to take a mare on a certain level up to the next level. We breed a fairly high number of mares over there every year, and it's very easy for us to find the 2 mares to breed to their stallion roster for sure. On a certain segment of our mares, it does have a big influence. It's an easy choice for us.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. Sign up now for a $25 Belmont win bet and a $200 new member bonus with promo code BET25.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
And horses getting ready and going out for today's race number 2 here at beautiful Belmont Park on this twilight card. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the races. And this one, it is a mile on the main track, state bred A other than, as we'll check in with number 3. That is Tiergan. Donegal owned and Belmont trained. This is a big, good looking son of a Fleet Alex. I've been a fan of this horse's, and today, I'm not exactly sure, I can't quite put my finger on it, but he looks better than ever. I mean, he is prancing around this paddock. He's very confident in his demeanor, and he just looks bigger and stronger than most of his foes. Maybe it's a product of the field he's facing here today, but I like Tiergan, as we'll also check in with number 4, Dupes Point for Christophe Clement. Now, some people will maybe surmise that it was the wet track that helped him. I actually think it might be the wet track that hindered him a little bit here. I actually like him getting onto a fast track, and I've always said that he'd be better on this kind of surface. We'll see if that rings true. But if you believe what I'm saying or what I think rings true, then it's a good step in the right direction because he improved a lot for his 3-year-old debut. He does look a bit tighter here. He's gotten a little bit warm, but that's kind of him. He's always kind of done that. And like I said, I think a 1-turn mile on this racetrack might suit him down to the ground. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. So Dupes Point, Christophe Clement, 5-2 favorite as we get set for our post-parade coming up.
Isn't he the horse to beat?
He is, unquestionably.
He ran terrific last time, but I think a theme of this race is transferring wet track form to a dry track, right?
I feel like, he won the war.
Right. No, he won the battle, but
lost the war. He had a duel with that horse, and then Dynamax Prime came and got everybody.
And then Dynamax Prime came back and beat a tougher field the next time out.
Here's BB Banker, 24-1, Sam Camacho Jr., James Ferraro.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has some pretty good races for a horse that's 24-1 right now. He's just got to refine that form, but he's not a turf horse.
This horse just claimed off a win, goes from Brad Cox now to Rick Schosberg.
And Rick Schosberg, who guest starred in the show the other day, his barn has been red hot. He's a live long shot I like.
Internet of Things, Klarovich Stables, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr.
He was possibly going to win last time when he was fouled by the horse who finished first, and his figure could have been much higher had he done that.
Got the win via DQ. The horse who beat him came back to win next time out. The big Lebanese, blinkers on.
His races are good enough to say that he's within hailing distance for at least a piece.
Joe's smoking gun. He reeled off 3 in a row, and then things have gone south.
I can't figure out why he's 17-1 and the one is 24-1 because he does look like the longest shot on the board.
And 9-2 outside, Red Zinger put it all together on a sloppy race that was taken off the turf last
He
out.
got a fast pace to run into, but it's not like he was that far off of it. He's got some fast races. I prefer others, but he's not impossible.
Addition of blinkers seems to have helped him. And then here's Tiergan, Belmont, Javier Castellano for Donegal Racing.
He's faced some of the better New York-bred 3-year-olds around. He needs to step forward a little bit, but no reason he can't do that.
And here's our favorite, Joel Rosario, looking to go back-to-back to kick off the card here for Christophe Clement.
Like Internet of Things, his last race was good, but on a wet track. If he reproduces that wet track form in a dry track, he's going to be a handful.
And, he showed ability in a stakes race. It was a race taken off the turf, the end of his 2-year-old campaign, but that was on the dirt at Aqueduct, and he ran incredible.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think he's unquestionably the horse to beat it here.
Meanwhile, 9-2 on that horse right there, Internet of Things. Start number 2. He's never crossed the wire first, but as you said, greatly impeded with last time out.
Yeah, I mean, you want to watch him because the leader Invest, who came back to break his maiden in his next start and run credibly to do it, he's in front, and he's a tough horse to ride. I don't blame Manny Franco. He's weaving in and out even here. And if you watch, Irad Ortiz is hitting him, and Internet of Things just starts to take off right here. And as he's accelerating, the horse in front Invest comes out badly, and Irad had to practically pull him up. And they justifiably disqualified Invest. He got a 74 buyer losing by 2 1/4 lengths, but isn't it conceivable he could have run an 80 buyer if he'd been able to keep that straight path and go by for the victory?
Yeah, no question. That was big improvement off what we saw him at Saratoga in the summer of 2018. So definitely took a big move forward in that next out effort. But now you got to face, well, I mean, he likely was going to win that race anyway, but you got to win or face a field.
But he's never finished first.
Crossed the wire
no,
first.
No, I think that's, Greg, I think that's a very important point. We can surmise and say he was a good chance he was going to win, but we don't know that he was going to win that race. And he's facing some horses with some seasoning. I thought Deuce Point's last race, and I know you and I agree on this. He ran sensational. He dueled. He rushed up in the backstretch to duel in what was a very fast pace. And the eventual winner just took advantage of the quick pace to make that run down the stretch. And that horse, Dynamax Prime, he beat a tougher field the subsequent start. That was a big performance for Deuce Point. And even though he's a point of entry, who was a terrific turf horse, to say the least, it feels like he may have found a home in the dirt. But as you said, he ran well on a dry dirt track 2 back. But can he transfer that last race on a wet track to a dry track? That's the question.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, the public believes that, yes, he can for New Phoenix Stable. He's still your 2-1 favorite. And what are we going to see from him pace-wise, too? Because that race last time out on that sloppy track, he was forwardly placed pretty early on, and that's not usually been his running style.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, it looks like the speed probably comes from either Red Zinger on the outside or maybe even with the blinkers on, the Big Lebanese. Those 2 horses could be forward. And I imagine horses like Shamrock Kid, the 2 and the 4 Dupes Points, will be sitting 3rd or 4th. But I don't think we're going to see a big gap here. I don't know how quickly they'll be going up front. And I think that works for Dupes Point because he can be forward.
2 minutes to post in a race that kicks off the early pick 4 sequence. Let's check in again. Trackside with Maggie Wolfendale.
I'm glad you guys were just talking about the pace, because a horse that I feel as though they're trying to get closer to the front end this time around is number 16 here, the Big Lebanese, as those blinkers go on. Now, just a fairly big cheater, so not closing him in that much, but we are taking him out an extra furlong to the mile from the 7/8, and beneath Manny Franco, he got a big warm-up. I mean, he was the only one to really gallop away from the pony and get a lot of air into his lungs. So I'm thinking that possibly they are trying to get this horse a little bit forward into the race, and we'll see if that pays off to him as he's going to try this distance for the first time. Well, coming back after a DQ win, or a win via DQ, is number 5, Internet of Things, for trainer Chad Brown. Now, once again, he's very sharp. He was very sharp heading into his last effort back at Aqueduct. He looks fine, but I think he's probably the 3rd likeliest winner behind number 4 Dupes Point and Tiergan, at least based on physicality. He just has a little bit more physical maturing to do, whereas the other 3-year-olds, they are very imposing individuals. Greg?
9-2 on Internet of Things. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard there. So I wanted to ask you this after Rosario won the opener. Who do you think is going to be the leading jockey after these 3 days of the racing festival?
I mean, just these 3 days?
Yes.
That's a really, really tough question. I'd have to look through. I mean, one thing that could help some riders, how much are you riding for Chad Brown? Because he appears to be pretty loaded throughout this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that could be Irad Ortiz or Javier Castellano.
Yeah. Well, in this race, riding for Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr. As we look at Tiergan, and there's Javier, and he's riding for Belmont. In this spot coming up, 7-2 on the son of a Fleet Alex.
I'm rooting for Javier. He came to see us at the draw on Tuesday night. He made the effort to come out to Citi Field. Some might say he was out there to see the Mets and his friend Wilson Ramos, but I think he came out to see us. So.
And we had Wilson Ramos on our show a couple weeks ago. He's a part owner of a horse, and I think, what did they play, a day game that day?
Yeah,
he raced over
here. The day game. Yeah, no, it's great. It's amazing looking at him and by Paul Aduca, and they're both catchers. But he looks like he's a giant.
Giant individual, absolutely. And the Mets, for a little, at least at that time, had really seemed to turn things around. Here's a look at the 8. Here's Red Zinger. So this is the horse who put it all together last time out. He did it, though, on a sloppy racetrack. He did it against a race that had come off the turf. But since adding blinkers, you can argue he's become a better horse.
No, I'm not going to say that Red Zinger can't win this race. I mean, he's a good indication of just how deep this race is. There are many horses, and I'm going to keep going back to the one BB Banker only because he's 33-1. You throw his turf race, you throw his sloppy track race. He ran a 74 and a 75 buyer with a third and a win that put him in contention. I'm not saying he's going to win this race, but is he really supposed to be 33-1 in here?
He was a neck behind Tiergan, who's 7-2.
There you go, and that was his last dry track dirt race.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Makes no sense.
Should we be betting the one here? I think we just found a player, man. At least underneath.
I bet $10 on him just because I had to throw something on him at that price.
John Imbrial with the call. Race 2 from Belmont, the 4-horse Dupes Point, our favorite.
All in line. They're off. And a swift beginning for Shamrock Kid on the inside, but right alongside her, Red Zinger and the Big Lebanese with some early speed. Joe Smokin' Gun goes with them, and it's a break of 2 back to BB Banker running in 5th on the inside. Internet of Things is next, and then Tiergan and Dupes Point at the back of the pack. So it's Red Zinger and the Big Lebanese locked in early battle, and on their inside, Shamrock Kid is running along in 3rd and now grabs 2nd after a 23:02 opening quarter mile. And then it's Joe Smokin' Gun on the outside of Internet of Things. BB Banker down toward the inside, followed by Tiergan and Dupes Point outside of horses, just 5.5 lengths from top to bottom, as Red Zinger leads them along into the far turn, on top by a half a length over the Big Lebanese. Shamrock Kid is 3rd on the inside. Past the half in 46.26 seconds. And then it's Internet of Things, followed by Joe Smokin' Gun. Dupes Point is sent along outside of them. BB Banker and Tiergan trail the field, continuing to be 5 lengths behind. Here's the Big Lebanese moving 3 wide on the outside of Red Zinger, while Shamrock Kid keeps the rail, and the 3 of them are across the track. Internet of Things has come under pressure. Then Dupes Point. Tiergan is very wide. BB Banker comes to the inside, and they're into the stretch, and Shamrock Kid driving through it. The rail is in front. Luis Saez and Shamrock Kid at the 8th pole opening up 2. Red Zinger is 2nd. Dupes Point on the outside is 3rd. Tiergan 4th. And then comes the Big Lebanese and Internet of Things down toward the inside. It is Shamrock Kid who's running away as they come down to the wire, and Shamrock Kid is going to do it by 3.5 lengths. And then it was Dupes Point, followed by Tiergan and Internet of Things.
Running away is right. My apologies, Larry Colmus on the mic for the call here in the second race, and this was a no doubt about it victory here. Shamrock Kid, 6-1.
Well, you and I were talking, and I like this horse. You and I were talking, and you could see right now that Luis Saez had an absolute ton on him. I mean, he just looked like he couldn't lose, and everybody
Loaded
behind
here,
him was just struggling. And trainer Rick Schosberg, who I thought did a fine job in the show here the other day, by the way, it was with me and Maggie. His horses have come alive. He had 3 wins in the last week or so at Aqueduct. 2 of them huge long shots that improved dramatically. He's had 1 horse didn't really handle the slop in a couple of races. Another one of them came back and ran 2nd at 33-1. And now this horse off the claim from Brad Cox. And Rick Schosberg was a top trainer at one time, and he seems to be getting back in the groove. And Shamrock Kid, a no doubt about it winner.
That was as impressive it could be. It bumped a little bit. The rail horse coming out of the gate as well was kind of knocked off stride a little bit. 6-1 in the end. The horse did get bet down from a 12-1 morning line. 2-4-3. Photo for 4th here in this spot. But at this point, Luis Saez gets a lot more out of this son of Dublin, who takes off and makes it a no doubt about a victory here for the 3rd win of his career in 12 starts.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, you know, I would say, and he ran some good races for Brad Cox, but he ran every bit as well, if not better, for Rick Schosberg than he ran for Brad Cox.
6-1 on Shamrock Kid. After a favorite in the opening race, we open things up a little bit here in race 2. Back with prices, and we'll set up the 3rd. The Wonder again, a newspaper of record. Back for start number 2 of her 3-year-old season next.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. Sign up now for a $25 Belmont win bet and a $200 new member bonus with promo code BET25.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. And Shamrock Kid, Luis Saez, Rich Schosberg off the claim and a dominant win for the son of Dublin.
And Luis Saez put him in the right spot, and he just had a ton of horse, and I can't say enough about the job Rick has been doing.
Shamrock Kid, third win, 12 career starts, again 6-1. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
I'm pleased to be joined again by trainer Rick Schosberg. This one time in the winner's circle with Shamrock Kid. First off the claim, Rick. I mean, what a performance he put forth today in this A other than.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot. No, he came out of a really good claiming race, and I just basically did my best to stay out of his way when in his training. I think the biggest feat that this horse overcame is that Andy Serling picked him. And, you know, that usually you just bet against those. But I think Andy and I are finally on the same page. But, no, it was a great performance, great ride. He hugged the rail the whole time, and he had a lot of horse. And from, you know, I mean, he went 3/4 and 10 and kept going. So I think we got ourselves a nice horse. He's a neat horse. He's a half-brother to a horse I used to have for Pops that was a nice horse for us, too. But I think this horse has a good future. Certainly winning an allowance race off the claim is awesome for us.
So next step is the second level A other than for New York Breds?
Yeah, I think so. And it doesn't appear like he's going to have any distance challenges. But, you know, maybe Saratoga, if the mile and eighth is too much, we can back him up to 7 furlongs. But I tell you what, he also runs well on the turf. He's just got beat on the turf in a couple of races. Pretty versatile horse.
Now, Rick, when we had you on the show a couple days ago, you were saying that you have a smaller stable and that kind of smaller staff number. Does that allow you to kind of really concentrate on the horses, too, and be hands-on?
Well, yeah. I mean, I could probably double up and be able to handle that. I've had as many as 30, 35. But, no, this is a really nice, reasonable size stable. But what it does is it gives me a chance to work with the Take the Lead program and working with the aftercare horses and the retirees. And, you know, from 10 o'clock until about, you know, when I put the saddle on, that's what we were doing today. And so it gives me a lot of time to do the stuff that I really love.
And we're forever grateful for you for doing that for us, for NYTHA and everything like that. But, Rick, congratulations. Good to see you in the winner's circle. It's been a great spring for you as well.
Yeah, thanks, Meg. Yeah, it has. We ended the Aqueduct meet well, and we hit the board a couple of times here, and certainly this puts us back in the winner's circle. So, yeah, no, everything's going very well.
Well, Andy, you hear that? You're on the good list now in the Schosberg barn.
It's a good place to be.
I'm a little upset to think I could ever have been on the bad list with Rick. I've known Rick for many years. He's a fabulous trainer. I mean, Rick trained people that don't know. I mean, Rick trained Affirmed Success, but Maria's mom, if Maria's mom never gotten hurt, Maria's mom was a sensational racehorse. Mossflower. Rick crossed traffic, that tremendous dam.
Yeah.
It's not cross. She's the dam across. Stop Traffic.
Okay.
Was the horse he trained. Richard Mandela ended up with her, but she went on to become quite a broodmare.
Maria's mom sired Monarchos, right?
I believe so. Yeah, he's terrific.
Kentucky Derby winner.
Yeah, he was.
John Ward and John Oxley. Race 3. It is the Great 3 Wonder again. Mile and an eighth on the inner turf. Newspaper of record. Started off her career. 3 victories by a combined 20 lengths. Her comeback effort on Oaks Day. We talk about the 62-1 shot winning the Kentucky Derby being put up for the win. This was a bigger upset, I would think, with newspaper record getting beat in the Edgewood that day.
No, I agree. It was shocking. I mean, the price of the winner wasn't as big, but the fact that she didn't get it done today, that day, was it was shocking. I think it was kind of one of those silent moments. But, you know, one thing I want to say, and not that you're doing it, but do not take away from the race that Concrete Rose ran in that race. Boy,
no, not at all.
I mean, she ran lights. Newspaper record would have had to, now she lost by almost 4 lengths, but she would have had to run a giant race to have beaten her that day.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep in mind, too, she was well clear of the third-place finisher and the rest of that field running second in that race.
I'm not sure if Ruby Record ran her best race. I'm not 100% sure she was going to beat Concrete Rose that day, which is pretty amazing. She's got to move forward. She's got to get the 1 1/8 because she's got her eye on the prize, and that's the 1 1/4 Belmont Oaks. You got a 1 3/16 Saratoga Oaks, and that Jockey Club Oaks at 1 1/2. Now, that may be a stretch for her, but the 1 1/4, those are big purse races, and they are important Grade 1s.
And you can say this, too. I mean, Concrete Rose, she had a race under her belt for her 3-year-old campaign for Newspaper of Record. It was her starting point still. And you would like to see a little bit better finish down the lane, but she was a little rank early. We'll see if she settles better today because she is going even further than she's ever gone this afternoon.
No, I agree. That's a very important factor, and I'm glad that Gary Stevens, who's looking, by the way, very sharp off the set right now.
He'll be joining us
momentarily. He really
momentarily.
stepped it up for this show, and I'll be interested to hear Gary's comments after the race, how she runs and how he thinks her stride was.
She is 1-9 on the board. We'll talk more about the Wonder again coming up in just a few moments here. Let's take a look at this just loaded Saturday schedule on Belmont Stakes Day. 8 Grade 1s we're going to have on Saturday. Just an incredible day of racing. Of course, the feature of the Belmont Stakes, third and final leg of the Triple Crown, but the Run Happy Met Mile, this might be the race of the year.
If somebody said to me, you've got to pay $100 and you're only going to see one race, I'd say the Run Happy Met Mile works for me. I mean, it is so rare to get your dream race and to have it for so many months. We've been waiting for this, right?
I would pay admission just for this race. The $100 that you're talking about.
Feels cheap.
The Run Happy Met Mile loaded with Grade 1 winner after Grade 1 winner, including McKinsey for Bob Baffert, who's coming off a huge performance in the Grade 2 Ali Sheba.
I mean, this race has it all, right? It's got the router types turning back. Now, he's more of a middle distance horse because even though obviously he ran this huge race, the Ali Sheba 1 16th, you could argue maybe his best race was the 7-furlong Grade 1 Malibu. Now, the race in the Pennsylvania Derby was giant, but he is undefeated 2 for 2 in one-turn races.
This was Bob Baffert's Derby horse before we knew about Justify, before he got knocked off the trail with an injury. Cold front, no one's even talking about this horse who's your winner of the Godolphin Mile because this field is so loaded.
This field is so tough, he could be the 5th choice in here quite easily. And I'll tell you something, it's amazing watching this race. Greg, when I watched this the first time, I thought, he actually won this race? Because he never looks like he's going to get there, and it's a relentless run. And he's a horse that's usually used his speed to his advantage, but in this race, he showed that he could rate and get it done. I don't know if he's going to win this race, but there's going to be a horse that runs 6th in here that ran huge. So that's how tough it is.
And his only try at Belmont, it was a win. It was nowhere near, of course, the field he's going to face on Saturday afternoon, but at least we know he can win on. You have the 2-time defending Dubai World Cup winner as well showing up, and he is 5-1 on the morning line. Thunder Snow now shortening up for the Run Happy Met Mile.
He is the Serling top selection for the Met Mile. I like the cutback for him. He's a very, very good horse, and I think he's going to get a little lost in the wagering. I don't think people are going to trust him to get the mile. And look, you can say he's got to do it outside of Dubai. What's wrong with his Jockey Club Gold Cup? And I thought his Breeders' Cup was sensational, his 3rd place finish.
Well, that is the target for him again at the end of the year. The Breeders' Cup Classic, but here he will shorten up and try and get it done in this tremendous field. He's won over $16 million.
Well, you add a Met Mile win to his 2 Dubai World Cup wins, and he becomes about as sexy a sire as you could imagine.
He becomes basically unaffordable to breed to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just who wouldn't want to go to a horse that can win a race like this at a mile and has the stamina to win races like that a 1 1/4?
Get signed up, started, and you bet the Run Happy Met Mile. Everything that we show you each and every day with Naira Bets. Be sure and use the promo code BET25 at sign up. You also get a $200 new member bonus. That $25 win bet on the Belmont. Bet25, if you run 2nd or 3rd, you get your money back. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get signed up and started with Naira Bets. We're going to take a break in the action. Newspaper of Record. She is 1-9 on the board. Hall of Famer Gary Stevens joins me right after a short timeout for the Grade 3 Wonder again, a Newspaper of Record's 2nd race back of 2019 next.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Maraud, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guys gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
It's Newspaper of Record in front, now shaken up on that lead. Cut loose by Rod Ortiz Jr., and just like that, she's in front by 4. Now she's in front by 5. Now she's in front by 6. Newspaper of Record rips away from the pack. Farther back, Laitland's on the outside from Varenka, so too Stellar Agent. They're coming down to the finish. Tomorrow's headline today, Newspaper of Record, simply spectacular. Wins by 8 on the wire.
That was Newspaper Records' win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. First 3 victories and performances of her career, combined 20 lengths she won by. Today, start number 2 after getting beat for the first time in her 2019 debut. Greg Wolf alongside the Hall of Famer Gary Stevens. What do you think went wrong in that comeback race? Or she just needed a race?
I think she probably needed a race. You know, I talked to Irad earlier today, and I think we're going to hear that in a little bit, but he seemed to think that she needed that race, and I think we're going to see the real Newspaper of Record today go on record.
She is 1-9 on the board. It's time for a Paddock report. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And yes, we may see a Newspaper of Record back to the form that she had as a 2-year-old based upon the competition she's facing here today. There's no concrete rose here in the paddock, as this Paddock report is brought to you by Run Happy, as we'll take a look at the defending Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf and Newspaper of Record. Second start back off the layoff. She's extremely fit in here. I mean, extremely well defined. And yes, she maybe needed the race last time, and furthermore, she's a little bit on the free side. You know, she kind of got away from Irad a bit. He went to kind of try to get her back in, and she just fought the bit a little bit, and he tried to do his best not to get in her way, and that's exactly what you should do. She was quiet when she first came in here. Since she's gotten saddled, she's come alive quite a bit. She is very much on the bridle. So we'll see. Hopefully she relaxes nicely and in hand for him. Now looking towards the inside with number 1, Kelsey's Cross, fresh on the back of a state-bred maiden special weight down there at Gulfstream Park. She's going to try Graded Stakes Company and Newspaper Record. And look, the next 2 fillies I'm going to talk about, I don't think are going to beat her. But this filly is going to stretch out from the 7.5 to the 1 1/8. And you couldn't want a more physical look to a horse stretching out in distance for the first time. She's very long and lanky, this daughter of Anthony's Cross. You don't see many of them, but she's also extremely fit in here. So we'll see. She definitely, to me, looks as though she can handle this stretch out in distance. Then number 5, Chocolate Kisses is actually the one that really intrigues me most here, because I've always thought she's more of a turf horse. She has more of a turf look. She has one of those big overstriding walks, swinging walk to her. I wish she had done a little bit more from 2 to 3 as far as physical maturity, but she looks ready to go here, and I do like her returning to this surface, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So obviously that was a monster upset in the Edgewood, but if she gets beat, newspaper record in this field, this would be Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson.
Yeah, it really would be, and we're not going to be able to show that interview, but what Irad told me down there was, I said, what do you think happened in the Edgewood? He said, Gary, she had the whole winter off, and in a nice way, he was saying, I think Chad backed off of her pretty good and might not have had her tight enough. And he did mention that she got real rank with him early on in the race. I then asked him, I said, have you been on her since then? And his face just lit up with a big smile, and he shook his head yes, and he said, yes, I have. And I could just tell from that enthusiasm that I think we're going to see the newspaper of record that we saw last year in the Breeders' Cup.
So you could tell from the look that it's all systems go.
His body language was telling me all systems are go, and they should be today.
How tough is that, too? We saw that she was pretty rank early on, and she really wanted to zip to the front. And maybe that was just a case of, sometimes horses come off of layoffs, and they're a little more rambunctious out of the gate. How much can that take out of a horse?
It takes a lot out of him, and she was really fresh that day, super fresh. And you can only pull on him so much before you're causing more damage than you are good. So he let her free real for a little while, and the turf was soft, and that is her favorite kind of ground. Or at least she's ran great on that kind of ground before, but it did take just enough off of her, and it doesn't sound like she's going to be near as ranked today, by the way he was talking.
All right, we're going to see newspaper of record in a moment. Here's Kelsey's Cross coming off a state-bred maiden win at Gulfstream for Patrick Biancone.
Yeah, she's in with 115 pounds, and it's a big edge, but she is lacking in experience. But if anybody can do it, Patrick Biancone can.
She gets an 8-pound edge against this one. Newspaper of record, 3 for 3 in her 2-year-old campaign for Chad Brown.
Yeah, and Chad Brown is so good off the comeback, and I think that's one of the things that everybody was so confused about is how does she get beat, but don't look for her to get beat today.
Her stablemate, who ran against her in the Edgewood, back for more. Cambier Park, Jose Ortiz, Irad's brother, aboard.
Yeah, and she's getting some action now. She was 7-2 on the morning line and then bounced up to 18-1, down to 11-1 right now, but she was beaten 6.5 lengths in the Edgewood.
Chocolate Kisses, 10-1. Dylan Davis aboard from Mark Casse.
Yeah, she's getting back to probably what is her favorite surface. The last time she ran on the turf was August of last year at Saratoga, which was a win.
Coming out of the Kentucky Oaks on dirt. And here's Blonde Moment, Dermot Magner. And put it all together, maiden score at Monmouth last out.
Yeah, Monmouth Park, and then jumping into the big leagues today. And you know what? At 35-1 in your exotics, whatever, I'd probably throw her in there to pick up some of the pieces.
Huge price, maybe a way to create a little bit of value here. If you, like most the betting public, believe newspaper record is unbeatable in this spot, which it seems like it certainly is. The grade 3 Wonder Again coming up right now. Welcome to those who've just joined us on Fox Sports Prime Ticket and Fox Sports San Diego. Great to have you with us for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. That right there is Super Filly, newspaper of record, undefeated in her 2-year-old campaign, including a victory in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Suffered her first defeat in the Grade 3 Edgewood. Greg Wolf, Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens with you, and this was the comeback effort on Oaks Day at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and she looked like she had everything wrapped up. She was where she needed to be, where she always is, on the lead early on. And you can see her really start to flounder here. And this just does look like a case of a filly that's getting tired off of a long winter vacation. So throw that race out. It still wasn't horrible. She runs second, gets beat 3.5 lengths, but she's much better than what she showed there.
And again, we brought this up with Andy Sterling too, well clear of the rest of the field. It was just Concrete Rose that got by her. Second start, we're expecting a lot better, a lot more finish, but she's going to have to go a little bit longer than she's ever gone too.
Yeah, and with this filly, newspaper of record, the other thing, you wonder, did she bounce from her 2-year-old season to her 3-year-old? In other words, maybe she didn't improve. You see that a lot with colts, not so much with fillies, but with what I'm seeing with this filly warming up today and her appearance, she didn't regress, not too awful much. I look for her to come right back where she's meant to be.
So Irad Ortiz Jr., Back aboard, trying to return to the winner's circle and going again against the stablemate here. And this is a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, who put together back-to-back wins at Gulfstream for Chad Brown, including a grade 3 win in the Here Comes the Bride.
Yeah, and she gets back on firm turf again today. That race, the Edgewood, was a good turf course. They had it listed as that. I would say it was probably more close to yielding on that day of the Edgewood. And, you know, she does have some speed. She's probably going to be laying second to her stablemate. Kelsey's Cross, the one horse, with only her 2 starts. She laid close to a fairly fast pace in her maiden breaker, going 7.5 furlongs. So I expect Newspaper of Record to be on an easy lead here, and hopefully Irad can get her to relax and finish strongly like she did in the Breeders' Cup.
4 minutes away from the grade 3 wonder again. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
I'm glad Gary was talking about how the race looks to shape up here on paper with Newspaper of Record looking for the front end once again. Now, big difference in warm-ups between the 2 Chad Brown horses. Newspaper of Record and Irad Ortiz, they haven't gotten out of a jog. They have been just walking and jogging and doing very, very little. That is to try to keep her calm and not get her too revved up prior to going in the starting stalls. So it seems to be working. She's handling this fairly well, so I appreciate that about her. Now, complete opposite with number 4, Cambier Park, who under Jose Ortiz just has done nothing but gallop. I mean, she's galloped back and forth here, and she's gotten a big warm-up. She was a little bit nervous in the paddock, so I think Jose was thinking, let me release some of that nervous energy, because let's face it, she is one that's probably going to sit behind Newspaper Record, as Gary was just saying, so he wants to kind of keep her interested, yet get rid of that nervous energy that she possessed back in the paddock. So we'll see. Newspaper Record, she's handling this very light warm-up very well. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. So, I mean, I guess that will be key to watch here early on, Gary, is right out of the gate with Newspaper Record.
Yeah, absolutely. And she is on her toes right now, walking in front of us. She just settled down into a walk off of that easy warm-up, and that's what you want to do with these high-strung fillies that are a little speedy anyway. Just try and put them to sleep on your way to the starting gate. And instead of such a warm-up, as they call it, you're trying to slow them down, just get their mind at ease, take their mind off of the race, and just in a relaxed comfort zone. And that's where she appears to be right now as they circle right in front of the entrance to the turf course.
So 1-9, she's been that way throughout on the tote board. No show wagering, by the way, in this race, if you were thinking about it, as we take a look at Kelsey's Cross. Tall order to jump up off a state-bred maiden special weight to tackle a horse who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Yeah, it really is, but if anybody can do it, like I said, Patrick Biancone, he's a great horseman. He knows how to get these horses ready off the bench and off of light workouts, light races. And when I say that, he works his horses in company. He knows what he's got. He's not jumping into this spot just taking a wild guess. He got Hall of Famer Mike Smith out here a day early to come and ride her. Mike didn't. She's in with 115 pounds. I think Mike's doing about 4 pounds over today. You don't do 126 carrying a bunch of weight in the Belmont Stakes and then do 115 on a Thursday afternoon. Not good for the body. So she is carrying an overweight right now, but she looks great out there on the racetrack. She was on her toes as well and acting very professional.
This horse is interesting. Chocolate Kisses, daughter of Candy Ride. She actually broke her maiden on the turf at Saratoga. We mentioned she ran the Kentucky Oaks. She was a winner along the trail to the Kentucky Oaks with a win in the Grade 3 Honeybee. She used to be really quick. She used to have sprint speed.
Yes, she did. And, you know, she faced some tough company in the Ashland and the Kentucky Oaks, obviously. And Mark just starting back at ground zero with her, getting her back on the turf. But evidently, if Mark Casse, for these connections, had the confidence in her to try her in 2 Grade 1s, I think that says a lot for what he thinks of her quality. And just look at War of Will. I mean, he would have still been on the turf if they hadn't have taken that race off in the sloppy racetrack that day in Louisiana, and we wouldn't have had our Preakness winner and the co-favorite for the Belmont Stakes. So Mark, he knows his horses. He's a great judge of horse flesh. Sometimes if one surface isn't working, he doesn't give up on the horse. He gives up on the surface and makes some changes.
And this being Just a 5-horse group in here. I know you got a 1-9 favorite, now 1-5. Why does anyone want to try and face Newspaper Record? Well, great chance to get graded stakes placed as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw her get beaten, Edgewood, and there's always that hope when you're the competition. I mean, it's a short field, and you know, it's a grade 3. You get graded place. That's a pretty good boost to a filly's value when that happens. And hey, anything can happen in these horse races, especially when they're 1-5.
So Newspaper of Record, perfect 3 for 3 in her 2-year-old campaign. Your Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf winner. There she is stepping in. Can she return to the winner's circle after suffering the first defeat of her career in her 3-year-old return to the races? Send it upstairs to the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown for the call, Larry Colmus.
Chocolate Kisses now making her way to the starting gate. As Newspaper of Record is back down to 1-9 on the tote board, and Blonde Moment will be the last one. They're all in line. They're off in the Wonder again. A fabulous beginning for Newspaper of Record, immediately sent to the early lead by Arad Ortiz and opening up a length and a half into the first turn with Blonde Moment away running in second on the outside, and she'll duck in just behind Newspaper of Record into that turn. Break of another 2.5 back to Cambier Park alongside of Chocolate Kisses, while Mike Smith and Kelsey's Cross will sit at the rear of the field in the run to the backstretch. Newspaper of Record on top, opening up here by a length and 3/4 through a 23.96 opening quarter mile. And then it's Blonde Moment running in second, Chocolate Kisses third on the outside, and then it's Cambier Park, who's taken back 3.5 lengths off of her stablemate, and Kelsey's Cross is last. So Newspaper of Record leading them along up the backstretch. The Breeders' Cup winner on top by a length through a half mile that goes up in 48.58 seconds. It's been an easy stroll so far for Newspaper of Record, who leads a length and a half to Blonde Moment. Cambier Park is third on the inside, now just 2 lengths off of Newspaper of Record, then Chocolate Kisses, and the trailer is Kelsey's Cross. So into the far turn she goes. Newspaper of Record just loping along here, in control by a length and a half. Chocolate Kisses takes aim 3 wide. Cambier Park comes through on the inside. Blonde Moment gives way between those two. Kelsey's Cross is last. 3/4 in 1:12.48. She picked up the pace a little bit there, and they come to the top of the stretch. And Arad Ortiz has not asked this brilliant filly to go yet. She's got a length and 3/4 lead with a furlong to run, and now he shakes the reins at Newspaper of Record as her stablemate Cambier Park is trying to run with her, and she's doing it too. Newspaper of Record's not home free. Cambier Park draws up alongside of her. Cambier Park has run by Newspaper of Record to win the Wonder again under Jose Ortiz. Kelsey's Cross was third, and Chocolate Kisses was fourth.
Newspaper of Record defeated again, now 0 for 2 in her 3-year-old campaign. Her stablemate Cambier Park with a win in the Grade 3 Wonder again.
Yeah, and give Cambier Park credit there. She was loaded coming into the stretch back behind her. I can't make any excuses for Newspaper of Record. She ran identical to what she did in the Edgewood. She was pulling pretty hard. She had her ears helicoptering back and forth, showing she was relaxed at times down the backside, but entering the far turn, they were still a long ways out, and she was wanting to accelerate, and Jose wouldn't let her, and they come into the straight, and she's not accelerating right now. She's just staying in that same stride, not pulling away from the rest of the field, and now she's getting late from that damage she was doing to herself by pulling early. So she's going to have to go back to the drawing board and get her to relax a little bit, but Cambier Park is now a Grade 3 winner.
Buster Douglas.
Buster Douglas showed up in the house.
4-3-1-5, 5-1 Cambier Park, this stablemate of Newspaper Record. Chad Brown, Irad's brother, who was on the big favorite, Jose Ortiz, with the victory here. And this is a shocker. This is even bigger shocker than the Edgewood. We're going to take a break. There's Chad Brown. He still wins the Wonder again. He runs 1-2, but a defeat to his superstar 3-year-old filly, Newspaper Record, in the process. We'll be back with prices right after this on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Run Happy is
medication, no problem. Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming on.
Minute to stardom leaves them all behind with an impressive-looking run.
Coming on.
Testing 1-2 is all alone. She comes to the 16th pole, and this one is all over but the crying. At the 16th pole, this is all rockin' Sunday mash.
My love for you. Coming on strong.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and other regional networks across the country. Good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, and 4-time Major League All-Star Paul Duca joining us on set. Massive defeat here in a prep for the Turf Triple Series, that Turf Tiara. That first leg going to be that Belmont Oaks Invitational coming up. Newspaper record 1-9 favorite. Your Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies winner defeated again. Second time this year. Let's head downstairs. Cambier Park, your winner, also trained by Chad Brown. Here's Maggie Wolfendale.
Yes, here with Chad as he does finish 1-2 in the Wonder again. Maybe not the order that you had hoped for, Chad, with getting newspaper record back to the winner's circle here today, defeated by Cambier Park. First, let's talk about newspaper of record. Is there any excuse this time around with the 1 1/8?
Well, no, I thought she had things her own way out there. I thought Irad rode a very smart race. The fractions were fair. The only thing I wonder with her is if she gets a little lonely out there in deep stretch, and if she had a target, if she can stay a little longer. I mean, right now you'd obviously have to be concerned that she has some distance limitations, but I'm going to play around with the idea of maybe, trying to take her back. It wasn't an option today in a short field, but I do think that she'll follow another horse a little further than 1 1/8.
Interesting insight, absolutely, because we haven't really seen her behind horses. Is that something you've trained her doing in the morning at all?
It has been. She works in company. She works well. Again, I'm not in any way trying to make an excuse for her, but in her races, she's been, the lone speed, so it's hard to take her back when you're heavy favorite lone speed, especially today in the shortest field she's run in. But like I said, if now we're, after a couple of losses, we have to try to do something different. Hopefully in the Belmont Oaks, if we decide to go on in a bigger field with more horses, it's easier to find some cover, and that's the race to try something different if she's lost 2 in a row.
Absolutely, but Cambier Park, winner today in the Wonder again. Expensive yearling. I mean, has she shown you a lot of promise heading into this effort?
She is. We're not surprised at all, and like I do when I run multiple horses, I give them all an equal shot to win, and I'm very happy for her and her connections, and we ran her because we liked her. On firm turf, she's a much better horse than she showed last time. We saw that down training at Palmettos on firm ground, and distance is no problem. She'd be definitely onto the Belmont Oaks if she's good and healthy.
All right, Chad. Well, it's good to see both these fillies run well, though, here today in this Wonder again. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Well, very interesting from Chad Brown right there. Of course, this Turf Triple Series for the 3-year-old fillies. It is the Turf Tiara, and the first leg of that Belmont Oaks Invitational. That's on the Stars and Stripes program on July 6th. Seems to think she's going to like newspaper record going longer.
Well, I like what he had to say there about getting her back, and it was tough to do today in a short field. That's always when it's the toughest to get one back, is when it is the short field, when they have natural speed. But I've seen it so many times where you put one right on another horse's heels, they'll shut down for you, relax, European style. And the other thing about like the Belmont Oaks, things are not going to get any easier off of what we saw today, as some people may think. We're going to see a lot of Europeans come. Aidan O'Brien has brought several horses over in the past. We're going to get some French horses over here for the Oaks, and it's going to be fun to watch.
I think it's a little worrisome. I really do. She's gotten passed twice, and it's not like she's getting ripped right at the wire. She's getting passed very easily. So they think they need to go back a little bit, to me, to the drawing board. And when you look at the two fillies going down the lane, I just don't think if newspaper of record's really grown as much. That other filly that went by her was almost twice her size. And the filly that went by her in the Edgewood went by her pretty convincingly, and this one went by her pretty convincing without a fight. I'm wondering if she's lost a little bit of her heart.
We will see. It is back to the drawing board, and of course that first leg of that Turf Tiara That is coming up on July the 6th and going to be going 1.25 miles in that spot. So we'll see how Newspaper Record handles that. But with this defeat, you would think now it's
game on for everybody.
Absolutely wants to join into this as well and try and get a piece.
Yeah, right. Includes a lot of other fillies, you're right.
Here's a look at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. As this is day one of the 3-day festival on Friday. It's sensational as well. The New York Stakes, Belmont Gold Cup Invitational, the True North, Bed of Roses, and the Tremont. The 8th race on the card is the Grade 2 True North and the return of Catalina Cruiser, who was one of the great storylines of 2018 for trainer John Sadler.
And Catalina Cruiser, don't think that he can't sprint, even though he's coming off of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile loss. Horse has been doing well. He broke his maiden going 6 furlongs, and he's fast, guys.
Yeah, and you know, John Sadler got the monkey off his back with Accelerate when it comes to the Breeders' Cup, so his horses run on big days, and this big old horse by Union Rags is the one to beat. In his Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, that was a severe veer out at the beginning of that race, sort of lost all chance to start. Drayden Van Dyke had to rush up into a pace that was pretty fast that day, so now cutting back to 6.5 furlongs, gonna have to come from off the pace, which what he did first time out as a maiden, so he can pass horses. He's going to be very dangerous.
You know what, though? He's done that to himself at the start of several of his races. He's not quick leaving the starting gate, and like you said, he veered out in the mile, but that's one worry I would have about dropping him back to 6 furlongs. He's running against some fast horses away from the gate, and then he wants to rush up. It's not that Drayden sent him. He just rushes up with that high cruising speed.
Well, Whitmore, he has danced just about every dance in the sprint division. He was in the True North last year. He missed by a neck to Imperial Hint, and he would come back and win later in the summer in the Grade 1 Forgo, but he is an old veteran that's won over $2.5 million in his career.
Yeah, and that last race, when Matole ran by him up here, Matole may be the best sprinter in the country, but they're going to stretch him out on Saturday to the Met Mile, which is coming up, a great race. Whitmore, when he throws in a bad one, which is not very often, they're really bad, but you have to wonder if he's lost a step.
Yeah, you somewhat do. You know, he was having a tough time loading that day. Strike Power, on the other hand, had no trouble at Gulfstream Park, winning by about 5. And, you know, they tried him on the turf. I think they were a tiny bit confused because he had such a great beginning, Greg. And then, you know, they were going on the Derby Trail, didn't work out. They backed him up. And sort of this is what happened, and now they think back to sprinting is going to help him out.
Yeah, he was a winner of the Swale. He was second in the Fountain of Youth, went on to the Florida Derby, and that's where things kind of fell off in terms of last year's Kentucky Derby. But he put a massive race together last time out. It's a huge step up, though.
Yeah, huge step up. I mean, the likes of Whitmore. If Whitmore shows up, he's going to be the horse to beat. Horse we didn't talk about is Recruiting Ready.
Yeah,
he's got the right style, too, and he shows up every time, one of the top spinners in the country as well.
Yeah, Duchère, too, as well, for Irad Ortiz and Michael Maker. This is a loaded True North, and since they moved the True North to 6.5 furlongs, it makes it a little unique a tiny bit. Even Mr. Dougie Fresh on the outside, he's a consistent horse. Full field of 10, phenomenal race card.
He's coming off a big performance for trainer Jason Service. Loaded field in that Grade 2 True North. Race 10 on the program on Friday. That is the Grade 2 Belmont Gold Cup. It is 2 miles on the turf. Purse of $400,000. And Arklow for trainer Brad Cox just missed in the Grade 1 Man of War back in early May at Belmont.
And he's a good horse. The thing is, none of these guys know if he can get the 2 miles of the Gold Cup. It's a mystery whether he will. I rode to the racetrack today with Jerry Crawford, the head of Donegal Racing, and he told me that he's running on the recommendation of Florent Giroux, and he said whether he wins, he's going to get all of the all the praise, and if he gets beat, he's going to get all of the blame. And he said that kiddingly, but I thought that was interesting.
Meanwhile, Red Knight for Hall of Famer Bill Mott just missed in the Elkhorn at 1.5 miles at Keeneland. Prior to that, he was a winner at Gulfstream at 2 miles, Paul.
Yeah, and I guess that's the key, right? He's a 2 mile horse, or at least he's run at the distance. He beat some other horses, but Solo and Nessie are not the same kind of horses that he's going to be facing here. Listen, you don't know what you're going to get from these European horses. These European horses are bred to run all day. They need to get out of the gate, but they got a lot of time to settle. This is always an interesting race, and I always think it's a wild card race. It's a great race to end the card.
Red Knight comes from a mile
I
behind
know.
as well.
I know. He likes to sweep from way out of it, yeah.
Jerry asked me in that conversation this morning, he said, how tough is it on a jockey to go the 2 miles? As I told him, I said, if you've got a horse that's traveling underneath you and pulling you around there, it's easier to ride than a 6-furlong sprint race where you're getting after it the whole way as far as your cardio. But when one's not wanting to run, I rode in this race a couple years back, and my horse wasn't wanting to run a lick. I had to start pedaling a long ways out, and I was tired.
These two races we talked about, the True North, Belmont Gold Cup, they're the first 2 legs of a 2-day pick 6. This is what comprises the sequence over Friday and Saturday. Saturday, the Woody Stevens, presented by Mohegan Sun. The Run Happy Mint Mile, the Manhattan and the Belmont Stakes, presented by Naira Bets. It is a 20-cent wager.
Yeah, pretty
to
cool.
make it a little more affordable and get you some more coverage as well.
You gotta
and just
love
a
it.
15% takeout.
Yeah, you gotta love it. You get a 10-horse field, obviously in the True North, a 9-horse field, and then we go all the way to the Belmont. You look at the other races that are involved in it. The Woody Stevens has got an 11-horse field, so plenty of horses, and it's a 20-cent wager. I still think you can flat out pay, because here's the thing, like War of Will and Tacitus, I have not asked one person since I have been to Belmont the last week that has said Tacitus has no shot of winning this race. So if you can beat Tacitus, you're going to get paid. Everybody says Tacitus cannot lose. Everybody.
Well, there's a difference between. Okay. There's a difference between no shot and, and winning the race.
Even David Aragona, and he's great at what he does. Pretty bold making him the morning line favorite, but hey, everybody's going to bet him as the favorite over War of Will. And
you guys think Tacitus will be the favorite?
Yes.
I don't know if he will be. I think it's
I'm not sure.
I think it's a coin flip. War of Will, a lot of people are going to come here wanting to see, the Preakness victor come back and win again. That's what their hearts are in.
Yeah.
The New Yorkers, I know who they're going to be rooting for, Tacitus and Billy Mott.
Yeah.
Just got a feeling.
Yeah. 4th race coming up. We're going to see some new shooters in here, 3-year-old fillies, and just about all of them, with the exception of the 4, the 6, and the 8, making their debut. And Chad Brown going back to work with a first-timer, daughter of Uncle Mo, who's the 9-5 favorite. Trial and error for Klarovich Stables. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Let's get a Paddock report and head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, Greg. A plethora of first-time starters here in this 4th race. We'll begin with your current favorite. That is a Chad Brown trainee in number 7, Trial and Error. And what I find interesting about her is her work tab. She's actually been working with some stakes winners of Chad's, including Dog Tag and Seek and Destroy. So he's obviously thought a bit of this filly, to say the least. And she is a fool to Dream Tree, a multiple graded stakes winner, including our Prioress. And she is big, and she is good looking, and she is fit, and she is ready. I like her. I really don't see anything beating her, at least based upon looks here in the paddock, to be quite honest. I mean, relatively speaking, she is about a good hand, as we describe horses as far as their height, above the rest of her competition here. As we'll check in with some other first-time starters, including number 1, Liza Jambalaya. She might have my favorite pedigree of any of these, as she is a fool to multiple graded stakes winning sprinter Paula's Silver Lining, as well as a half to Dad's Caps. Love this family with Seeking the Silver in here, but she does not look like her sister. I'll be honest. First of all, she's a chestnut. She's a bit smaller, a little bit backwards still. She just feels as though, despite being a 3-year-old, she has a lot of developing yet to do, and the fact she's not taking much money is worrying as well. Number 2 is Kelly Can Run for Barkley Tag, a little bit smaller. The dam was a good dirt sprinter herself. I watched the work a couple back out of the gate. She broke a bit slower, but came running and passed her stablemates as she was on the outside, so that was a good start for her, a good impression at least. She looks fit in here. She's been kept quiet in the stall. Number 3 is My Happy Place for Shug McGahee. Very fit. I like the pedigree on this one. A tap it. The dam, My Happy Face, she was a good horse from any kind of middle distance, and she probably, compared to number 7's Trial and Error, probably the one that I like second most here in the paddock, as I want to take a look at one who has a start. That's number 8, Rapido Gata for Jeremiah Engelhardt. I think she will be quicker. She encountered some traffic coming out of the gate. She's dappled head to toe. She's solid. I like what I'm seeing from her. I think we'll see more from her second time around, Greg.
We're going to take a break. We will be back fourth from Belmont post-parade when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I think the WIN program is a very positive and important thing for breeders because if the stud farm supports the breeders that support their stallions, that's an important thing to me. I want to know that the stud farm also has the breeder's interests in their mind. This year we had a mare that we wanted to breed to a stallion that we thought might be a little bit over her budget, but when we realized that we had the WIN awards for our business plan, it worked perfectly into getting that mare to that stallion at WinStar.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Next on America's Day at the Races, she was lights out in her debut. 9.5 length win right out of the box for perfect alibi daughter of Sky Mesa for Mark Casse. Can she follow it up against winners in the Astoria? Meanwhile, in the Grade 3 Intercontinental, significant form, a multiple stakes winner for Chad Brown looks to return to the winner's circle in today's 8th race. Looking forward to that action, much more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today here on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us, and welcome to those just joining us on MSG Plus and other regional networks across the country. Greg Wolf alongside the Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. We have a tremendous card today as we kick off our Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and our fourth coming up here. A lot of new faces in this maiden special weight. Here's Liza Jambalaya for Rudy Rodriguez.
This one for Rudy Rod, like you're saying. Louis says debuts with Lasix. This is a filly by Ghost Sapper out of a Grindstone mare.
Jump ahead to the 3, My Happy Place, another first-timer, daughter of Tappet for Shug McGahee.
Pricey purchase here, $575,000 purchase by Tappet. I would wait and see approach on that filly.
There's one of just a couple with experience in the race, LaQueza for Bob Robato.
Actually made her debut in Great Britain at Kempton, then came to Aqueduct and disappointed at 24-1. Now gets Lasix.
Kentucky Derby winning trainer Bill Mott sends out Stifle Yourself, the debut with Junior Alvarado.
This is always beware. Whenever Bill Mott horses take money first time out, you better watch out. 5-1, and his man is aboard, Junior Alvarado.
Another one with experience. Jeremiah Engelhardt sends out China Cat.
The one to beat definitely on paper. If none of these first-time starters run to their morning workouts, she's getting closer and closer.
And another Chad Brown Klarovich stable first-timer who's favored with Jose Ortiz here.
Wow, I don't know how to look at horse flesh, but we're going to ask Gary after this. But she looks like a big old filly by Uncle Mo, and that's probably why she's the favorite.
Rapido Gata, daughter of Adios Charlie. Jeremiah Engelhardt as well, third in the debut at Gulfstream.
These horses are very tough to always gauge. The horse that got left made a middle move and ran a pretty good third.
And here is Kelly Can Run, Cairo Prince Firster for Barkley Tag.
Another horse that you got to pay attention to. Bill Mott and Barkley Tag, the trainer of the two, don't really crank their firsters. They're both getting bets, so beware of the two also.
This kicks off the pick 6 sequence on this Thursday afternoon. For those just joining us on MSG Plus, we had a monster upset back in the Grade 3 Wonder again in Race 3. Newspaper of Record defeated in her 3-year-old return to the races on Kentucky Oaks Day. Defeated again. And the Wonder again, just one race earlier. We'll show that to you later in the show coming up. But here we got a lot of debuters, including this one right here, My Happy Place, who's 10-1 on the board.
Yeah, and this filly, I'd look for her to, she's not getting much action on the board. I think she probably wants further. And Shug McGay, he doesn't mind if they get beat first time out, get that experience. A lot of times a work is like, or a race is like 5 works in one, and they really move forward off of these first starts of their career.
Gary, what do you look for? Like, do you want these horses to break away from the pony at this young of an age? You know, these 3-year-old fillies starting out, or would you rather them stay with the pony, or is that just a preference? Like, you see the one right here, Liza Jambalaya for Rudy Rod. Do you want to see them warm up by themselves?
It just depends on how they're acting with the pony. A lot of them have never even seen a pony or had a pony take a hold of them, the pony rider take a hold of them until that first time they walk on the racetrack in the afternoon. I don't think that's the case with any of these. They were all acting well, but there are a couple of them warming up. Also, Kelly Caron, the 2-horse, she's warming up by herself. And it's interesting you ask that because you see it a lot more here on the East Coast racetracks than you do on the West Coast. Very rarely do the trainers on the West Coast want you to leave the pony. I actually liked leaving the pony at times. You could really let a horse stretch their legs, fill up with oxygen, and then let it out, and you could really take the edge off of one or put one on edge depending on how fast you let them gallop. But you can really sort of take the edge off of them and get them in a peaceful spot and really, you know, let them stretch their legs.
How much? What are you doing and really learning with these youngsters and some who've never raced before while you're using this time leading up to the starting gate?
Well, interesting enough, a lot of these horses have never had the cinch or the girth on them, 2 girths actually, the undergirth and the overgirth, and that's what holds the saddle on. And these are a lot tighter and a lot stretchier than the leather ones that they use in the morning with elastic on each side of them, but they're leather in the middle. And these sometimes will pinch them a little bit. They're not used to the valet and the trainer cranking that thing up, tightening your saddle down. It's a different feel than that they've ever felt before. So we call that being cinchy. Sometimes they'll get a hump in their back and want to buck a little bit and not use their full stride. And what you do is you let them stretch. You chirp to them and make them sprint for 100 yards or so. And that stretches that girth out where it's not pinching them anymore. So a lot of people don't know about that with the first-time starters as well.
You know, we just showed the 5, and now we're showing the 2. I think those are the 2 sneaky horses. And the reason why is we talk about Barclay Tagg. He's 6% first time out. And Bill Mott with the 5 is 10%. Now, Bill's starting to win a little bit more. That filly has worked 48 flat over the training track, where this filly has worked 46 and 4 from the gate. Look at that work 4 works ago. I mean, that's smoking for a Barclay Tagg horse. That's just showing she's got some natural speed.
And she looks great out there on the racetrack right now. She did warm up by herself, and she was very content. She shied from one of the pony horses when we went by right about the 1.25 pole before she got into the turn. Then she went on about her business, and she's warming up great right now. She looks fit.
A lot of times in these races where many have not started before, you let the tote board kind of be a friend to you.
Yeah, you try to be.
And help you out, although Chad Brown's runners usually get bet all the time, and that's the case here as well. This one was 7-2 morning line, Rapido Gata, and up to 5-1 right now. And this is one of the 3 with experience in the race.
Yeah, and this is a horse that just did not break well. Giant move, like a middle move. And what ends up happening, she's going to get up towards the lead, and she's just going to flatten out because she just had so much to do. She made up 10 lengths, and she loses the whole ball of wax by about 4. Now, these horses can be sucker horses. They could be for real. It's just really hard to tell. If she breaks bad again, I'm sure this is a way better field than she's faced last time. She needs to break better, and you don't know if she really has speed. And here's the other part. They went 21-2, so they actually ran into her breaking slow.
Yeah, but the other thing, she didn't so much do it herself. She was bumped sideways at the start.
No, that's
is what
true.
the trouble line is. So how much of that was her fault from breaking a little bit slowly, or how much was the competition doing it. But making up that amount of ground, a first-time starter, she was drawn down on the inside that day, so she took a lot of dirt in her face. Now she draws inside to outside. I like that move. I think it's a big benefit, big asset when they've had that experience down inside. Maybe it wasn't a good experience, and now shift to the outside. At least she won't have dirt in her face for the first 100 yards or so.
And there's nothing like having that experience of doing it in the afternoon for real in competition. She's one of only 3 in this field who has that, along with the 4 filly and the 6 China
Cat. Let me ask
Cat.
you, Greg, before they go in, are you getting value on the 6 because by far the best horse on paper, and we're projecting all these first-time starters can run better than her? Or is she just a horse that likes to run second?
Might be, right?
Yeah.
3 consecutive seconds, but did move forward just
a tiny
nudge
hair, right? Yeah.
Last time out, and that was her starting point for her year, so I could definitely see her moving forward off that performance if she can. Might be tough in here. That is China Cat, the 6. Favorite, though, the 7. Trial and Error, 6-5, first time out for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call, the start of the Pick 6 here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and other regional networks across the country. Here's race 4 from Belmont with Larry Colmus.
Last couple of fillies to come up to the starting gate here. La Queza will be the next one to go in. And she'll be followed by Rapido Gata, who comes up to the outside stall to complete the line. She's a bit hesitant to go into the starting gate. Trial and Error is favored right now at odds of 6-5. As Javier Castellano and Rapido Gata now take their position in the outside stall. Gates are closed. They're all in line, ready for the start. They're off, and Trial and Error broke last. It is Liza Jambalaya going out to the front with Stifle Yourself and Rapido Gata from the outside. These 3 clear from China Cat, who came out running in 4th. Trial and Error, who broke last, is now up into 5th on the outside, going by Kelly Can Run, La Queza, and last of them all is My Happy Place. So they race for the far turn, and it is Liza Jambalaya and Stifle Yourself through a 22.47 quarter. Locked in an early battle here. Rapido Gata is 3rd, a length and a half off of them, and under a ride to go. Another 3.5 back to China Cat inside of Trial and Error. 4 lengths to My Happy Place. Kelly Can Run and La Queza is the trailer. Stifle Yourself is taking the lead on the far turn. Opens up in hand here by a length and a half. Rapido Gata under heavy pressure, a wide second. Liza Jambalaya gives way on the inside. They're into the stretch, and Stifle Yourself and Junior Alvarado are now set down, arriving at the 8th pole. Rapido Gata is 2 lengths behind, running in 2nd. My Happy Place has made progress and is now 3rd and closing on the inside. Kelly Can Run is in the center of the track. Coming by the 16th pole, and it's Stifle Yourself, and she's in hand and in command. A strong debut here. And there was My Happy Place, followed by Rapido Gata and Kelly Can Run.
Completely geared down late. Impressive first time out. Stifle Yourself wins her debut for Belmont with Junior Alvarado aboard.
Yeah, that was impressive. Coming off the turn here, Junior, he's just sitting chilly. He hadn't asked her to do anything, doing everything under her own power. And he waits till he straightens up. When he pushed the button, he got the right answer.
Yeah, you even called it too. You said this filly looking nice in the backside. But the toe board early told you, listen, Billy Mott's getting bet early. He obviously has been hot as a pistol here at the meet. And this is a daughter of Cairo Prince, is going to be a nice little sire. Kelly Can Run, the 2 made a little bit of run. So did the 3 My Happy Place. Both first-time starters, and the 3 is the daughter of Tappet for Shug. That's going to improve, too.
And the 7 horse, the favorite, Trial and Error, she never did look comfortable. She looked like, you said it before the race, she looked like she was giant, and she did. She looked like a giant running down the backside and really couldn't get her feet underneath her. She never did look comfortable, and she was floundering through the stretch. I wouldn't write her off for the future when they stretch her out, though.
I like the charcoal grays. You ever like those charcoal grays?
Oh, yeah. Filly name winning colors in the wind. Yeah, a few of them.
Couple good ones, yeah?
There were a few of them. Golden Pheasant.
Yeah.
Daughter of Cairo Prince here out of a Tappet mare. Stifle Yourself, 9-1. First time out. Impressive in victory. 5-3, 8-2. 9-1 over 14-1 here in the fourth. To start off our pick six. Back with prices. We'll set the stage for race 5. We're back on the turf in the fifth with another maiden race. And we'll talk Kentucky Oaks winner Serengeti Empress back for the Acorn on Belmont Stakes Day for trainer Tom Amis.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans for this colt would probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms was the nation's #1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2017 by percentage of winners. His top runners include Rich Mommy, winner of the Grade 3 Sugar Swirl, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Recruiting Ready, stakes winner and graded stakes performer Vanish, and recent stakes winners Taylor's Spirit and Tracy Racing. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $300,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Churchill.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Kicking off our Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. 3 days of tremendous action. And we already saw a huge upset back in the Grade 3 Wonder again. Here in the fourth race, very impressive filly with a future. Her debut, she wins at 9-1 for Belmont in the estate of Harvey Clark.
Yeah, congratulations, filly by Cairo Prince at the Tappet mare, Gloria S, Junior Alvarado and Belmont. I thought this is a nice little race here, Gare, and a filly now that's going to move forward. I think the Barclay Tag filly and the 3 My Happy Place. So I think the top 4 finishers got promise.
Yeah, My Happy Place, she closed a lot of ground. She was down on the inside, took a lot of dirt, got a lot of experience, and you're not going to get 14-1 on her the next time she starts.
5-3-8 finish. Stifle yourself. Want to keep our eyes on next time out after that performance. Race 5. We're on the turf at a mile. It's on the Widener turf course, a maiden special weight. And keep me in the game. Holly never had to say that. What'd you hit your senior year?
In high school or in college?
In college.
My junior year, yeah. 464.
Jeez. Pretty good.
That'll get you in the Hall of Fame.
Got me in the Arizona State Hall of Fame. That's about it.
There you go.
Player of the Year, right?
Yeah.
National Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Shug McGahee trains Keep Me in the Game. Joel Rosario will be aboard. He won the opening race on the card, and this is filly with experience who ran third first time out. We'll have more on this field coming up in a moment. Mentioned earlier, we have the entire card coming up. Twilight Racing at Churchill Downs as well, under the lights out in Louisville tonight. First race on their card. An allowance now winners at 2 lifetime and 5 furlongs to kick off the card at Churchill Downs. And right now, 2-5 on Alec and Arthur for trainer John Hancock. Let's check in with the 2015 NHC Tour Champion winner, Jonathan Kinchin, for more from Louisville. Jonathan.
Wolfie, what's going on? What's going on? I am here, and the vibes are nice for this Twilight Racing. This is my first time being here for Twilight Racing this year. They got a band going. They're taking a break right now. There's some nachos over there that look pretty good. I'll try to grab in between races. 8 races on tap. They are off the turf here in race 4 and 7. They held the main track only to the last minute. Kudos to the racing office for keeping these fields together and doing that. Like I said, they're off the turf. There is, we're going to start this race here in race 1. With a 2-year-old allowance race. A lot of these horses are coming out of a stake that was run here Derby week. 2 of them were coming out of that race. The favorite is 2-5 right now, and that's the 5, Alec and Arthur for John Hancock. This horse won at Keeneland, but he won in a Wesley Wardless 2-year-old race. So there's probably a little asterisk next to that, but he was impressive that day. He was 4-1 in the stake here. Derby week. It was you know, he ran well enough. He probably went a little too fast early. His pace figures and his final figure suggest that he should be just fine against this group. He's drawn well, nothing really to worry about. There's no weather concerns at this point, although the rain will be coming soon. If 2 to 5 is not your flavor, the 4 is a little bit interesting at 9-1. Back in 12 days, a lot of confidence from the trainer to do that. And the 7, Secretly Wicked, was super wide in that stakes race I mentioned on Derby week. He's another one that's 9-2 on the board, drawn outside. I like that for these young horses, you know, kind of getting after it for the first time. Not going to get a lot of kickback out there. But we'll also give you some other ideas when we get trackside right before the race. Guys, back to you.
Jonathan, thank you. We definitely want that update on the nachos as well, so you make sure you try those a little bit later on. We're going to be expecting to hear that. He mentioned asterisks by the 5 with Alec and Arthur. That was a Wesley Wardless 2-year-old filly race, or 2-year-old race, I should say, at Keeneland. We're going to see a Wesley Ward filly later today at Belmont, coming up in the 7th race in the Astoria when Ms. Headley lines up, who was an impressive winner at Churchill Downs. Here's a look, though, at Megan Marie for Jonathan Nance. Won impressively. Muddy track at Indiana last start.
Yeah, not going to get the mud yet, I don't think, but supposed to get some thunder showers in there later on around 7 o'clock, so a couple hours away at Churchill. But, yeah, the filly was extremely impressive at Indiana Downs last time out.
Riders up. Post parade coming up in just a little bit. 9 minutes away from the opener at Churchill Downs, and this is the one they all got to beat here in the opener to this Twilight Thursday card. Alec and Arthur, a winner first time out at Keeneland for John Hancock. We'll be back with more on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and other regional networks across the country right after this.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase, he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming on strong.
Here's Minute to Stardom, making her papa proud. The Star Guitar Filly.
Coming on strong.
Testing 1, 2. The Star Guitar Filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing 1, 2. On the wire with by the Star Photo Finish.
My love for you. Coming on strong.
Don't feel like it. Yeah. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Great to have you with us on a beautiful Thursday afternoon here in Belmont, New York. We're also going to head over to Churchill Downs. We've checked in with Jonathan Kitchen already. Greg Wolf alongside. Trainer Chad Summers of Mind Your Biscuits fame. Of course, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and tremendous racing this afternoon. We already saw a major upset earlier on the card in the Wonder Again.
Well, we knew it was Chad Brown's day, right? We just didn't know
it was going to be that Chad Brown, right? And it looks like, I think all weekend, Chad Brown's loaded in these turf races, 3, 4 of them. The Manhattan, he's got 4. He's got the odds-on favorite in every single turf race, but is that the winner? I'm not so sure.
I'm going to ask you this question because I said, I mean, is there cause for concern for Newspaper Record that this 3-year-old filly hasn't grown, you think?
I think that's the biggest thing. You hit the nail on the head. She didn't grow from 2 to 3 physically. She looks like the same exact horse we saw last year that was so dominant. And then you see the other filly in the race, and she's taken 1 stride for every 2 that Newspaper Record has to take. Look, they come home in 23. They did nothing wrong. But at the end of the day, she's not good enough right now.
Well, Chad Brown loaded again coming up the Grade 3 Intercontinental. That'll be race 8. He's got significant form. The filly to beat in that race, and then 2 stablemates. Yeah, Zonza and Stella de Camelot going to be very. He could run 1, 2, 3 in that race. We're going to get next to Churchill Downs, though. Their opener's coming up just a couple of minutes as we take a look at the updated odds. Alec and Arthur has been odds on throughout here in this spot here, coming off a 3rd place performance in the Kentucky Juvenile at Churchill Downs for trainer John Hancock. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin for more.
Fellas, at this point right now, I'm dry, but I'm not feeling great about how that's going to continue for the rest of the evening. But we'll take advantage of it while we can. This hair can get a little bit tricky when it gets wet. Nothing's really changed for me here. I think Alec and Arthur is a standout in this spot. Obviously, the tote board agrees with me on that. His race and the stake race here that I had mentioned, Derby Week, was just much better than any of these other horses have run. He broke the maiden at Keeneland. I think some interesting horses, just at least to talk about, the 1, 3, and the 4. I'm sure there's people that are looking to play this race, and they see 7, 8, 9 to 1. Keep in mind, those horses all 3 ran at Indiana last time, and Indiana's not far from here, Indiana Grand. And I think that when you have a 2-year-old, you want to try to get them going, get them running, and you take them to a spot you think that they can win. The fact that they felt like they needed to go to Indiana to get the win doesn't exactly give me a big vote of confidence on those 3 horses. Like I said, I think it's Alec and Arthur. The 7, Secretly Wicked, who's exiting the same race, was wide that time. He's 7 to 2. It's probably a more appropriate price for most horse players. Or if you're playing pick 4, pick 5, you can single the 5 here, and hopefully you're alive going on into the next couple of races. Wolfie, back to you.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. So 1 to 2, and it looks like that is the strategy for a lot of people who are going after the pick 5. Single the one who's coming out of a stakes race at Churchill and hit the board in that race.
I get it. I like the outside horse in here, Secretly Wicked, for Jack Hancock. This is a filly by Wicked Strong. I mean, those are the 2 horses that are getting bet. The 1 filly, and there's a couple fillies in here and a couple colts. I don't know about the 5, Alec and Arthur. Bull Hancock, he can win over there at Churchill, and then when he stretches him out, I mean, there wasn't really much in the Kentucky Juvenile. I think the 7 can conquer him.
I just think Alec and Arthur, the maturity that he showed in the first start, being able to sit off the pace and then make that big move over there and win going away. Last time, you're right, no excuses. Was kind of home free, and they turned for home and just kind of couldn't hold on by Rookie Salsa. But maybe Rookie Salsa is better than we think. We're going to find out tomorrow in the Tremont.
Yeah, we will. By the way, it's mixed in here. We only have 2 colts in this race, and Alec and Arthur, the 5's one of them. The other is the 4. Everyone else are 2-year-old fillies in this spot. So guys against girls.
I know, right? It's 2 guys against 4 girls in this spot. And the girls are getting played here. Alec and Arthur are actually, 1 boy's getting played, and the other girls are getting played Secretly Wicked on the outside. What do you do with Megan Marine? She made such a big improvement, but was it the mud, or was it her second career start? And how about a daughter of Clubhouse Ride for a lot of people that cover California racing? Raced for a long time out there in California with a lot of good form.
I mean, the thing with Megan Marie, I think, is just the competition. I don't think it was that good of a field that she beat that day. And I do think that Alec and Arthur is a better horse.
Well, Jonathan mentioned it. I mean, had to go to Indiana to get that maiden win. Obviously, different level of competition. But you win pretty impressively like she did. Now deserves a chance to return here.
Well, and you get a little bit of a weight break. You know, fillies against colts. She's getting 5 pounds actually here from the favorite in Alec and Arthur. And actually, my favorite stat of the whole thing is Street Flyer, I think, getting 12 pounds with a 7-pound bug. Right, Virginia Tormey, the former exercise rider for Belmont. She gets into that 108. 120 for Alec and Arthur.
Yeah, that is the 6 in here, Street Flyer, who she's coming off of a 3.5-length score again at a lesser circuit. But we'll see if she can be a presence here in this race coming up. Public seems to think It's an open and shut case with the colt, Alec and Arthur, in this spot, who's been odds on throughout the wagering in this spot and should be forwardly placed in this race.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I think from the inside, you might see Megan Marie try and send early. Maybe the 3 Mondays de Oro might go, but Alec and Arthur are the best horse in the race.
But my issue is that you have the filly on the outside that only needs to make up really 3 lengths if you think about it. So is that 2 to 5 to 7 to 2? And, you know, the horse went over a sloppy racetrack and might not have got much out of it. I think the 7 is the play. If the 5 wins at 1 to 5, I'll take it. But my win money's on the 7 at 7 to 2.
Well, the question I have on Secretly Wicked is, did she move up in the slop? Was it that was the race that it was so rainy? I mean, it was a muddy, sloppy day that day, and maybe she just likes the slop. But Churchill in the stake race just kind of one pace, never really quickened. At least from Alec and Arthur, we saw that early zip, and he wasn't able to hold on, but at least he was forwardly placed.
She broke a little flat-footed that day. I think if she breaks a little bit better today, she can maybe stalk. There is some pace in this race, but again, fillies or colts, doesn't matter, 2-year-olds, they don't really love passing each other. So that's the one thing Alec and Arthur does have. She's going to be the one, or he's going to be the one to catch. But if the 7 breaks good, I can see the 7 going right by.
7 to 2 on Secretly Wicked if she is able to get the job done here. And that would play huge, beating a 2 to 5 favorite to kick things off as we look at Megan Marie. That is the daughter of Clubhouse Ride that Paul mentioned. 13 to 1 on the board. She was 6 to 1 morning line. She's being ignored right now.
Remember Craig Lewis, trainer of Clubhouse Ride? It's probably the best horse he had. Some other good ones, but I'm surprised. Yeah, Clubhouse Ride standing in Calbred, running here in the first race at Churchill Downs, and Jonathan Nance has done a good job. Like you said, he had to go to Indiana Downs 17 to 1 to break the maiden. So this is a way tougher task. 13 to 1 in this field? Nah.
Loading up here for the opener at Churchill Downs. It is the 5, Alec and Arthur. Odds on favorite coming out of the Kentucky Juvenile. Hit the board in that race. We'll see if he can beat the fillies for the most part. Here to kick off this Twilight Thursday card at Churchill Downs. He will break from post 5. Travis Stone with the call as your favorite steps in.
Waiting for Street Flyer and Secretly Wicked. Secretly Wicked, the last one. Moves in. They're in the gate. And the rough. Alec and Arthur with a good beginning from mid-pack right out after the lead. Jamming Kemet is there. Secretly Wicked for that outside post races up, and Street Flyer in between those two to make it 3 across the track for the far turn. Modedas de Oro comes away racing in 4th, while in behind, Jamming Cameron has lost ground back 5th by 4. Megan Marie is the last of them all. Round the far turn, 3 furlongs left. Alec and Arthur with the narrow lead. Street Flyer trying to keep pace with him on the outside, and so too Secretly Wicked, 3 wide by the quarter pole. Modedas de Oro's back in 4th. Jamming Cameron trying to get back in at 5th. They're off the turn. Alec and Arthur at 1 to 5 on a 2-length lead and 3/16 to go. Street Flyer's battling on. Secretly Wicked is battling on. Megan Marie's getting on track late, switching outside now 4th inside the final furlong. Alec and Arthur on a 3-length lead. Megan Marie runs up into 2nd on the outside, but it's Alec and Arthur. The 3-length winner in the opener, Megan Marie was 2nd, Street Flyer 3rd, and Secretly Wicked was 4th.
Alec and Arthur, heavy favorite, gets the job done to kick off this card at Churchill Downs.
And I think that the thing is, it's just a professional job for a 2-year-old. Makes the lead. You saw kind of Street Flyer being pushed along to try and keep up early, while Alec and Arthur doing everything kind of easy on his own. And he did what he's supposed to do today. We'll see what happens when the gets a little tougher, maybe a race like the Bashford Manor at the end of Churchill.
Yeah, I mean, he was much the best. I was completely wrong. The 7 was under a complete drive the whole way. I'll tell you what, the 1, his tail or her tail was all over the place. I'll tell you what, she ran a nice little 2nd place finish here to pick up a little bit of a check, and she's still green, so she can improve the 1, the Calbred.
5-1-6 finish, odds on favorite. Alec and Arthur gets the job done to kick things off at Churchill Downs. We're going to head back to Belmont Park, and we have the start of the Naira Bets late pick 5 coming up here on this Twilight card. It's a mile on the turf. maiden special weight. Still keep me in the game. Who's favored here? Joel Rosario looking for his second winner after taking the opener on the card. And our post parade here coming up right now. We'll start with Miss You Blues. Charlie Baker, blinkers go on.
Second start off the claim here for trainer co-owner Charlie Baker. And I like to see that he keeps him in special weight company while stretching out and adding those blinkers.
Yeah, went 6 furlongs last time out. Here's 5-alarm Robin Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Yeah, and a good friend of our program, Bill Parcells, and August Darn Farm here at a giant price, 24-1.
Dating game for Cortland Farms. Mark Hennig sends this one out, first time on the turf.
Shows speed in the debut. The last two has not been able to get out of the gate. Which dating game shows up today?
Rapoli Stable, Eclipse Thoroughbred, sent out Blahnik, daughter of Bernardini, for Todd Pletcher.
This horse has gotten off some bad beginnings. I think this filly's going to run a big race, and the tote board is saying it 10-1 down to 7-1.
Egrid at 12-1, a first-time starter, Christophe Clement.
Her mother, Irish Mission, ran in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf back in 2014. This one should like the turf.
Queen Medub for Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr.
It's Chad Brown and it's Irad Ortiz Jr. at 4-1. Must use.
Ran in a stake in her debut in the U.S. Here's Catch a Bid, another Chad Brown runner, Javier Castellano.
It's Chad Brown and Javier Castellano for Clairville Stable, 6-1. Must use.
Ocean Fire, firster for Belmont, Animal Kingdom filly.
Yeah, this is a filly with a tremendous pedigree. Bernardini on the bottom side, Jose Ortiz jumps aboard, and not many times you're going to get Jose Ortiz at 17-1.
Shug McGahee, this is the 9 we're looking at, actually. Keep Me in the Game, daughter of Pioneer in the Nile.
This is a half-sister to Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly turf hero, New Money Honey. She's a small filly, but we saw before that filly can really, really run. Good third first time out.
And that's your favorite. Madam Orb, the 10, Kieran McLaughlin, and a daughter of the Kentucky Derby winner, Orb.
Yeah, this is a filly that got actually a turf work down at Prairie Meadows in Florida when she was down there, and now she'll debut over it with Dylan Davis.
9-1 on Skep. Linda Rice, Bodemeister filly trying turf after debuting on dirt at Tampa.
This is the sneaky horse in the field. She totally walks out of the field. Spotted him 25 lengths at Tampa first time out. Keep your eyes on Skep. If she breaks, might be a little bit better contender today.
Jose Lezcano will be aboard. And Savvy Cairo on the outside for Jimmy Toner. Debuted on a sloppy track sprinting on dirt.
A good friend of mine, Louis Lazanero. Good luck to him. 23-1. Cairo Prince looking for back-to-back sire wins.
Get signed up, get started, play along. All the races we show you each and every day. Use the promo code BET25. You also get a $25 win bet in the Belmont. If you run second or third, you get that money back. And within 2 weeks of wagering $200, you'll get $200 in your account as well. Details at NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app. Again, Bet25. Make sure you put that in at sign up. Paul LaDuca, brave enough to play this NyraBets late pick 5 today.
Yeah, I'm going to try. 4, 6, 7, 9, 11 to start here. I thought this was a very difficult race. You can go all in here. I'm singling 2 Payne. We'll see if he's going to bring me pain. No pun intended. 3, 8, 9. Perfect alibi. I thought you had to use in Miss Headley. Twirling Owen is my long shot in there. 2 and 5, significant form. And I'm going to go with the Stella de Camelot. I like that horse the best. And 2, 4, 6, and 8. So hopefully it's adios amigos with my money in the last.
Who do we appreciate? Paul LaDuca, if you hit this thing for us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You're looking dapper today, Greg Wolf.
60, thank you. 65,000 plus in the NyraBets late pick 5 pool and growing. And I mispronounced it. It's actually Queen Mayev. Thank you, Maggie Wolfendale, who's stepping in for me shortly. This was the effort here in the States back on April the 24th, running second.
Good second place finish. Now, she's had 3 second place finishes. 2 of them were over in Ireland, one at the Curragh, one at Gowran Park, and this one here at Keeneland. Does this win this race? I don't know, you know?
I just wish she'd be quicker. I mean, she set a dream trip in there. We saw kind of at the end of the race where the winner, Amandrea, was just kind of loose on the lead and went on with it. But I wanted more from that filly. I wanted her to just be able to collar her early on, and she didn't do it. Meanwhile, from the back of the pack, we saw the Keep Me in the Game with Joel Rosario gaining a lot of ground, had her steady at the top of the stretch, and then kind of kick on, and that was better.
Yeah, she was 3/4 of a length behind Queen Mayev in that race that we showed you. The 9 horse we're talking about right now, who is the favorite at 5-2, and that's who the public seems to think is going to return the better out of that effort.
Well, I think they're thinking, okay, Shug McGahee doesn't crank his horses up too much. This horse will be better second time out. And I think a lot of that rings true here. Does it mean 5-2? We'll see, because the Keeneland fields, it was a field of 10, just probably as good as a field. Amandrea has come back to win. So she is your deserving favorite. But there is some very interesting first-time starters in here.
And there's some interesting runners like the Rail Runner, who's making her second try on the turf stretching out for Charlie Baker. She debuted on turf, her second start back on May the 18th. She's only beat 2 lengths. Big odds in that effort. And you look at Charlie Baker, sprint to route on turf. Last 5 years, that does not encourage sending in here.
But at the same time, he's a really sharp trainer, and this horse doesn't scream stretch out on the turf. It's a daughter of Big Drum out of a Graham Hall mare.
Yeah,
you wouldn't think that. Obviously, there's something he's seeing in the morning time that's leading him to believe, you know what, let's get a little bit more distance. Didn't run bad last time out, I thought, first time on the grass. Maybe that extra distance will help her keep going. She's not very fast.
Very sharp trainer. He has really some great Saratogas the last couple of years as well, Charlie Baker. So we take a look here at a first-time starter for Christophe Clement, the daughter of Tappet. Flavien Prat will ride.
Yeah, and this is, like you said, daughter of Tappet, Giants Causeway on the bottom side. This filly's bred to run all day, so I'd give her a little bit of a start, or give her one start. Flavien Prat, we'll see him all weekend. We really don't get to see him on a daily basis, but boy, he can flat out ride. Maybe give this horse a start. Mr. Evans, Bob Evans, man, he can breed a nice racehorse, and he's got a nice one here.
Yeah, homebred at 12-1 for the debut, first time out. Again, this kicks off the Naira Bets late pick 5 sequence, close to $80,000 in that pool and growing. Andy Serling, he was with us earlier. He is going to go with one of the Chad Brown runners, the firster. Wow, Real Solution, who's on the board at 6-1 right now.
Real Solution was the dead heat winner of the Arlington Million, or the put-up winner, dead heat winner, or put-up winner, or taken down there?
He won the Arlington Million, and he also won the Manhattan over here.
Yeah, he was a good horse.
We load up. It starts right here. Paula Duke again with that ticket in. 82,000 plus in the Naira Bets late pick 5. Good luck. Favorite, Keep Me in the Game. Shug McGahee, Pioneer of the Nile filly with Joel Rosario, looking for his second win on this Thursday afternoon card. Let's send it upstairs for the call. And the voice of New York Racing. Take it away, Larry Colmus.
Next one to come forward here is Blahnik, who moves into stall 4, Egret. Into the starting gate, here's Skep. So the last two to load here are Queen Medib and Savvy Cairo. Lukewarm favorite right now is Keep Me in the Game at odds of 3-1. As Savvy Cairo will take her position under Manny Franco in the outside stall to complete the line here. Stepping up and in, and they're all in line. They're off. And Blahnik had a very good beginning. Outside, it's Ocean Fire with some early foot, and they're joined by Miss You Blues and 5-Star Robin on the inside. Break of another 2 back to Queen Medib, and then it's Catch a Bid on the outside, followed by Dating Game, and a break of another 2.5 to Savvy Cairo. Keep Me in the Game is next, and then Egret, and a break of another 3.5 to Madame Orb and Skep. So up the backstretch they go, and they continue all in pursuit of Miss You Blues and Eric Consell, who rattled off a 22.54 quarter and have opened up 4 on Blahnik. 5 Alarm Robin is third by a length and a half. Then it's Ocean Fire, Queen Medib on the inside, and Catch a Bid. Dating Game is pinned to the rail, racing about 9 lengths off the lead at this stage. Then Savvy Cairo on the outside. Keep Me in the Game is a good 12 behind as they move into the turn, just to the inside of Egret. And then Skep and Madame Orb. 46.64 was the half for Miss You Blues, who carries her speed round the far turn with a 2-length lead on Blahnik in second. Ocean Fire is third on the outside of 5 Alarm Robin. Starting to put in a bid is Catch a Bid on the outside, moving 3 wide on the turn. In behind them is Dating Game toward the inside as they come toward the top of the stretch, where it is still Miss You Blues joined by Blahnik, Ocean Fire, and on the far outside, Catch a Bid comes up and after them. Catch a Bid to the front and taking off. Catch a Bid and Javier Castellano pulling away by 3, leaving Ocean Fire behind. Late move Queen Medib. It's Catch a Bid looking good. Strides under the wire, 6 in front of Queen Medib. And then it was Ocean Fire, followed by a photo between 5 Alarm Robin and Keep Me in the Game, 133.33.
Well, we did not see newspaper of record carrying the Klarovich Stables and Chad Brown to the winner's circle, but catch a bid, he surely did here in debut, guys. This was an impressive stretch run from this first-time starter by Real Solution with Javier aboard.
I don't know what's more impressive, that he stopped the clock in 1:33 or he cruised up in 1:10.4 like I was riding him, Chad. I mean, that was ridiculous.
She's a filly that obviously they knew she was okay. She was ridden with so much confidence there from Castellano, and as soon as he asked her, she just comes up 4 wide and just puts him all away. And this is a nice field of maidens that she's beating.
Is it starting to get a little like Groundhog Day, Maggie, that just Chad Brown runs 1-2? It's like unbelievable.
No, it really is unbelievable. As Queen Maeve, she rounded out the exacta. I would say for connections is somewhat disappointing. Bringing her over, I mean, they got ambitious with her and entering her in the wait a while when she made her stateside debut, but she just can't break her maiden.
No, and again, no real excuses here. I think she had the same kind of trip that Catch a Bid did. Catch a Bid's just a better horse.
I would agree with you there. The starter, Real Solution. We don't see many of these. They only paid $30,000 for her as a yearling. Congratulations, though. She is a good-looking one. As welcome to our third-floor clubhouse studios. Maggie Wolfendale filling in for Greg Wolf, who earned a much-deserved break here on our America's Day at the races. And please be joined by Paul LaDuca and Chad Summers.
Thank you. You just made us a lot uglier. Thank you. We appreciate that, Maggie. But now we're on to the late pick 4 here, and we got Chad Brown Day so far, and it's pretty crazy. You know, like Chad's probably disappointed, even though he's won so many races, but his Star Philly newspaper record loses, you know?
Well, I actually got to catch up with Irad Ortiz downstairs, too, and he was talking about, I find it odd. Chad Brown, you know, Chad, watching his horses run, they all run in almost the same uniform, as I like to call it, a snaffle bit and a drop noseband. She runs in an egg butt snaffle and no drop noseband, and Irad was saying that maybe she needs a little more equipment, a stronger bit, so he can kind of have a little leverage with her.
And I think they just need to figure her out. I think she did everything so easy as a 2-year-old that they just thought it was going to be an easy game. Now, Chad Brown, this is why he gets paid the big bucks, right? Figure her out. I think he will.
I think he will, too. We'll see, though. Does she live up to that 2-year-old form at some point this year as they are celebrating, though, here in the winner's circle with Catch a Bid. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tapit has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Racing Twilight card here at beautiful Belmont Park. And the only way to play the races is through Naira Bets. A total of 10 million points are on the line here. Naira Bets starting today. Hit the late pick 4 at Belmont for 1 million point bonus. Friday's late pick 4 has a 2 million point hit and split. And the late pick 4 on Belmont Stakes Day has a 3 million point and split. So make sure you play those pick 4s. Visit NYBERBets.com for all the details. Catch a bid 7-2, returns $9 here, guys, as we do kick off the late pick 5 with Catch a Bid. Late pick 4 is coming up next, as we'll check in with our Churchill reporter, that is Jonathan Kinchin, who has a look at these horses in the paddock for race number 2.
Well, they're actually on their way out of the paddock, so we're not going to have probably a view of them. This is a starter allowance race. There's one horse in here, the 5 Starlight Express, that's actually in for a tag, how the horse qualified for the condition. A very interesting thing, one thing I like to pay attention to when I'm handicapping these races. I went with the price horse on the outside, the 7 10 Pins Tempo. Feels like this horse is going to be loose. He's drawn outside. I love when horses are drawn either outside or inside that have speed that I need to go to the front. I think that this horse will be forwardly placed. I've looked at some pace numbers that suggest that's going to be the case. The other horse that makes a little sense in here to me is the 6 La Femme Royale for 10 Strike Racing. They had their first Preakness runner a couple weeks ago with Warrior Charge. I think this horse is extremely live. He was beat last time by Honey Bunny, who is, she was beat last time by Honey Bunny as a horse that was on a 5-win streak, won the winning colors that we had here on America's Day at the races. It's a very tough race, but I'm going to do a little pace play here with 7-1 with 10 Pins Tempo. Guys, back to you.
It's okay. I'm a guy too. 10 Pins Tempo going out for Tommy Lee, the Lawbred in here with Jimmy Graham aboard. We'll get to her in a second as we'll kick off this post parade here. Going the 5.5 furlongs parking ticket. Adds blinkers here for Kevin Aubrey and Chantel Sutherland.
It's going to be closing late, but always seems to kind of settle for minor awards.
A little complicated, loves Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and this is the horse you got to watch out for late. 3 for 6 at Churchill, you're right, Maggie. And a win machine, 13-42 lifetime.
Gemini Journey, 9-2 right now.
Closed well at long odds in Indiana Grand last time. It will be interesting to see how that form translates to Churchill.
Chris Landeros will be up on number 4, Court Me with Carrots.
She's shown speed before. She got actually left in her last 3 starts. She gets out of the gate. She could be a thorn in some people's sides.
Number 5 is Starlight Empress for Jimmy Baker and Declan Cannon.
She's been facing much tougher. She's the class horse in the field. When she ran for 16, probably much the best 3rd start in the form cycle here.
La Femme Royale has been facing tougher in her last few for Matt Scher and Ferrand Giroux.
Yeah, I'm with you, Maggie. 2 starts ago, wow, she got beat by Honey Bunny right at the wire. She could be tough in here. I'm with Jonathan at another charcoal gray.
Jonathan's pick is 10 Pins Tempo. Tommy Lee is going to send this one out and try to secure the early lead.
She loves Louisiana breds. Every time she runs against Louisiana breds, restricted company, she runs great. Whenever she sees that open thing, not so much. And unfortunately for her, she's in Kentucky today.
Right, she is coming out 2 starts ago. She did face Honey Bunny and Court Me with Carrots as well. Well, the Belmont Stakes is only 2 days away. This Japanese invader, master fencer, he was eye-catching in the Derby. He's been prepping here at Belmont. We'll catch up with him and Julien Leperoux in just a few minutes when we come back from this break on America's Day at the Races.
There's a power so selfless, it has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there. That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. Scenic view of the Belmont Paddock. As always, here on America's Day at the Races, we are brought to you by Claiborne Farm, doing the usual unusually well. I just love saying that because, well, they've done it for 100 years. As we are kicking off this late pick 4 sequence with race number 6, 6.5 furlongs, A other than. And guys, I thought the 3 inside horses, well, people taking the Missile Bomb as well, the cheaper horse. 3 inside horses, though, those were the main players in here as Payne is coming back second off of a layoff with a bit of a trouble trip last time.
These are 3 nice colts because if you look, you could honestly say that Hirsch probably should have beat Payne first time out. Payne won and has gotten, probably should have won last time out, ran a good race. Then you look at the 3, Rowington. He lost the game winner in his second start and almost had him beat to the wire. So this is a good group of horses here.
The thing with Rowington, and Maggie, we know this now, Jerry Hollendorfer obviously trying to make a presence felt in New York. This is going to be his first starter. He's got 8 here, wants to have 20 by the time we get to Saratoga. And obviously a good day already for the OXO equine team winning the early stake. But Rowington is a horse that's a tricky horse. In California, he stopped switching leads.
Yeah.
When you go back and we watch the race in Del Mar and in Santa Anita, the American Pharoah last time, that was a tough one.
Yeah.
He just doesn't switch leads. And his last 2 works here, he's finally switching. Joel's been aboard both times.
Now, what I also noticed with Rowington last time out, it seemed like he was getting out. Did you notice that too in that Oaklawn race?
So what Don Chatlos told me, the assistant for Jerry Hollendorfer, said this is what he's been doing in California at Los Alamitos, where he trains regularly. They think that they've corrected the problem over here, and in the 2 works he's had, he hasn't gotten out in the morning time. We'll see if they can translate in the afternoon.
For a lot of people that don't know Don Chatlos, that is from Singletary fame. He was the trainer of Singletary, now the assistant trainer of Jerry Hollendorfer.
That's right. Well, Rowington, his best race to date was a second behind game winner in his second start of his career in that Del Mar Futurity. As we are checking him out here, he's on the lead and he'll just get run down late here by game winner. I mean, is he a horse, do you think, well, A, he had the sloppy track last time, so maybe getting back to a fast one here today will be ideal. But B, was he just a good 2-year-old?
It's a good question. My thing is when Game Winner goes by him there, he quickens.
Yep.
Game Winner's just a better horse. We obviously know that. But that's a scary race because he quickened up again. Then he comes back. He loses to Game Winner and then Gunmetal Gray, who's not a bad animal at all. The last race worries me, but he really has not thrown in a clunker. But you made a good point, as in Jerry's starting to bring horses here. Do we wait and see how they run first, or what do we do?
Here's the thing. Any other time, Rowington's in the easy goer on Saturday. They want to win. They're in an A other than allowance. This is a horse that was second behind champion game winner. Now he's in an A other than.
And he beat Roadster as well in that effort too. The thing is, I don't think they were expecting to see Hirsch and Payne possibly in this race.
Yeah.
As we will get back out to Churchill Downs, they have their Twilight card as well. And see a late scratch here as Stuart Elliott taking the tack off. A little complicated. Jonathan, what's going on out there?
Well, they're on the backside, so I didn't see exactly what happened, but I did hear that the 2 are a little complicated, has been scratched. Doesn't really change the outcome for me. I thought that the horse was live, was last 5 races within the money, so obviously had a chance here. I'm going to stick to my pick though, the 7, 10 pins tempo. That horse was running at 7 furlongs previously, now running at 5.5. The pace figures that she was running at 7 were better than anything else is run at a shorter distance. I think she'll be able to get the lead easy. I think she'll be able to finish. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the 5 Starlight Express or the 6 La Femme Royale were to get up and catch her late on the wire. But at 5-1, that's where I'm going to make a wager. I think she could clear this field, and I like the cut back from 7 to 5.5 for a filly that has shown a lot of pace. Maggie, back to you.
Jonathan, thank you. I mean, he feels very strongly about 10 pins tempo in here, guys.
And tough break there for Stuart Elliott. Talk about a jockey who's moved his tack now back to Kentucky. We've seen it work out well for Tyler Bays. Stuart Elliott 1 for 31 at the meet, and this mare was his only winner. So obviously he was excited about the day, but just didn't warm up the right way today.
No, and we'll see her come back, I'm sure, at some point. 6-year-old mare. Guys, the inside runner in here, Parking Ticket. Blinkers on. Do we get any kind of increased speed? Chantel, we've seen her be aggressive riding at Churchill.
That's, the races at Turfway Park, she did show a tiny bit more speed. You know what, man? You look at her brakes. She's just can't get out of the gate.
You're right.
And I'm wondering if they're thinking, let's put blinkers on her, try to get her out of the gate. Chantel can be kind with horses, though, so, it could be a help, believe me.
I don't mind that, but then you're cutting back in distance to the 5.5, so you're going to have to go even faster. If you're going to put the blinkers on, try and stretch her out a little bit or go 6 or 7. Cutting back to 5.5 where some of these speedy horses, especially 10 Pins Tempo, they're fast.
All right, 10 Pins Tempo. Last one in. We'll see if she's the first one out as we throw it out to Travis Stone for the call of Churchill Downs, race 2.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward start for Court Me with Carrots. Good beginning for 10 Pins Tempo. For that outside post, over to the inside, clears off to lead a length and a half. Starlight Express comes on to be second and picks up the chase. La Femme Royale on the far outside is away in third. Gemini Journey tucks away fourth and toward the inside with a half-mile to go. Then it's Parking Ticket, and at the back is Court Me with Carrots as the field moves for the far turn. 10 Pins Tempo shows the way. Starlight Express is right there with 3 furlongs to go. And La Femme Royale is on the far outside racing third. Parking Ticket winding up in behind while fourth needs to angle outside for the final quarter mile. And then it's Gemini Journey and Court Me with Carrots. They're off the turn. They're in the stretch. 10 Pins Tempo still in front. La Femme Royale bearing down. And Parking Ticket pops outside for the final furlong. 10 Pins Tempo. La Femme Royale and Parking Ticket down the center of the track. These 300 yards to go. 10 Pins Tempo's game. La Femme Royale's got a short lead. Parking Ticket surges. Here's the wire. La Femme Royale won it. In a hard-fought battle it was. 10 Pins Tempo was second. Parking Ticket third. Either Gemini Journey or Starlight Express for fourth.
I suppose here, guys, class may have prevailed with La Femme Royale, with Matt Scherer and Florent Giroux, though tough customer on the rail, 10 Pins Tempo.
How many times have you seen this going down the lane? The one looked like a mortal lock at the top of the lane, 6 looked beat, and you just said the golden rail can carry a horse at Churchill, huh?
It's amazing. I'm going to rename it the Patrick Venezuela rail.
I don't know if it's the angle or what it is, but for 30 years of my life, I think I'm getting home. Right here. Like right here, how much money do you want on the one in Chantel Sutherland? She's giving this horse a perfect ride, wheels the horse out 4 wide, and you think you're home. Not only think you're home, you run third here. You don't even run second.
You're absolutely right. I mean, we just see horses re-break down on the rail. I mean, it looks like 10 Pins Tempo is done, and yet she just keeps finding. I mean, I don't know if it's because they scraped the rail. You can see that it's still almost sealed looking down there on the fence, and horses just seem to skip over it quite nicely.
And meanwhile, Parking Ticket, she still broke slow.
Yeah, she still
broke
slow.
And it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Back here, well, the man of the hour, of course, Chad Brown giving a leg up here to Jose Ortiz with Pain as he looks to find his 3rd winner on this kickoff of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
The thing that's amazing about Chad Brown right now is the Belmont Stakes is coming up. The Met Mile is the race of the year. He's not in either, and it's Chad Brown's weekend.
Absolutely.
He's looking for his 3rd winner, and the only reason he's got 2 losses is because the other 2 ran second.
Yes.
So,
you're so observant.
To the ones that won is only
no,
one.
Absolutely. As it was interesting catching up with both him and Irad about newspaper records. Some interesting insights about that filly. And then you read Twitter and people are just, did she just not go on? So it'll be fun to see what comes out of that.
The other part about newspaper record is like, why can't she go back to sprinting? She could be a monster sprinter. She obviously has tremendous speed, and maybe she just hasn't grown from 2 to 3. We'll see what happens. But like everybody's on Twitter, this and that. Like, wait a second, she could go back to 6 furlongs, 7.5 furlongs, 7 furlongs, whatever, and be a monster again. And like she got beat by a pretty darn good horse too.
I'd like her to be able to maybe sit though. You know how Chad trains them in the morning time. They always breeze together. They finish together. And then in the races, both at Churchill and now here, she's in front by herself. Even though they're not going very fast, and they went 12 and change for the 3 quarters, maybe she just needs something. She needs a friend up front with her.
I think
she seems to get lost.
She reminds me a little bit of Bobby's kitten. So fast for her own self. He was so fast for his own self.
Yeah.
Then what did he do? He came from dead last down the hill from the sprint.
You're calling it right now, 6.5 down the hill?
Oh, my God. Can I go to the bank now?
Book it.
Can I go to the bank now? She would run by all those horses.
Yeah, it is Santa Anita this year down the hill as we hear the call to post for today's 6th race, other than 6.5 furlongs. And you see those prices coming in. It is official down there at Churchill Downs, La Femme Royale, over 10 pins tempo and parking ticket. Coming back in off of a layoff is the one who will kick off our post parade, and that is Hirsch. Guys, he was really impressive up at Saratoga in his last start, though.
Showed plenty of promise in both his first 2 starts, and then kind of went on the shelf. Has been away from the races for 9 months, but that last work on Saturday, an eye-catching 5 furlongs, 59-1 in company with Blonde Moment. He was much better than Blonde Moment.
Number 2 in here is Pain for Chad Brown. Jose Ortiz looking to redeem themselves after a troubled trip last time.
Yeah, in 2 starts ago, he beat the inside foe, Hirsch, but you could argue Hirsch might have been better. So this is going to be a good little race here. This is Son of Painter's got some talent.
New York debut for Rowington and OXO Equine. Jerry Hollendorfer, this is his first runner here in New York.
This is where the rubber meets the road. Does this horse go on and be a top 3-year-old at Saratoga this summer, or is he an allowance horse?
I should say for the season, but Jerry Hollendorfer's firster. But number 4 is Missile Bomb. John Toscano's looking for the 3rd win in a row for a horse who loves to win.
His horse is in tremendous form. So you got a lot of horses in here in the 1, 2, and 3. They've all won 1 races. Now you got the Wiley vet here. 10 wins. What wins over today?
I thought number 5, Tapmaster, ran a huge race at 24-1 last time for Seabass and Toby Sheets. Manny Franco aboard.
When do you see these Asmussen horses go off at long odds? Every time this horse runs, he's double figures again, 11-1. If you trust in Steve, you're getting your odds.
And his figures stack up against these. As number 6 is Topper T, Bill Mott. First time we've seen this one in New York as well.
Yeah, and he didn't run that bad in the Hutchinson 2-back. Okay, last time at Keeneland, and you get Castellano aboard at 9-1.
Well, we were talking about how it could be Chad Brown's weekend. He might be able to catch another stakes win here on our Twilight card, as significant form is the 2-1 favorite in the Intercontinental coming up here in race number 8, as she is coming back off of that layoff, turning back in distance a little bit and returning to the turf. We'll see what she can do. We'll also have race number 6 coming up on America's Day at the Races.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag, plus graded stakes winner War of Will, and these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races keeps on rolling as number 2 Pain looks to keep the win train rolling for trainer Chad Brown, as he is your current 7-5 favorite, guys. As we said, a bit of a troubled trip. We'll check that out, in which he clipped the heels of number 5 in here, Tapmaster.
Yeah, you're going to see he looks like he's sort of dead to rights, right? He's not really going anywhere, but when he gets to well, actually, they had to circle around the wrong horse. He was down on the rail, and when he tries to go through the rail, he sort of touches the rail a tiny bit. He caused his own trouble a little bit because there really was not much there. But watch him explode here late. This is what I loved about it. His courage did not end at all, Chad.
No, I mean, he's trying to bring the pain late, right? I mean, that's the way.
I think he brought the pain to Tapmaster after clipping his heels.
I mean, poor Tapmaster, too,
I
right?
felt bad for him.
I mean, Tapmaster was just as effective. Here's the ironic thing about when you watch a race and then you really watch a race. So when you watch it live, you're like, oh, man, what a trouble trip for Payne. Really, Tapmaster, he clipped heels behind. Tapmaster could no longer accelerate down the lane like he wanted to.
I mean, are you kidding me?
He's not my
pick
pick here.
That was like Usain Bolt running behind me. He was running over that horse.
No, I do agree with Chad. I mean, you can, if you watch the head on, you see Tapmaster's head come up like, ow, that hurt, because he obviously clipped his heels. You know, I don't know if he caused any problems with him or anything like that. But yeah, no, Payne was remarkable, and the fact that he completely lost his momentum and was able to re-rally and get second.
Well, that was the key. I mean, and that what makes it look so good. But we talk about Hirsch. Hirsch did the same thing first time out, had a ton of trouble, probably should have won that race. And then you think, okay, is that a fluke race? Well, he came back with not a fluke race. So is he a real runner too? It's going to depend on the pace here. Now the 3, Rowington, the 4, Missile Bomb, both are very fast. So is the 5. Topper T's got a little speed. Like the 1 and 2 need to rely on the other horses in here.
And Hirsch is a horse that I think you're right. If we see the improvement from 3 to 4, Hirsch is a major player in here. My only concern with Hirsch is he breezed so fast on Saturday, comes back on Thursday. It's a 5-day turnaround. I don't necessarily think they wanted to go that fast the day that they were going to enter the horse into the race.
You think he's going to throw more speed
That's
then?
what I was just going to say. Are they
As
trying
a
to get
fresh
more
horse,
speed?
he might.
Yeah, I mean, he does look good. He looks sharp. He looks fit out there on the racetrack. That's interesting. Johnny V getting the ride. I mean, Joel Rosario had ridden this horse in both of his career starts prior.
You talk about sneaky fast, too. Topper T, he's a fast horse. He actually hooked up with Imperial Hint in a breeze before the Breeders' Cup and stayed right with him.
Jeez. All right, guys, real quick. Who gets the lead here?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to say Missile Bomb gets the lead.
I might have to agree with you there as they are loading in for race number 6, kicking off the late pick 4 here. We see Kendrick Carmouche on the 4. I think that's a good guess, Paul, for getting the lead as they'll throw it up to Larry Colmus, the voice of the Belmont Stakes.
Last couple of runners moving into line now. Tapmaster steps forward, and Topper T will be last of this talented field to go into line. All in line, ready for start. They're off. And it is Rowayton and Missile Bomb out for the early lead together with Tapmaster Way running in 3rd. Topper T is 4th on the outside. And then Payne and Hirsch as they head up the backstretch where Missile Bomb is the pacemaker. On top by a half a length. Rowayton on the inside running along in 2nd position. Topper T is 3rd. Tapmaster is 4th and 2.5 lengths from the front. On the inside is Hirsch and Payne is last. 22.58 the opening quarter mile. Less than a half mile to go here, and it is Missile Bomb in front. Topper T on the outside, pressing the pace 2nd. Rowayton's on the rail, a length and a half off of them. Tapmaster is next. Payne's going to come wide, while Hirsch will wait behind horses. Just 3 from the top as they come toward the top of the stretch. Missile Bomb ahead in front as they turn for home. Ran a 45.7 half mile. Payne is on the move now. And Payne has taken the lead on the outside with a rush by the front runners, opening up by 2.5. Leaving Missile Bomb behind. Rowayton is charging through an opening on the inside and is coming on strongly now. Payne made that big move, but Rowayton is running him down on the rail. Under a confident Joel Rosario. Rowayton was strong here, beating Payne by a length and a half, and then came Hirsch and Missile Bomb.
2 fifths off the track record.
Wow. Wow, Rowington. That was a form reversal in a very fast race here, guys. And it seemed as though it was quite a heady ride by Joel Rosario for a horse who had been getting out in his previous efforts to go up the rail.
This is where it pays off when you get on your own horses in the morning time. He's breezed this horse the last 2 weeks, and he knows the horse now a little bit better. He had all the confidence in the world. It looked like a teaching experience here where they turned for home, and Joel's got the utmost confidence in this horse that when he does get through and that rail opens up, he's going to go through it. And Maggie, you called these switched his leads today.
He did, and I think it really made all the difference for him to run down Payne late.
Yeah, it did. You know, Payne made the move, and Jose Ortiz, I don't blame him, because I think he was more worried about Hirsch than anybody else. He wanted to get the jump on him. He never saw Rowington at all, but now he did, and by 1:14.94. That is blazing.
That is blazing. Just 2 seconds off the track record of 1:14.2.
This is the question you have with Rowington now. He was so good. Do you keep him one turn sprinting, or do you stretch back out to those classic distances? I mean, he ran so well here. 1:14.4 makes him a tough competitor in the Allen Jerkins later on in the summer.
I think he stays sprinting if they know what's good for him. But hey, the second win today for OXO, Equine and Larry Best.
This might be a better time than the True North. Wow.
I know. Thinking of that coming up this weekend. Looking forward to that. So we're also looking forward to the Belmont Stakes. This Saturday, the final leg of the Triple Crown. It will be here, right here. So really a fun race. We have the Preakness winner coming back. We have the eventual third-place finisher of the Kentucky Derby. I know he's likely, I think Tacitus goes off the favorite, though, War Will. He deserves to be the favorite as well as Master Fencer, guys. 8-1 on the morning line. Julien Leperoux up. Once again, we saw him up here for his breeze, which we'll check out in a moment. But let's check out, Paul, his Kentucky Derby run. It was probably the most eye-catching run that we saw from anybody. He's last turning for home.
Yeah, it's really hard to decipher what to do with a lot of these horses that came from way out of it, right? You have Master Fencer that came from way out of it. You have a horse on the inside in Everfast that came way out of it in the Preakness. Taxed really didn't run. But I'll tell you what, this little horse by Justa Wayne, he really started rolling. And the interesting about him, he was the fourth entrant from Japan. Like 3 other horses declined to come. He decided to come. And obviously different training tactics. I like the courage that he showed going in between horses, and a neat little horse. Since he's been at Belmont, he's had some training incidents that have Chad, you could tell us about, but listen, we saw the same stuff when Lonnie was here, the way they trained him. It's just a different way of training.
Here's the only thing. If you go back and you watch his gallop actually before the Kentucky Derby in the slop, he loves it. He loves the slop in the Kentucky Derby. It's something we haven't talked about yet. On the dirt, on the fast track here at Belmont, we don't see the same horse here. He's very, very heavy on himself. He's hitting the ground hard. He's awkward swapping leads. He had an adventurous morning. He stood in the gate, actually, before he started the breeze. And the thing I really don't like, Maggie, is Julian's pulling them up right after they're done. You see Tacitus and Intrepid Heart and those horses, they're galloping all the way out to the mile pole. Here, Julian's basically done at this point.
And we never see him switch leads either. And 2, you know, he made that run up as well as on a sloppy track, but the run up the inside. And we were just talking about it as we watched the Churchill second race, that inside is so good. But Julien Leperoux, now this was just 2 days ago. He came in early to ride Master Fencer in this workout. Let's hear from him.
It felt good, you know, on the training track, the track was a little deeper, so I feel like he was not as comfortable as on the main track, which is, you know, a good thing. On the race day, he needs to be the fast track. But he breezed good, you know, he's changed from Churchill Downs. I mean, I breezed him over there, and he was on the lazy side. He still finished his breeze very good at Churchill, but today he was on the bridle, and that was good, a good sign, yeah. I mean, it's not a favorite. I mean, it's third choice, actually, better than Derby time. But I think, like I said, the added distance is going to be good for him. It's a question of the pace scenario. And hopefully we go, you know, a decent pace where we can come from behind.
All right, America's Best Racing put out a Twitter poll now that the post positions have drawn. Who do you think will win the Belmont Stakes? War Will, Tacitus, Master Fencer, one of the other horses?
The one thing I'll say is I take Tacitus to win the pole. I don't know if he wins the race, but I know he wins the pole.
Well, you think he wins the pole? I think he doesn't win the pole.
Really?
You think War Will?
Yeah, but I don't think either of them win the race.
Who's your pick, Paul? Can you tell us?
I like Intrepid Heart.
All right.
You're a brave man. I'll tell you what, Todd Pletcher certainly knows how to win the Belmont Stakes.
Yes.
And Chad?
I got to go with Tacitus. He's training so good right now.
I agree. That makes two of us. But make sure you tune in tomorrow. We'll get the times for you when our Belmont Stakes preview show will be on. We can't wait to do that, to dive into this field. But you're checking out Rowington. Jerry Hollendorfer, 1 for 1 here at beautiful Belmont Park. Excited to see what his string of horses does after coming to the NYRA circuit.
You think when they cross the wire, he's on the phone with Tech Sutton Horse Transport saying, when's that next shipment? Can we bring some more horses over back over to Belmont?
If you know Jerry at all, he is like, they have to work every 7 days, and he is a 20% trainer all the way around. I think he's been like literally, I would say, the most underrated trainer maybe of all time. I think a lot of people forget how good he really is, and he's bringing strings of horses out here. You better watch out. If they start running like that one, wow.
You know what I find interesting is that he does train a lot different. He trains very California style than what we see with our trainers here in New York. So obviously it's working, though.
However, when he came here, you notice those two works 8 days apart, and the first one was 59, the second one 101 and change. Yeah. Slowed down, not a typical California 57, 58. Don Chatlos has a lot of influence, I think, on how they're doing, and he's working a great team here with Jerry Hollendorfer.
And Don's such an established horseman himself. As we'll check out race number 3 at Churchill. $30,000 claimer, 6 furlong. We have a post parade on tape for you as we'll kick things off with number 1, Sambuca.
And this horse owns a win at Churchill at this distance last November, but he needs to reverse form to be a player.
Trapezoid, number 2, will go first off the claim for trainer John Hancock.
Yeah, I did about 50 reps to work on my traps this morning, 12 to 1.
Pocket Personality is going out for Robertino Diodoro.
Not often you see Diodoro claim one back. He did just that. Lost him for 16,000, claimed him back in the next start for 30. He knows something about this horse.
All right, we'll see if he can find his way to the winner's circle. As number 4 is Laser Loop. Turn back here for Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, and I like to turn back. Rusty's been on fire, too, and last time this horse did turn back was a winner by a nose.
Possessing the highest speed figure in the last start is number 5, Jack-tastic.
Talk about a barn heating up. The Ian Wilkes barn is really starting to catch fire, and this one just missed last 2 starts ahead in the neck.
Bernie Flint will send out Undercover Lover, number 6.
Yeah, you know, this is a gelding that always brings his game. 4th, 3rd, and been behind Jack-tastic the last couple times. Needs to improve a little bit more.
Turf did not work out well for number 7, Westwood Proud.
Yet the race before on the dirt was so impressive. Which Westwood Proud shows up today?
Rounding out the field is number 8, Shaytac for Angel Montano and Miguel Mena.
Yeah, this 4-year-old son of Wilburn, the only fast-track effort you see is at Churchill Downs for 15, and he got claimed. He didn't run well. The other races are on turf or sloppy. He's sort of the wild card in here.
All right, well, we'll have that race coming up for you, as well as the other 2 stakes here at beautiful Belmont Park. Stepping in for me is Greg Wolf. Complete talent change here as Andy Serling and Gary Stevens step on here at America's Day at the Races. You're checking out the beautiful downtown Louisville. We'll check out beautiful Belmont Park when we come back.
The Kentucky Derby is a race that we all want to capture. But what he did in the Florida Derby, that got me green.
But inside the 16th pole, the 2017 Florida Derby to Todd Pletcher, and always dreaming they won it by 4 in the end.
Anytime you ever would go to see him in his breezes or in his races, you knew that he was the real deal. You really would get excited about what he was going to do for the future. I'm Jacob West, and this season, I'm always dreaming.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guys gonna do it.
Funny Guys win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Well, our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Okay, here we go. Sorry.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We've got about 4 minutes to the third race here at Churchill Downs. $30,000 claimers. A pretty wide open field here. The pace scenario is kind of the muddiest of the races that we've seen so far today. Not exactly sure what's going to happen with the 1 Sambuca and the 7 Westwood Pride. I would imagine the way that I saw Sambuca warming up that they're going to probably send that one away from there from the gate. Should set up perfectly for the 5 Jack-tastic. If the 7 does go and hook up, either way, I think that the 5 Jack-tastic's going to set a perfect trip right in behind those horses. The classiest in this bunch, he's 4-5. He's been clicked down to 4-5. He's paying significantly less than the rest of the horses in the double will pays as well as the pick 3 will pays. If you're looking for a little bit more of a price, we've done this exercise a couple times so far today. If 4-5 is not your appetite, Chad mentioned the 3 Pocket Personality as a claim back for Diodoro. Like Chad mentioned, the horse was in for 16. He let the horse go for 16, then he claimed him back for 30 when Asmussen brought him back for 30. That's a pretty confident move by those connections that are pretty sharp when it comes to claiming. And then also the 4 Laser Loop. I think you can draw a line through the last race. The cutback, I think, should suit that one. The figure that one earned 2 races back when he won for 50 or ran for 50,000, I think could be very competitive in this field. Wolfie, you're back from the break, and back to you.
Yeah, Jonathan, thank you very much. I'm joined by a Hall of Fame rider, Gary Stevens, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling, and we have a 4-5 favorite here coming up in this race at Churchill Downs. We also have stakes action coming up out here with some 2-year-old fillies in the Astoria, and we'll talk about this field as we get set for back-to-back stakes races coming up.
Yeah, Intercontinental coming up after the Astoria, so great races on hand.
And the Astoria is a really, it's a really old race. A lot of prestige to it. I feel like Ruffian won this race, and I don't know which running it is, but I'm guessing it goes back a long time. It's probably gone back so long you may have ridden it a few times.
Easy now. I actually rode this race for Wesley Ward on May Never Know here
there you go.
Last year. So
I remember you coming in with Wesley. I remember you winning on a 7-1 firster for Wesley when he was 4-5 with another one, and you won.
That was May Never Know, and I came back and rode her in the Astoria. Yeah.
There are so many retirements and comebacks, we're losing track.
Hey.
Wesley Ward, of course.
Day.
Wesley Ward with a filly in this spot, Ms. Headley, who taking some play at the windows, 4-1 right now off that performance at Churchill Downs in her debut as we get back to Churchill for this third race coming up. So even money on Jack-tastic, Ian Wilkes. And just missed by a nose last time out, but had a 2-length lead in the stretch. That was at 7 furlongs. Now shortens up to 6.
You know, her last race from a buyer speaker standpoint is fairly dichotomous with her other efforts, which makes me wonder if she can be really trusted at a short price to repeat it. Anybody here a fan of the 7 to get a piece at a big price? This is a horse that ran the turf last time, but the prior races on dirt are good enough to have a sniff at a price. Just throwing it out there.
Well, he is lightning quick. Turf to dirt today. Oh, that is a large price.
It's a big price. Ian Wilkes is a short price every time we cover these races at Churchill, right? He had that nice looking horse the other day, and now he's got the 5 Jack-tastic.
Look, obviously Sambuca on the rail is going to pressure as well. Of those 2, who do you think's quicker?
That's a good question. Let me look. I'm going to say the 7's a little quicker, but it's very, very close, I think, from a pace perspective. It's a good question. I like Sambuca with my espresso, but
Johnny Court.
Not in the rail.
On the 1 hole. He'll be in front.
He's going? All right.
Vominos.
More than Landeros?
I think so.
Now, meanwhile, on the outside, you have a horse who just ran at Churchill. Granted, it was a sloppy track, but the 8 loading up right now. Chaitak won by 9.5. We'll see if he can follow that up with another performance off the victory. Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's race 3, Churchill.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Westwood Proud on the far outside away alertly. Sambuca Fires on through here. Sambuca coming up to challenge Westwood Proud for the lead. Those two head-to-head early on. Chaitak comes away third and on the outside. Pocket Personality covered up inside racing fourth. Laser Loop is away fifth over to the inside for that one. Jack Tastic comes away sixth. It is 5 lengths off the lead. The back two Trapezoid and Undercover Lover the last of them all. On to the far turn for Sambuca. Whipped the opening quarter in 21 and 2. Westwood Proud keeping the pressure up, and they round the far turn together. Chaitak on the outside, not far behind, looming 3 wide third. Pocket Personality in behind in fourth. Jack Tastic winding up but wide fifth. Laser Loop and Undercover Lover. They're off the turn. It's anyone's race. Top of the lane. Westwood Proud comes away with a tenuous lead. Jack Tastic to the attack. Chaitak in between them. Undercover Lover is there. And down the side of the track, Trapezoid's got a shot. There's 1 furlong to go. Westwood Proud is still in front. Chaitak is right there. Here comes Trapezoid down the center of the track. Chaitak, Trapezoid, Undercover Lover. Westwood Proud, here's the wire. Trapezoid got it. Up in time. Over Chaitak, second is tight for third. Undercover Lover or Westwood Proud.
Trapezoid off the claim. Andy, can you tell us what a trapezoid is?
Yeah, it's a number of many-sided, what do you think it is?
How many sides?
I forget my math.
7? I don't know.
I thought it was
6. It's definitely a many-sided thing. I was bad at geometry. John Hancock, the trainer of this horse, off the claim, got a nice improved effort. And we've discussed it before. We're big Brian Hernandez fans.
Yes, we are. He's a patient rider, and he rode this horse exceptionally patient. There was a good speed duel going up front. Everybody came up. He was the last one to move and the last one to get his picture, or first one to get his picture taken.
John Hancock seems like a trainer that you see more often running 2-year-olds at Keeneland. Don't see him that often in this situation off the claim. I bet he doesn't claim too many, but he got the money here.
Oh, yeah, the impressive winner in the opener as well, Alec and Arthur, who was a very short price and is now 2 for 3 as a 2-year-old. Now this one at 16 to 1. So Jonathan Kinchin mentioned, hey, maybe single that 5 horse to kick off the pick 5. If you use this one and got some coverage in here, now you're sitting pretty.
5 got nothing there. It was a blanket finish. But
well, our show each and every day, it is brought to you. A big reason why is the sponsorship of Run Happy, who now stands at Claiborne Farm for $25,000, the champion sprinter of 2015. 3-time Grade 1 winner, record-setting wins in the King's Bishop and in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Now at stud, his weanlings have sold. Looking forward to his yearlings being sold. Coming up down the road at Saratoga. Joining us on the line right now, we're going to get to Jim McInvale, who is the owner who campaigned the great Run Happy, known as Mattress Mac. Mac, thanks for joining us. How you doing?
Good, Greg, Andy. How are you? Hi, Gary.
Hello, Mac. How are you?
Good to hear from you.
Great.
Good to hear from you. I hope the big horse is doing good. Greg didn't announce that I won in his last Grade 1 in the Malibu Stakes as well. So
my apologies.
No, that's all right. I get to enjoy it every time they show his ad, so it's pretty cool.
Well, Mac, we're very excited to talk to you. First of all, I want to thank you for your sponsorship, a big reason that the entire nation gets to see our show each and every day, so thank you for that. Great promotion that we have coming up, though, this summer that you came up with. A $100,000 bonus. It's going to be paid to any offspring of the champion sprinter Run Happy who wins an unrestricted maiden race at Saratoga in 2020. That's going to be when Run Happy's progeny hit the racetrack for the first time as 2-year-olds. Talk to us a little bit about what went behind this promotion and who came up with this idea.
Well, it's kind of a combination of Tony at Naira and myself and my daughter Laura. And, you know, we wanted to do something that was exciting for the owners and for the trainers, the jockeys, and the co-signers, so Run Happy would be a more valuable commodity. So what better way to do it than to give a $100,000 bonus when he wins a maiden race at the Great Saratoga Racetrack?
Well, you've always been a forward thinker. This is a very forward-thinking idea. I love this bonus. Very interesting promotion to generate even more excitement with Run Happy. Talk to us about how Run Happy to this point has been received. As weanlings have gone through the sales already, we're going to see the yearlings coming up this summer and down the road as well. How have things gone so far?
He's been received very well, and the reports I'm getting of the foals look great, the fillies and the colts, and Run Happy's a great horse, and he was ridden by a great rider that I'm talking to right now, Mr. Gary Stevens, one of my favorite athletes of all time.
Mac, thank you. It was a pleasure to get to sit on his back, sir.
Well, it made his job easy when you were sitting there. But it's going to be an exciting promotion to help out the owners and the breeders and the trainers, jockeys. So $100,000 bonus when Run Happy wins a maiden race next year at the Great Saratoga Racetrack. Would be a great way to incentivize people getting themselves a Run Happy yearling this year at Saratoga or at the Keeneland.
Well, these 2-year-old races at Saratoga, always so much excitement. And now whenever there's a Run Happy who's going to line up in one of these unrestricted 2-year-old races next year, it's going to be even more excitement knowing that bonus is on the line. You, obviously, this horse gave you the thrill of a lifetime, Mac. What's one of your favorite stories with Run Happy while you campaigned him?
Well, one of my favorite stories was when we went to the Malibu. We'd had all that grief over the trainer change. And the people were just all over us about being bad people. But Gary Stevens brought him home with a win, so that was great. And I was walking out of Santa Anita that day to go to the Catholic Church right across the road. And I was walking out. One of these patrons said, well, at least maybe that son bitch can pay the training bill now. That was great.
Mac, congratulations.
Gary helped me out.
With all the success with Run Happy, and we hope he has a tremendous career at stud. We're looking forward to seeing his runners on the racetrack in 2020, and this bonus going to generate a lot of excitement. Thanks for coming on with us today.
And we're also looking forward to the Run Happy Met Mile Saturday. It's going to be a great race, one of the best races on the card. So tune in to NYRA and NBC for the Run Happy Met Mile this coming Saturday. Should be a great race.
I think it's going to be maybe the race
of the year. Yep.
Maybe the race of the day. It's going to be incredible. Mattress Mac, thank you so much. We appreciate your support, your sponsorship, and help us put this show on the air each and every day. It does not go unnoticed, so we appreciate it. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, guys. If you don't have a Run Happy yearling, get one. You'll love the bonus I did at Saratoga.
Can I keep it in my apartment in New York City?
Thanks, guys.
And he's got just enough room for a stall there. Mattress Mac, Jim McInvale. Great supporter of this show as we get set for a post parade coming up here in our stakes action in the Astoria. We start with Marianne or Ginger Jeremiah Engelhart, and this horse getting bet down.
Taking some money. Actually was texting with Jeremiah Engelhart last night, and he said he's optimistic this horse will run well.
A first-time starter taking all that play. Here's one who won first time out from Mark Casse, reiterate.
Probably going to have to improve and won in a dead heat last time with a good trip.
The Mark Casse who is taking all the play is this filly right here. She won by 9.5 in her debut.
Greg, I do not get why this horse is 4-5. She's got to come back and maybe improve in that effort just 21 days after debut. A player, but not at 4-5.
13-1 on Talk You Out of It for Bruce Brown, who's still a maiden.
A maiden, but she did lose to a very highly touted Wesley Ward horse last time out.
Punk Rock Princess is the 7. Jeremiah O'Dwyer was a winner at Laurel last start.
But she did beat a horse in her last race that came back to improve substantially in a subsequent start and broke her maiden.
10-1 on this filly by Twirling Candy, Twirling Owen for Anthony Ferrier.
I like this one. A filly that ran against the boys last time broke slow and rushed up. Today I think she could be the speed.
And beware, beware, Wesley Ward with a filly that won first time out at Churchill Downs.
This is maybe, I thought she might actually be the favorite. I'm surprised that she's a much bigger price. Will be interesting to see. She's got the good outside post, is going to be in a good stalking position.
Wesley had 2 entered in the race. He had the 5 Dixie Mo as well. That one scratched. There's a look at the 2015 champion sprinter, Eclipse Award winner Run Happy. So that bonus is going to generate a lot of excitement. $100,000 paid to any offspring of Run Happy who wins an unrestricted maiden race at Saratoga next summer.
It's going to help us fill the maiden races, so we got to thank Matt. I mean, he does nothing but help us, right? I mean, guys are going to be clamoring to run those Run Happies in Saratoga. You would be crazy to not run one in Saratoga if your horse can run at all, right? I mean, such an extra amount of money if you ever won.
Very interesting bonus. And, yeah, we need more things like that in this game. I love that. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And whenever there is a Run Happy in one of those races, going to be a little extra attention paid here as we get a look at Perfect Alibi. So Andy seems like he's a little chilly on the 4-5 favorite in here. I mean, she won huge in that debut. The number wasn't huge, though.
I know she won by 9.5, but I think that may just say a lot about what was behind her. I think the public's going hog wild because she won so impressively in there. It wasn't a super fast race, and I'm not saying that she can't win here. What do you think about her, Gary, coming back 3 weeks and having to ship from Kentucky?
I liked her race enough, but everybody's just going up and down behind her. The 9 horse ran on a little bit at the end, but the distance that she won by, I don't think overcomes the way that she looked. She didn't look like she just sprinted away at the 16th pole. She got away kind of bad that day, and she did stalk. She was very professional. But unlike you, the number says different, and coming back on short notice shipping here. I mean, Wesley does it a lot, and Mark Casse, he dang sure knows about shipping horses around, and so my trust is going to be in him.
I won't be surprised she runs well, but not a 4 to 5.
Let's head downstairs trackside to get the thoughts of Maggie Wolfendale.
And I'll check in with that current favorite here, guys, in Perfect Alibi. I thought it was impressive the way she drew away, particularly just because of the way she moved. I thought she was a very, very good mover in how she got over the Churchill Downs surface. Now, granted, it's a completely different ball game here at Belmont. It's a really different type of surface and more taxing and more tiring than Churchill Downs. But as far as the quick turnaround, you couldn't ask a young 2-year-old filly to have carried her weight as well as Perfect Alibi has. I mean, and usually Mark Casse's horses are very, very well defined. They're lean individuals, and she's massive, and she just carries her flesh really well, and I like her. I wouldn't be surprised if she can win here, but there's some other options, including Mark's other horse, who's a big price right now, rightfully so. Reiterate, one down at Gulfstream Park. I'm never all that thrilled about horses coming from Gulfstream, where she dead heated with a horse that was on the front end, Marva, for Wesley Ward. And I thought she had a professional effort too. You know, she had to sit, she had to stalk, and she came and just could never fully get by Marva. She's a bigger, solid type as well. Both these Casse horses physically have impressed me, because at this time of year with these 2-year-olds, you're banking on the more physically mature individuals to win these types of races. That's usually how it plays out. Now, a first-time starter is taking some attention on the board. That's number 1, Marianne or Ginger, a horse that Jeremiah Engelhardt obviously is displaying some confidence in this horse. Now, was working with a first-time out winner for Jeremiah as well by the name of My Italian Rabbi, albeit she was a New York bred. Now, Marianne or Ginger comes in here, daughter of Strong Mandate, really fit. I mean, really, really fine-tuned here as far as physical fitness. She was a little bit green in the paddock when the rider, Georgie Vargas, went to get up on her. Other than that, she's been professional. She's just not quite as impressive as the aforementioned 2, and the one I'll get to next, and the one coming up from the Mid-Atlantic by way of Churchill Downs, but that's number 8, Twirling Owen. She tried the boys last time, was no match on the front end there, tiring. She is very naturally quick here for trainer Anthony Ferrier. Big, impressive filly, too. Really nicely balanced. I like what I'm seeing from her, and I appreciate that natural quickness that she has in this Astoria, getting back with the girls and going the 5.5 furlongs, Greg.
Yeah, she was like a rocket ship in her debut out of the gate. She opened up 5 lengths almost immediately in that maiden win at Laurel.
And she also was once again coming back in 13 days, shipping from Maryland to Churchill, and now she's coming back in 5 weeks. So I think that she's had a little time to settle down. Now, we'll see how good she is, but her maiden win was good, and she could be the controlling speed, Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be plenty of pace in here. I think she is the controlling speed. Your 2 favorites, they both stalked in their maiden breakers, and both were impressive. But at 5-2 right now on Miss Headley, that's the direction I'd be headed.
Yeah, there she is, the daughter of the big beast for WW, Wesley Ward. Went out and was expected to win in the debut. She was even money, but here's Wesley Ward's second start, broke maiden in the debut. 2-year-old dirt sprints over the last 5 years. That's the scenario here. 22% win percentage.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. You know, I look at the ROI is obviously very good, but you want to gauge it by the horse. And if this horse only wins a little over 1 out of 4 times, you're not going to make money at 5-2. But his numbers are solid enough, because it's a tough thing to do to get these 2-year-olds to win first time and then come back and win their next start.
And his numbers are going to come down a little bit just for the fact of the number of 2-year-olds. Every year that number gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Everybody wants a 2-year-old with Wesley Ward. Interesting story with this filly right here. Mike Pewich and Christina Young, partners on this filly, they picked her out at the Salesway looking at horses for Jerry Hollendorfer and Pegasus Ranch. They own her. She's running in Jack Vandenberg Silks for longtime best friend Wesley Ward.
That's pretty cool. That's a nice story. And Christina here?
She's here. She is here.
Of course, many people remember her because she was in Saratoga with Songbird all the time when Songbird was running in Saratoga.
5-2 on Ms. Headley. She'll have the outside post here as she tries to remain undefeated here in start number 2. Favorite, though, Perfect Alibi, who comes in from Churchill Downs for Mark Casse, who of course will send out War of Will in the Test of the Champion, the Preakness winner. We'll see if Perfect Alibi can follow up that impressive margin of victory in that debut. And start number 2, she'll break from post 3. Let's send it upstairs for the call of the Astoria here on Fox Sports 2 and MSG Plus and other regional networks across the country. The voice of New York racing with the call, Larry Colmus.
Last 3 two-year-old fillies to step forward. Punk Rock Princess moving into the starting gate. Will be followed by Twirling Owen. And the last one to load will be Ms. Headley, who's coming up to the outside stall now. Going in. And they're all in line. They're off in the Astoria. Marianne Ginger stumbled at the start, and it is Twirling Owen and Ms. Headley from the outside out for the lead. Reiterate came out running in third. Perfect Alibi is fourth. Then it's Talk You Out of It fifth. Marianne Ginger, who took that bowlet at the break, is racing 8 lengths off the lead, and Punk Rock Princess trails the field. And Twirling Owen motors along here, opening up 4 lengths on her foes. Ms. Headley is second. Reiterate is third on the inside. Sean Bridgmohan asking more from the favorite Perfect Alibi, and she's retreating on the far turn. Marianne Ginger slips through on her inside, and they're coming to the top of the stretch. And they're all coming after Twirling Owen, who's off the turn in front. On the outside, here comes Reiterate, and she runs on by. Marianne Ginger is coming too. Perfect Alibi, who is dropping back on the turn, has found a better stride, and she's in the mix too. And Talk You Out of It is closing on the far outside, but as they pass the 16th pole, it's Marianne Ginger on the inside, Perfect Alibi on the outside. Marianne Ginger stumbled at the start, but wins the Astoria in her debut. Perfect Alibi was second, Talk You Out of It was third, and Reiterate was fourth.
That was impressive. Marianne Ginger stumbled out of the gate. You heard from Larry Colmus, still goes on to win. Let's take a look.
Yeah, she fell right on her head. It wasn't the first jump. She broke all right, and then watch right there, the second step. She steps on herself. I thought she grabbed a quarter and was probably all done for this first-time starter.
And, you know, it's such poise by this young rider that when she stumbled like that, she didn't really even lose that much. I mean, she could have snatched up and been back to last, like you said, but she didn't even lose that much, and she got right back in the bridle. Very good ride, too. Coming up the inside and splitting horse, this kicking ride.
Yeah, so very athletic, this filly, to get it back up underneath her, and the filly didn't panic either, so give her a lot of credit along with Vargas, because he did ride a cool, calm race. Set back there, she took dirt. And don't forget, everybody watching, this filly's never run before, never experienced 2 of the things that just happened to her, and that was stumbling, leaving the gate, dirt in her face, and probably coming through on horses. But she's been well-schooled, obviously.
Do you find when you rode, and you obviously rode thousands of firsters in your day, a start like that, and very often they'll sort of throw the towel in?
90% of them, you could just write them off, and all you could do is take care of them, hope they didn't hurt themselves, and wait for another day. That was always my attitude, but never a better feeling than when they do stumble like that, and all of a sudden you go into the turn, and they get back underneath you, and they grab a hold of the bridle, and they're like, that was kind of fun. Let's get on with it and go beat the rest of these horses.
I mean, we're going to see this at the beginning of Saratoga. This horse is going to Schuylerville. I mean, this is nice.
Jeremiah Engelhardt, he had a really nice 2-year-old filly we saw last summer at Saratoga in Sue's Fortune. And it looks like now he has another one to do this. First time out with the stumble at the start. Wow.
Hey, and the runner-up, Perfect Alibi, hats off to her, coming back on short notice, shipping all the way from Kentucky to here, and you know, rebounding off of just that one race. She ran on nicely to be second.
And she looked like she was doing no running in the middle of the race. We thought she was going to back up. Now, the pace did collapse, but she sort of gathered herself and got back in the race.
There's Jeremiah Engelhardt. Picture time, and he may have a real good one on his hands doing this in her debut. Bright future ahead. Astoria winner. Marianne Ginger, first time out from the rail, stumbling out of the gates, stumbling right into the winner's circle at 3-1. 1-3-4-2 finish in the Astoria. Prices when we come back.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Maraud, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming home.
Minute to stardom leaves them all behind with an impressive-looking run.
Coming on.
Testing 1-2 is all alone. She comes to the 16th pole, and this one is all over but the crying. At the 16th pole, this is all Rockin' Sunday Mash.
My love for you. Coming on strong.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we've had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Astoria won by a first-time starter, conditioned by this guy right here, Jeremiah Engelhardt, picking up your second Astoria win, last time in 2017 with I Still Miss You. But Maya, confidence abound with this first-time starter.
Yeah, actually I just missed a race. I missed a maiden race, and I'm like, well, boy, I forgot to enter the horse, so I put her in the Astoria. I'm just kidding. No, she's, in the morning, she was, yeah. In the morning, she's been very forward. She was working right with a couple horses that we've ran already, and I just took a shot. You know, Al, he puts so much into the game with the horses every year, and I'm really happy for him. Like, this was a big win for him, and my team here, XL and Aaron, they've been telling me how good she is, and I owe a lot to the team and to my owner, Al. So.
I mean, you've really burst onto the scene with the 2-year-olds in the last couple years. Is there anything that you can attribute to that?
No, not. I mean, I've been lucky, very lucky with clients that have helped me, you know, get nice horses. Travis Durr at Webb Carroll Training Center. You know, Johnny Sacco and Jim Krupe, they had his filly at Krupe's, so that's a kind of really special win for Jimmy. You know, this, I'm sure he helped her get home today, but they always liked her on the farm, and you know, I got a lot of support, so that makes my job a lot easier. And my wife at home with the 5 kids.
Robin, you are a saint, but yes, looking down the late Jimmy Krupe, as you were referring to, passing away a couple weeks ago. But Maya, congratulations here. Marianne or Ginger, she was impressive in debut.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, guys, the Astoria, well, she didn't need any experience.
No, she did not. She's going to be scary with this race under her belt. Jeremiah dressed a little bit like looking like Thurston Howell there.
I think he finally bought a tie, and it really suited him.
Did you get my Gilligan's Island reference? Went right over your head.
Thurston Howell III.
Yeah. Who's Thurston Howell? Was he on Gilligan's Island?
Yeah, he was the richest guy on Gilligan's Island.
He was stranded on the island. Now we're late pick 5 follow-along pool is $90,000 plus. Marianne or Ginger, $8.60. And we've gotten some upsets along the way. So we'll see what happens. We still got 2 legs to go. And yeah, Jeremiah Engelhardt, yeah, he won the Adirondack with a New York bred last summer. And now he's got a Kentucky bred who's impressive and likely going to see this one again at the Spa down the summer. Quick break. We'll be back. More America's Day at the Races coming up.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase, he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh, Justified, has won the Triple Crown.
Triple Crown champions.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We've got about 1 minute until race 4 here at Churchill Downs. This is one of the 2 races that's taken off the turf. There's been 5 scratches in here. We were talking to Mattress Mac a little bit earlier on the show. Funny enough, Run Happy's half-brother, Curlin's Vow, is in this race. Unfortunately, he's not as fast as Run Happy. He doesn't like to get out of the gate. Don't like his chances in here. He is 11-1 if you are a Run Happy fan and you want to get involved with that. Look, these off-the-turf races, I like horses that are going to be forward. I think a lot of these turf horses have never experienced getting dirt kicked in their face, and I think sometimes it can be a little bit shocking for them. Some of them don't like it. That's why I landed on the 12, Candy Carlos, drawn to the outside. I think Corey Lannery will do a good job getting him away from there. Corey likes the rail, and I think he'll try to do his best job to get over there from the far outside and try to wire this field. Gettysburg, the 6 horse, is another one. It's a little bit interesting. Hasn't really been running up to his standards of his past. He was actually, funny enough, he ran in the Belmont Stakes at one point in his career. So it's the 12, Candy Carlos, for me. Greg, back to you.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. Yeah, some good info there, including Run Happy fans. Hope Mattress Mac is still watching, see how Curlin's Vow does. The 8-horse, 6-year-old son of Curlin, the half to Run Happy. And we get set. Here's Candy Carlos, who Jonathan mentioned from that outside post, one of the main track onlys. Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's race 4, Churchill.
And they're off. Good start for Gettysburg. Mid-pack fires out first. Candy Carlos for that outside post moves up, and Mono toward the inside is showing speed too, but Gettysburg is faster than them all. Builds a 2.5 length lead into the clubhouse turn. Mono comes on to be second. Candy Carlos is away racing third, 5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Pear Lemonade, who settles inside fourth and is already 6 or 7 back for the backstretch run, followed by Curlin's Vow in fifth. Street Trust is running along in 6th, and at the back is Satellite in 7th. The opening quarter mile in 24 and 1/5 second. So it is Gettysburg and Channing Hill moving down the backstretch on a pose so far, leading by 2.5 lengths with 5 furlongs to go. Mono is tracking the pace from second by another 2. Candy Carlos is racing third. Here's Pear Lemonade advancing inside from fourth, moving up and sneaking within 5 lengths of the lead, and Curlin's Vow tries to move with that one too, but they're still 6 lengths back. Gettysburg with a 3-length lead out of the far turn. At the back is Street Trust, and the trailer is Satellites around the far turn. The half in 48 and 1/5 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. Gettysburg's leads down to 1.5 lengths. Mono trying to get closer, but with that, Gettysburg lets it out a notch, builds a 2-length lead, quarter mile to go. Pear Lemonade is sneaking through down inside, about to be second at the quarter pole. Top of the stretch, Gettysburg in front by 2. Pear Lemonade pops off the rail, putting in a bid. Candy Carlos is also there. Curlin's Vow's bottled up in behind, needs to find a seam. There's 1 furlong to go. Pear Lemonade comes away with the lead. Here comes Street Trust down the center of the track. Street Trust coming best of all. Street Trust up for the lead, short of the wire, and he wins. Street Trust first, Pear Lemonade second, Curlin's Vow third, Candy Carlos fourth.
Street Trust gets the win. Ricardo Santana Jr., Steve Asmussen, now 6 wins from 12 career starts.
Felt like...
I want to say goodbye real quick to those watching on Fox Sports Prime Ticket and Fox Sports San Diego. Leaving us here shortly.
Felt like nobody wanted to go by in the stretch, and along came Street Trust, just rolling by them all, Gary.
Yeah, and this was the only one entered for main track only, and nice run there coming into the stretch. It was a stagger fest the last eighth of a mile. He was the only one that was reaching to the wire.
10-7-8 finish, and the Run Happy horse hitting the board.
I want to ask Gary what he thinks of Ricardo Santana. I like him as a rider. I like what I've seen when he's come to Saratoga.
The thing I like about Ricardo is he's never stopped learning. You see a lot of young riders that have a lot of talent early on, and they get to a level and they just kind of stay stagnant. And Ricardo's not that way. He works hard. He's out there every morning getting on horses, and he's changed his attitude from when I first met him. He was angry at the world, and he's not anymore. He's a humble guy and loves what he's doing, and he's had great opportunities with Steve Asmussen. He knows that, and he's stuck by him, and he gets his opportunities. He had a great Saratoga last summer.
Yeah.
He brings in some bombs there, and just a good kid and a great rider.
Well, he got off to a great start early at that meet at Saratoga last summer, and he kept it going.
He did, and Steve won with some first-time stars, which obviously helped get him going, but he really made the most of it. And I think his attitude you talked about has a lot to do with it, and his skills.
We are back at Belmont Park. We have another stakes race coming up, the Grade 3 Intercontinental, as we take a look at significant form, part of a trio of runners in this race for trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Significant form looked to be a really top-class horse, and it just didn't work out for her last year. It's a lot of stops and starts, some rain as well, and the 7 furlongs may fit her well. And of course, the winner of the Pebbles, the number 5 Stella de Camelot, another interesting horse. She ran well on firm turf overseas, and then there's the longer shot, Zonza the 4. Interesting race. This is a wide open race.
There is a look at the third Chad Brown runner, Stella de Camelot, won the State's debut in the Pebbles. With more on this entire group, time for a Paddock report, sponsored by Run Happy. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, this is a fun race, this Intercontinental. As Chad Brown, he does send out 3, 2 of which coming back off respective layoffs. And we'll begin with the gray filly that is significant form, who is turning back to a distance, the shortest that she's ever run in her career. And, you know, the way and the style that she likes to run, it might suit her because she might like to have a target and a little bit of pace out in front of her, though maybe she does have a little bit more pace too. She has gotten bigger now that she is a 4-year-old, which I appreciate. I love to see these horses come back off layoffs and grow and mature and just fill out that kind of physical form that they have. And she's done just that. She comes back here looking fit, and it's not as if she has presented herself as being too fresh or anything like that. She's very professional, very calm, cool, and collected. Now, speaking of fresh, I do think that is Chad's other horse in here, number 5, Stella de Camelot, who is prancing around here. She definitely has a bit of keenness to her here in the paddock, and she is a smaller filly who also has really rounded out those hindquarters. So the turn back in distance with her, which she has run well at these shorter distances in Europe, I think it suits her. I think 7 furlongs is absolutely perfect for her coming back here. She looks fit to me. I like what I'm seeing for her. I think she's very, very intriguing. Now, a long shot and 7-year-old mare who is undefeated on this Belmont turf course. That's Enthusiastic Gal. Really cool story I just learned from the Mbisi family. Enthusiastic Gal actually has a 2-year-old on the ground. When she had that long layoff, she was actually bred and had a foal and returned to the races. And boy, has she shown an affinity for Belmont Park. She absolutely adores it here as she comes off of a win. Yes, I know she's going to have to run much faster, obviously. But like I said, horses for courses, and I think she looks a lot fitter coming in off of that effort back on May 11th. But guys, how many horses do we know have progeny on the ground and are about to run that are already still running themselves, Greg?
That is pretty darn rare, and a very cool story to see that. 10-1 on Enthusiastic Gal. We get a look there at Jose Ortiz, former Eclipse Award-winning rider. His brother, of course, won it last year. Year before that, it was that man right there. He'll be on board Fire Key. For Jimmy Ryerson, speedster, went gate to wire last time out in a stakes race here at Belmont. Right now, 7-1 on the board. We'll be back with a Grade 3 Intercontinental from Belmont when we return. Stay tuned.
Good Samaritan, the last great son of Harlan's Holiday. A debut winner at Saratoga, followed by 14 consecutive graded stakes performances. A Grade 2 winner on dirt and turf.
Good Samaritan to the Breeders' Cup.
Good Samaritan has taken the lead and he's pulling away.
Out of the family of Sky Mesa, Bernstein, and Champion Outstandingly. The last great son of Harlan's Holiday is only at Windstar Farm.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Grade 3 Intercontinental coming up. Trained when she came to the States here by the great late Hall of Famer Bobby Frankel. Our post-parade brought to you by OCD Pellets, celebrating over 10 years of supporting the equine industry with their 2-in-1 bone and joint supplement. For more information, visit OCDpellets.com. She was one of my favorites when she ran, and she had her great year as a 5-year-old mare when she beat the defending champ Ouija Board in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Here is Enthusiastic Gal to kick things off.
She is 4 for 4 on the turf at Belmont Park, but against much weaker. They're taking a real shot today.
Multiple stakes winner for Chad Brown, significant form.
I think the 7 furlongs is going to suit her very well. She was good last year when she was good, and I expect her to run well today.
Another Chad Brown filly, Zonza, making start number 2 in the U.S.
Maybe the firm turf will help this one. She's run well in firm overseas, but she did not run well in her stateside debut against Lesser.
And again, Chad Brown with Stella de Camelot. She won her States debut in the Pebbles.
Generous price right now, and she's run well on firmer turf too, but her stakes debut here was on soft turf.
Making her 4-year-old debut. Here's Binti Al-Nar, the German bred, blinkers on and Lasix.
You know, she gets Lasix, she cuts back in distance, it'll help her. She's a bomb that has a chance.
Ravens Lady, she's 8-1. Mike Smith rides for James Cassidy.
I think she's going to really appreciate this cutback. She probably wanted less distance than the 2-turn mile race she's been running, and she's another that's a player. This is a wide-open race.
And Firekey showed a new dimension last time out. She got to the front.
She did. It was a very slow pace and a heady ride by Jose Ortiz, taking advantage of Broadway Run getting left, but she's always good.
Speaking of Broadway Run, here she is for John Terranova with Luis Saez.
I liked her in here. I never imagined she'd be a short price, but apparently she is. I think she takes this field wire to wire.
And on the outside, Fear No Evil, 15-1, Tom Albertrani and Joe Bravo.
She was a 3-horse photo with the aforementioned 2 horses, and she's a huge price. I can understand why someone would take a shot.
Well, meanwhile, we talked about Firekey and how she stole that race last time out, standing by with her trainer. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, Jimmy was just saying how that outcome surprised him a bit, seeing Firekey not in the winner's circle, but on the lead, Jimmy.
Yeah, you know, I told Jose knows her better than and I told him to ride his race, and I was kind of shocked how, you know, she broke on top, went to the lead. He did slow. The fractions were slow. You know, it was soft going, but it did surprise me, yes.
Now, getting out to the 7, does that help or hinder her?
Well, I don't think she's won at the distance. I think she's got to prove it. But I think she's had some good races, 2 turns. I think the middle distance should be attainable for her, and we're going to find out.
And this is only her 2nd start for you. What has she shown you? Anything different from that last race? Any improvement?
No, I think she's doing well. She's a very nice filly to be around, big, strong filly. You know, runs hard. You know, her record speaks for itself. Very easy to train. You know, we're just hoping that, you know, she can step up and beat a bunch like this.
Grade 3 company here, Jimmy. So best of luck with Firekey.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Well, guys, she did win the prep for this race. Firekey, also, she is 4 for 8 over this Belmont turf course.
And with a couple of seconds as well. 6-year-old mare. She absolutely loves the Belmont turf, as you heard from Maggie. As you get a look at her, 8-1, warming up without the pony here.
Always happy to see Jimmy Ryerson do well. She did well for Pat Kelly, who originally had her, and she's a sensational runner. She's shown she can go a little bit farther. I wonder if 6 furlongs are best distance, but what happened here was Broadway Run broke on her heels with Junior Alvarado, about 3/4 slow, Gary, and I think Jose Ortiz on Fire Key realized the main speed just got left. I got to go.
Yeah, and I wonder what's going to happen today. I mean, it actually sets up. How can you have these shorter prices on these 2 fillies, and then mares and Fear No Evil is sitting at 16-1 right now, and she was just a neck off of it. If she gets more pace to run out today, which she figures to, that could put her right in the winner's circle at 16-1.
She's a crazy price. I agree. Now, I prefer Broadway Run, who really did run the best race here, and I think that she potentially is the controlling speed today. But you're right. It doesn't make sense she's 3-1, Fire Key's 8-1, and the bottom, Fear No Evil, 16-1. She's just bad value, and they're good value.
She looks like her game face is on. Fire Key in here, but likely going to do it from off the pace this time if she's going to win this Grade 3 Intercontinental. Favored still by a narrow margin. Chad Brown's significant form as she gets set the 2 to make her 4-year-old debut. But there's Fear No Evil. So 15-1 if you want to take a flyer that should not be that big a price. She's intriguing.
I got another question for Andy. Stella D. Camelot. She's bet off 50 cents on the dollar in a Grade 2 in her last race. Caught yielding turf course. Obviously, maybe bounced a little off of her first start here in America for Chad. She only got beat 3 lengths that day. I mean, does she figure at 5-1?
I think she's maybe the right one of the Chad Brown horses. I picked her second in this race behind the 9, and it's a very generous price. She's handled firmer turf, so I don't think the soft turf's the only thing that got her home. You know, that Mrs. Revere is an odd race every year. And I always joke with Chad Brown and say, why do you bother going there? The form never seems to hold up. The turf course is beaten up late in the year, and she just didn't handle it. And I think he's optimistic that she'll run much better today.
What about the other Chad runner, Zonza? We don't have a lot to go on in terms of firm ground from her, although we do see Group 1 that she ran in. She's only beat a length and a half at Deauville.
She has good European form. She ran some good races. Her race at Keeneland was bad. You see the outside post? Jose Ortiz got her right over the rail. He gave her a brilliant trip, and she had absolutely nothing in there. Now, maybe she's a European that they came over here, not just because of Lasix, but they wanted to get firmer ground. That has to be your hope.
Chad Brown, of the filly we're looking at here, by the way, said, look, she had a bad post. It was soft ground. It was a layoff. It wasn't anything that she wants to do. So maybe just put a line through that race.
Well, listen, Chad's my friend, but I can't use the bad post excuse because she got over the inside so easily and the field spread out. I was very disappointed in the effort. But then again, you could argue he's being optimistic, running her a stake off a race like that. I think the big hope is that a firmer turf will help her.
Her form from France is, like, if she runs anywhere close to any of these races that she ran in France,
Prix de Mornay,
she's going to destroy them. I mean, she was beaten. She runs 11th. In the Grade 1 Poule des Chies, or however you say it.
I call it the French Guineas.
The French Guineas last year, beaten 2 lengths. 11th, but beaten 2 lengths. Then comes back at Maison Lafitte and gets beat a neck.
Have you ridden at Maison Lafitte?
Yes, I have. I've ridden at all of them.
Are they renovating that right now? I think they are. You love Saint-Cloud, by the way? I love Saint-Cloud.
Saint-Cloud's one of my favorites. And by the way, Zonza, she won a stake there as well.
So they pull up around the tree, right?
6-1.
After finish. It's cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
On Zonza the 4. You were getting a look, though, at the Chad Brown who's getting bet the most in here, and that is significant form. The morning line favorite. She is the favorite right now, the 2 filly in this spot. But she's got to win off the bench in this spot. She's got to put an end to a streak of not getting to the winner's circle, being beat as a favorite on a couple of occasions.
And a tough race to take 2-1 on anyone. This is a super competitive race. I'm looking forward to this. It's a neat field.
This is one of those races where if I was sitting in the jocks room and I had my pick of who I wanted to ride, I wouldn't care who I was riding because every one of them in this field literally has a chance to win it.
No, I agree. It's that kind of race. Very
wide
very good race.
open race. We talked so much over the last couple of weeks about that rider on the 1 horse. what a tremendous meet he's had, the confidence he is riding with. That is Jose Lezcano. He is on board the 7-year-old mare who is undefeated 4 for 4 on this Belmont turf, but significant form right next door out of post 2. 1 of 3 for chainer Chad Brown. Also sends out the 4 Zonza, the 5 Stella de Camelot. Grade 3 Intercontinental. Send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call, Larry Colmus.
And here comes Stella de Camelot into the starting gate along with Fire Key. That'll leave the last 2, Broadway Run and Fear No Evil. As significant form continues to be the 2-to-1 choice here under Arad Ortiz Jr. Broadway Run and Luis Saez taking their position in the starting gate. And they will be followed last into line here by Fear No Evil and Joe Bravo. Broadway Run is in there now, and here comes Fear No Evil. She steps forward and in. And they're all in line. They're off in the Intercontinental. Fire Key and Broadway Run out quickly. On their inside, it's Zonza and Binti El Nar close up too. And then comes Fear No Evil. Significant form in between horses. Enthusiastic Gal down on the inside. Stella de Camelot and Raven's Lady at the back of the pack as Fire Key leads them along up the back stretch. With 2 pursuers, Broadway Run outside and Zonza from the rail. Zonza's going to take back out of there and sit a length and a half off the lead. Binti El Nar is 4 through a 23.03 opening quarter mile. A hard-held significant form finds herself 4.5 lengths to make up as they move for the far turn. And then it's Fear No Evil to the outside, followed by Enthusiastic Gal, Stella de Camelot, and a 3-wide Raven's Lady. Around the far turn, Fire Key from Broadway Run. They're a half length apart, and they're 2 lengths clear of Zonza running along in third. Binti El Nar is 4th after a 45.99 half mile. Significant form is still 5 lengths off the lead. In behind horses, she'll need a way through as Fear No Evil circles up on the far outside, and they're into the stretch. Broadway Run comes after Fire Key. Significant form has now found some running room toward the inside. She's set down, but coming to are Fear No Evil, Zonza in between horses, and Stella de Camelot on the far outside. It's a wide open finish here. Here comes significant form. Here she comes, and here she comes to win it. Getting up in the last strides over Fire Keys in a photo with Stella de Camelot, Broadway Run, and Fear No Evil.
Significant form, 4-year-old debut, up in time for the victory, and Fire Key did go to the front again. She may have held on for second.
Yeah, she ran very well, but this was, Gary, you said it right away. This was some ride by Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, this was a Hall of Fame ride right here.
This.
He's sitting patient. I'll tell you, when they go that slow, you cannot lose ground. You have to sit in and bide your time, and that's what exactly what Irad did. And you just pray for an opening when you've got as much horse as he does. And when this gap develops right here, it's not a big gap, but it's big enough, and you just point her in the direction. She accelerates, and she made short work of this in a short time. To finish here.
No, this was a nice performance. Good to see her get her good form back. Maybe going a little bit shorter. The firmer ground helps. Stella de Camelot ran very well here to finish third closing. And, you know, Fire Key was able to set that modest pace because it was not an aggressive ride on Broadway Run.
It's just a couple ticks off the course record for 7 furlongs on the turf as well.
It's amazing how quickly these courses get firm, right? I mean, it felt like we had a monsoon here every day, even a little rain last night, and the courses are in great shape. Great job.
Behind a wall right there, and then all of a sudden Irad Ortiz sees daylight.
Yeah, and we talked about the firmness of this course and the time that they ran it, but this ground looks like it's in perfect condition. I mean, there's a little bit of kickback. You can see the ground breaking up underneath them, so they're getting their toe into the ground. They're not ricocheting off of it. Perfect ground, and this filly was enjoying herself.
119-4 the final time. The course record 119-1.
So she's
there's Chad Brown.
And the owner of this horse, Stephanie Seymour, right behind Stephanie, or should I say, is it Seymour Brandt? So
it is indeed. Having a fairly nice afternoon. Pretty good career, actually. Chad Brown. Significant form. Gets the win. Still a photo for place, and it was Fire Key that hung on for second. So she runs a bang-up race.
You still got it, Greg.
Still do. I'm making the right calls in these photos today. 2.859. Significant form, though. Your winner, Fire Key. Second, Stella de Camelot rounds out the trifecta. We'll be back.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify.
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Significant form off the layoff into the winner's circle. In the Grade 3 Intercontinental, Greg Wolf alongside trainer Chad Summers, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca. And significant form, $6.90 for the victory, and a tremendous ride from Irad Ortiz Jr. Didn't look like he was going to find any running room. Eventually found a little bit of a seam and then gets through.
Yeah, a ton of patience by Irad. And watch him and compared to his stablemate, who is right behind him, has to go complete outside. But Irad is able to get that split like Gary was talking about here, Chad, and the explosion and the confidence, almost like a harness rider at the end.
This filly's been so good from when she was a 2-year-old, an unfortunate DQ to start her career, but she's done little wrong ever since.
Thanks, I really appreciate that, yeah. That DQ, I had a nice little $500 win bet. If you're alive in the late pick 5 follow along, those are sneaky, sneaky numbers, because Marianne or Ginger was not, it was a sneaky sort of a horse that a lot of people didn't play in the pick 5, and the lowest you can do in that is about $2,000, by the way.
Let's head downstairs to the man who helped guide her into the winner's circle, Maggie.
And he's been aboard for every single race on significant form. That is Irad Ortiz. And Irad, significant form today, cutting back to 7 furlongs off the layoff. Do you have anything to do with this cutback in distance?
We both think, me and Chad, was better for her cut the distance last year. She was a little strong in the long races, trying to cover up, and she was really tough in behind, so we have to fight a lot with her. And then when we asked him to run, she gave some room, but she hang a little bit, and that was because the whole fight, we have the whole race. So I tried to, we talk, and we thought probably she's going to be better in 7/8 on a mile race. So this race coming up 7/8 and run perfect.
I mean, patience abound, though. Were you hoping and praying for that hole to open up?
I mean, I got a lot of horse, so when you have that much horse, so you ride with confidence, they give you the confidence, so I just sit there and wait, and I don't have another choice to stay there and try to get through, or even the rails open, or Luis go back to Jose, and I can tip him out because I don't have too many choices, so it was a little hole in between them, so I got to go for it because there's no other choice in there.
Irad, you were aboard her for her first start as a 2-year-old. Now she's a 4-year-old. How much has she matured?
She grew up a lot, and she gets stronger. That's why we got some trouble, because she's a little tough. But, I mean, she's a nice filly, and if she relaxes the way she did it today, she'll be all right.
All right, Irad. Congratulations. Nice ride.
Thank you.
All All right, looks like shorter distances are in significant forms future for this year.
That ride from Irad, as you take a look at the odds for the ninth here at Belmont, that was like bases loaded, bottom of the ninth, down a couple of runs, and working the count full.
Well, yeah, it's all about patience. Listen, riders panic so much, but turf riding is such about trip and patience. And you watch the trip of the 5, who is stable, her stablemate ran third, was completely outside. Irad was able to save ground. Now, sometimes that can be unlucky, and you might get the umpire's call, like you said, and you got through that hole there. But listen, patience is a virtue, and that's exactly what happened. And it just seems like you see Irad Ortiz or Jose Ortiz's name in the top 3 finishers of every race at Belmont.
All right, you saw quickly the odds for the ninth at Belmont to close out the day. We'll get back to that momentarily. Right now, we're loading up race 5 here at Churchill Downs, and 8-5 favorite. Down on the inside here, Bird Dog, Florent Giroux.
This is a tough field. Gambit, I think the 7's a player in here. First-time starter in the 10 for Joe Sharp.
Mark Sims, the trainer of the 1, claimed this horse off his former boss, Dale Romans. It was a 5-way shake. Dale said, go in and get it. Ran the horse for 30, back in for 10. It's Mark Sims' race to lose.
8-horse steps in line. That's Ruling Empire. Long shot here in this 5th from Churchill. Starts the late pick 4. Let's send it out to Travis Stone with the call. 5th from Churchill Downs here on America's Day at the Races.
Waiting for Kinchman, Wicked Gem, Westgate, and Hypersonic. They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward start for More Than Stature. Good start for Clipboard Money. Home View's also right there. Those 2 fastest out. 1-2 racing up the chute, heading for the main track. Bird Dog tugs through toward the inside to grab 3rd. Early Gambit is racing in 4th. Far outside, Hypersonic is on the move from 5th. Ruling Empire is back into 6th. Wicked Gem is running along in 7th. Judd Stanton is on the move from 8th. Pittman Valley losing ground in 9th. Westgate is 10th. More Than Stature's 11th. Kinchman is at the back in 12th. 22 into the opening quarter mile, and Clipboard Money throws it down early. 3-length lead onto the far turn. Home View chasing from 2nd. Hypersonic 3 wide on the far turn, running along in 3rd. Bird Dog sticking to the fence in 4th. 4 lengths to make up with 3 furlongs to go. And then it's Gambit in 5th. The rest have to get going round the far turn. Clipboard Money builds a 3-length lead for the race to the quarter pole. Clipboard Money in front. Home View still running along in 2nd. Gambit winds up on the outside 3rd. Bird Dog is down inside 4th and now 5th. Top of the stretch. Clipboard Money 4-length lead. 1 furlong to go. Home View's fully extended back in 2nd. Gambit on the outside trying to close in very late. Ruling Empire's picking it up late as well. Clipboard Money 2-length lead. Home View's grinding away. Here comes Home View after Clipboard Money, and Home View is up for the lead, and Home View won. Clipboard Money was 2nd. Ruling Empire was 3rd, and Gambit was 4th.
Home View with the win. 3rd time out. Son of Awesome Patriot the win.
Wow. I mean, if Clipboard Money's ever going to win was today, but then Chad Summers pointed to me and said, this horse had a 9-length lead at Gulfstream Park. And I'm looking at him like, the horse is home. He's like, nope. I'm like, the horse is home. What are you looking at? He's like, nope. And you're right. The 4 ran this horse down. I can't believe it.
This horse needs to get to a short stretch somewhere, because the long stretch at Churchill is not doing Clipboard Money any favors at all. But just a gutty ride here from Adam. Adam just rides so hard.
He really does.
We saw it all winter at Fairgrounds, and now he just keeps going. He never gives up. He never thought the horse was a winner.
We got to say goodbye to those watching on MSG Plus. We want to remind you to watch our Belmont Stakes preview show. That happens tomorrow, 4 Eastern time, for those watching on MSG Plus. So thanks for watching on this Thursday afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow with that Belmont Stakes preview show, as Home View with the win here in the 5th at Churchill to start off their late pick 4 sequence. Greg Wolf alongside trainer Chad Summers, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, as we're kicking off a tremendous 3 days of racing in this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and race by race, hour by hour, the racing and the action just gets better and better.
And it's been the Chad Brown Show so far to kick off this Belmont Festival. We'll see if it kind of continues on down that path come Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, you know, we're all looking towards the Belmont Stakes to sort of separate, okay, is War of Will really the best 3-year-old? What's going to happen? Is Tassis going to be the favorite? But, I mean, you cannot be more excited for me, those sprint races, the Woody Stevens and obviously the Met Mile. It could be a memorable Met Mile.
It's certainly shaping up to be like that.
Race, I don't want to go century, but race of the year so far,
oh my God.
hands down.
Yeah.
Run Happy Met Mile, just a loaded field, $25 million in total earnings among that group. Countless stakes victories for them. All Grade 1 winners. It is going to be phenomenal. So
I don't think I've ever seen a Grade 1 race where you have every competitor that has a race on their form that can win the race.
How about this crazy stat? You know, it's a handicap, right? So there hasn't been a time since 2011 that a horse who carried 120 pounds or more did not finish first or second. There's 4 of them this year.
Wow, that's crazy.
By the way, who do you guys like? Yeah, have you decided yet?
Oh my God, I don't know.
Listen, for me, this is like my World Series, right? So watching all these horses ship in from around the world, literally, and getting them to watch them train this week, Thunder Snow looks the best he's ever looked in his life. I saw him as a 3-year-old in Dubai, and obviously the Kentucky Derby as a 4-year-old here in New York, and then he was with me in Kentucky for a couple of months, and now as a 5-year-old, winning the Dubai World Cup when I was there, and now how he looks now, Thunder Snow looks absolutely amazing. If Matoli can get caught, it's Thunder Snow.
That's a big if. But going a mile for the first time, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a case for all of them. I like McKenzie. I've heard that he's not looked as great. I know that Bob loves him going around one turn. But I'm sort of with you. And the more and more I keep looking at this race, Thunder Snow might be the best older horse in the world. He's a back-to-back world champion in Dubai. I mean, and he's not getting credit. And maybe it's time for him to get his satisfaction or redemption, because he was sort of the laughingstock when he was bucking out of the gate in the Kentucky Derby.
He's $1 million short of the all-time leading horse in the world of all time. $1 million short.
He's a real racehorse.
$25 million total earnings in that group. $16 million plus of that is from Thundering Snow.
Wow.
And Thunder Snow, what he's done in the Dubai World Cup, winning that back-to-back years. 8 Grade 1s on that Saturday on Belmont Stakes Day, and one of them, of course, is the Acorn. And our colleague Tom Amos will send out the Kentucky Oaks winner, Serengeti Empress. Team Tom Amos. Tom, along with his daughter Haley, talk about prepping for the big race this Saturday. This is from earlier this week.
Hey, America's Best Racing. I'm Haley Amos. I'm here with my dad, Tom Amos. And we're discussing Serengeti Empress as she prepares for the Acorn. So what goes into like a weekly training regimen leading up to the race?
Combination of gallops, which are kind of for aerobic fitness, and then breezes or workouts, which are fast moves, which you can see on our social media at Tom Amos Racing, which are designed to keep you anaerobically fit. So both of those things are happening. And the fast works are also designed to keep temperament kind of level. And so with high-strung thoroughbreds, you always want to find that fine line between ready to run, but not too ready to run. And that's what we do with Serengeti.
Now, when does she head over to New York?
She'll go on Wednesday. She flies up there. We fly horses. So there'll be probably 12 to 15 horses on the flight. It's a gutted out 727 with makeshift stalls in it. And in the very back of the plane, it seats about 10 people. But they also have staff that flies the planes. The big question I always get asked, do horses mind flying? Horses like flying better than people like flying, so it's not a big deal.
All right, and she's got a new jockey for this race?
She does. Irad Ortiz will be her rider. Irad is brothers with Jose, who won the Kentucky Oaks for us, and we're looking forward to it. He's one of the best in the country.
All right, thanks, Dad.
Team Tom Amos. It is a family affair. We're so happy for him and what he accomplished, a milestone in his career with her winning from post 13 in the Kentucky Oaks.
You win the Kentucky Oaks, you've made it. You're the one. And yet at the end of the day, Serengeti Empress, despite how impressive this is in the Kentucky Oaks, is not going forward as your morning line favorite in the Acorn. It's unbelievable.
We'll talk about that in a moment as we look at the Oaks victory. It's a horse coming off a maiden win who's favored in here, but what a performance to get this done. The rider who is aboard is leaving the filly to go elsewhere.
Yeah, he's going to Guarana, but this is her winning and turning away the challenge. of Leora, and then Lady Apple, who took a shot at her. And it was a great ride by Jose Ortiz, able to harness out her speed. Here's the other horse, Guarana. Now listen, it's Chad Brown, it's Jose Ortiz. It's a lot of his business. Jose's never really ridden that much for Tom. That was one of his first rides. And this is a horse that freaked first time out, running a 93 Beyer. I don't know what you're going to get tomorrow. 4 to 5. Now's got to face Serengeti Empress, who's won 5 times. I think a little bit too much. It's your favorite at 2 to 1.
I don't think we're going to see 4 to 5.
Listen, there's gamesmanship involved in this, though, okay? Jose Ortiz takes off Serengeti Empress. He knows her strength is speed. What does he do with his filly? We saw there in that clip, she has plenty of early speed herself.
Look,
what does she do?
Well, do you want to answer that? Go ahead.
The problem that I think a lot of people are looking at is they think Serengeti Empress is a chump winner of the Kentucky Oaks. This is what's going on here. And I just think a lot of people don't realize that, you know, a lot of these horses are going a mile. Serengeti Empress is cutting back in distance. And if they let Serengeti Empress get the lead the way this racetrack is playing right now in 114 and change, good luck trying to catch her.
She was 8 to 1 morning line in that race. So look, she's won over $1 million. She's a serious racehorse. That's coming up in race 7 on Saturday. One of 8 grade 1s on the card. Time for a Paddock report right now for the nightcap at Belmont. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And this nightcap is a New York bred maiden special weight for the Colts and Gelding. 6 furlongs on the inner turf course, and Linda will send out the favorite 5 to 2 currently on number 2, Daring Disguise. But I'm going to check in with her first-time starter. That's number 3, Blue Parrot, as this one is a son of Bodemeister. The dam and the siblings all won on the turf, no matter what the distance. And I kind of like this horse. Good-looking type, definitely of the sprinter variety, compact. Yes, Linda Rice horse. First-time starter, typically needs a race. He does look like that, but I'll be very intrigued to see what he does first time out, because if he runs well here, he's certainly one to use next time out, because I really like the look of him here in the paddock. Next, we'll move on to a first-time turfer. Off a layoff is number 7, Bourbon Mission. Now, there is pedigree for this horse to handle it, certainly. Doesn't strike me as a turf horse, though. He looks pretty fit coming back here. He's just okay. I mean, he doesn't look quite as fit as he did going back to even his debut as a 2-year-old. He's taking money, I guess. I'm just a little underwhelmed here in the paddock, to be honest. And a horse that I've been sticking with is number 4, Adios Amigos. Yeah, he probably needs to run for 40, but this horse impresses me every time he steps foot in the paddock. He just looks like an out-and-out turf sprinter. He improved speed figure-wise last time. He really didn't make any headway in that race, but maybe second time on the turf he can improve a little bit more. And then a big long shot that just honestly caught my eyes here, guys, is number 11, Crack Shot, trying the turf for the first time for Jeremiah Englehart. No running whatsoever back in November of his 2-year-old campaign. Son of Freud, which is obviously a good influence. Not much to speak of whatsoever on the bottom side, but boy, is he a big, good-looking chestnut. He's got this resplendent coat on, and he's well-muscled, really well-defined, and he looks like he should handle the turf here, Greg. Just a long shot I thought was worth throwing in as far as exotics.
That is a striking-looking son of Freud right there at 16 to 1 on the board, trying the turf for the first time. We will have the post-parade from the nightcap here at Belmont Park when we come back from a short timeout. It was 30 years ago, one of the great rivalries in the history of this sport took place at the Triple Crown. Sunday Silence, and Easy Goer, who got his revenge in the Test of the Champion. We'll look back next.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tapit has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Got questions? America's Best Racing has your answers. Visit americasbestracing.net today. I have a question. Who's going to win the Belmont Stakes? Do they have that answer for us?
I don't know. Fresh legs usually pretty good.
Tacitus. Oh, my gosh. Is that where you're going?
Intrepid Heart.
Really?
Yeah.
You got a lot of heart. I'll give you that.
Shock the world, baby.
Another son of Tapit, right?
Yeah.
Here's a look at Wicked Grin, part of an entry.
Early speed, but needs to finally finish a race.
Fortune Smiles will break second to the outside.
Making the second start for trainer Ray Handel, but beating double digits in all 3 previous starts.
Here's Daring Disguise, gets the rail, and Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, the one to beat. She ran a good race, or he ran a good race behind Electronic last time out. 5-2.
4-horse. Adios Amigos at 7-1.
Yeah, Brian Lynch. Good race first time out over the mud. Tried the turf last time. Sort of ran even. Might be better second time.
Rinaldi, first-timer for James Bond.
Gelded Son of Posse. Just a $5,000 weanling purchase, but works have been sneaky good, and I like Louis Saez aboard.
Appointment went by at 8-1 with Rajiv Mirage aboard, and here's the 7, Bourbon Mission.
Bourbon Mission. This horse needs to break better out of the gate. He breaks really, really slow for a top Letcher horse.
Appointments doesn't take appointments, I guess.
Plebe, 13-1, James Ferraro.
Yeah, this one for Two-Tone Farms, son of midshipman Sammy Camacho Jr. aboard.
Tis an Oxbow. Our colleague Gary Stevens won the Preakness Gate to Wire on Oxbow.
This horse ran a good second first time out in the Norman Fott barn, now in the Alejandro Memo barn.
Crack shot outside, gets on turf.
This was Maggie's long shot paddock pick over there at Crack Shot, and this horse was training well at Laurel back in the winter.
Meanwhile, back in Louisville, we're approaching the 10-minute mark to post for race 6, $32,000 claiming race, 1-turn mile. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Fellas, what's going on? It's we got the late pick 3 here now. We got 3 races left. The rain has kind of stayed away. It's been sprinkling a little bit, but not enough to affect anything. Obviously, they took some precautions taking these races off of the today off the turf, but I don't think there's anything to worry about. I guess it could come here in a little bit, but I think the track here can obviously handle a little bit of moisture. Right now, when you look up at the board, the 9, Chief Know-It-All, is the favorite. I'm not crazy about that horse. I'm not 100% sure if he'll go off favored. That day, the last time he won, the rail was good. He was claimed off of Diodoro. He's a very sharp trainer. I'm not crazy about horses that are claimed off of sharp claiming operations. If they're dropping the horse in for a tag and they're a sharp operation, that could be a problem. My top pick in here is Ike Walker. I thought Ike Walker with the rail draw with Ricardo Santana. The guys were talking earlier about Ricardo being, really kind of coming into his own. He's a very aggressive rider. He takes advantage of speed horses. He kind of rides like a guy that spent a lot of time out in California or something. But everyone knows he hasn't done that. So I like Ike Walker in here. I also thought the 10 Italian Charm made a little bit of sense, but I will catch up with you guys trackside before the race. Greg, back to you.
Jonathan, thanks. And Ike Walker, trained by Steve Asmussen. There is Steve saddling his horse, and he got him to run pretty big first off the climb. This horse was facing some tough horses in Southern California.
Well, he's been in some good barns. He originally started in the Doug O'Neill barn, and then he went over to the Jerry Hollendorfer barn, the Peter Miller barn. Then Jeff Mullins had him. Hollendorfer took him back, which is a good sign, because Jerry's a guy that drills his horses every 7-8 days, that he is a sound son of Bellamy Road. And listen, he's got a good track record. He's got $455,000 in the bank for a reason.
Part of an entry that's at 4-1 on the board here. There is Fortune Smiles, who got on the turf for the first time last out. Speed and then backed up.
I think this is the longer part of the entry, though. I think that the reason the entry's taking money is the 1 Wicked Grin, who he's going to make the lead with Kendrick Carmouche. He just needs to finish. But when Kendrick rides a horse back 2-3 times, normally he's able to kind of unlock the secret and sometimes go all the way.
Yeah, that's going to be the key, right? They added Lasix 2 back, and the son of Jimmy Creed really improved and almost won. Then last time, he was able to go a little bit actually slower A tiny bit slower, but the fractions were almost the same, but he got dueled a little bit more. So we'll see if he can get away from this group early, because that's what he's going to have to do to win.
Maggie, Paul, both like the 2, and there's Daring Disguise. He'll have the rail. He'd love to see a little hot pace up front. For more, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And I mean, there's no doubt that this horse should be the favorite after finishing second behind his stablemate Electronic, who came back to trounce an A other than field for New York breds. And look, this is a very successful family that Linda has been successful with, and he's a half to Midnight Disguise. He looks a lot like her, not as big as her, but that dark bay, very leggy type of individual. And look, he's gotten a little warm out there. I've seen that from him every single time he's run pretty much. And he looks great here. I think he can really step forward and put forth a good effort like he did last time on the turf. And it's kind of ironic because he's the only one that's had any success on this surface. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, ran second behind that next down winner, the stablemate Electronic, who came back and won very impressively.
I'll tell you what, the crazy horse is the 7, Bourbon Mission, who keeps getting played down to favoritism. We've seen a lot of these Mission Impossibles love the turf out of the More Than Ready mare. They paid a lot for this gelding, so I guess that's the danger. I can't believe that horse is favorite.
He needs to break. I wish he hasn't been seen in 6 months.
I agree.
I wish we'd seen a gate work, but at the same time, listen, Todd Pletcher's last 110 starters with horses off 6 months or more, 33%.
That's not bad.
It's pretty good.
Crazy to be able to do that off that kind of layoff. Those numbers. Nightcap from Belmont. And the favorite now, the 7 in here, that is Bourbon Mission for Pletcher. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York Racing for the call to close out our card here in New York. We still got more coming up from Churchill. Here's Larry Colmus.
And Fortune Smiles goes into the starting gate. Wicked Grin, just a little bit fractious in there. Kendrick Harmouche was off, but he's back on as Crackshot comes up to the outside stall to be the last one to load here. Goes in, and they're all in line. Couple of them fractious, including Wicked Grin once again. Kendrick Harmouche is off, and also getting riled up here is Rinaldi. Both the riders are off of those horses, but getting back aboard. They're off. And Blue Parrot just walked out of there, lost a few lengths at the break as Plebe goes out to the early lead. And then it's Rinaldi, and Crackshot on the far outside is rushing up into contention. Fortune Smiles is close up too. In behind them is Tiz and Oxbow, Daring Disguise on the inside. Adios Amigos is next, and then Wicked Grin, followed by Bourbon Mission, Appointment, and slow starting Blue Parrot trails the field. So they're racing for the turn with Crackshot in front. A 22.54 opening quarter mile. The lead is a length. Tiz and Oxbow on the outside, rallies up into second position. Plebe is back running in third. Rinaldi is fourth. Daring Disguise in behind horses, in fifth on the far turn and down on the inside, 6 lengths off the lead, alongside of Fortune Smiles as they make their way around the turn. Adios Amigos is coming wide, and they're into the stretch. Tiz and Oxbow grabs the front as they turn for home. Inside, Crackshot tries to battle on in second. Rinaldi is closing in on the outside. And then comes Plebe, followed by Adios Amigos in the center. And Daring Disguise down to the final 16th. It's Tiz and Oxbow and Crackshot 1-2. Tiz and Oxbow. Tiz and Oxbow's going to do it. Crackshot was second. And then came Rinaldi, who looked like he was third in the photo with Daring Disguise and Adios Amigos.
Tiz and Oxbow with the win at 33-1 to close out this Belmont card.
Wow, and here's a horse that was 42-1 first time out. We'll show you the break. What happens here at the break? Everybody gets away. It looks like, okay, a little bit of crowding between the 4, 5, and the 6. The rider on the 2 a little bit sideways. Everybody else, it seems like, okay, there is a lot of crowding in the middle of it, but the 11 and the 10 stay completely out of it. And Tiz and Oxbow, like I said, 42-1 last time out in a live race. Comes in with a bullet drill, comes on the turf, and wins pretty nicely here at 33-1.
But what happened at the break with Daring Disguise getting out a little bit, it pinched Wicked Grin, which made Wicked Grin not be able to make the lead and change the entire dynamic of the race.
How big is this effort from Crackshot, the 11, to run second here after what happened to him out of the gate?
Maggie called it. The horse looked really good in the paddock. A son of Freud, first time on the grass. This horse certainly figured at big odds. How about this exacta? 33-1 over 25-1, and we have a pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, and here's the crazy part. We talked about this being sneaky. Not one horse paid over $10 today. This just made the pick 5 pay $19,000. It's just crazy how great of a play the pick 5 is. And 109 and change, yes, state bred maiden special weights at 33-1 are stopping the turf course in 109 and change. It's just like these two horses just went around the racetrack sort of together. But the 10 got overlooked in his debut. He got overlooked today. And look at this trifecta. 33-1 over 25-1 over, I don't know if that's Tom Rinaldi or not. Rinaldi ran third, 29-1. If you have this try, get out a rubber band.
You're set for the year if you do. 10, 11, 5-2 finish. And Tiz and Oxbow getting on turf for start number 2, and I would say taken to this surface.
Well, and you see, too, Eric Cancel. When Eric Cancel's got one that's live at the top of the lane, he's a really underrated finisher.
Yeah.
He's really, really strong rider, and people don't give him enough credit for his finish.
Yeah, it's true. You know, Alejandro Memo gets his first win here at Belmont. Pretty cool.
All right, we'll be back with these prices. You're going to want to see those. They're going to be huge to close out this Thursday afternoon. Let's get back to Churchill Downs and Jonathan Kinchin.
Guys, we're here still at Churchill Downs. It's the 6th race coming out. Get the pick 3 late. You can still get involved with that. I talked a little bit already about my top pick, the 1, Ike Walker. I just love Ricardo down in there. I think Steve Asmussen obviously doesn't need an introduction. I think Ricardo's going to put this horse in the race, put him, and you should be able to get the lead from down in there. And I think he's got some back races that suggest that this should be right where he wants to be. The 10, Italian Charmer, is going off at 9-1 right now. Much longer price than I expected. That horse has been claimed 6 times since October of 2018. There's a lot of trainers that must like a lot of things about this horse. Maybe they can get the new connections can get him going the right direction. We mentioned the 9 Chief Know-It-All a little bit earlier. Not crazy about the fact this horse is coming off a Diodoro for a trainer who's 1 for 12, 8% at the meet so far. Not really a move that gives you a lot of confidence for a horse that's 7-2 on the board. I'm going to try to beat him. Like I said, the top pick I'm going to stick with Ike Walker, see if he can't get the lead and try to wire this group. Guys, back to you.
Jonathan, thanks. So he's going to go inside with Ike Walker. Ike Walker, the 1, the 2, Rich Daddy. Between them, they have 25 wins combined. They're both veterans. They both have a big shot. They're 5-2 and 3-1 on the board, respectively.
Both horses are live, and the way this rail has been playing, we go back to Kentucky Derby where Maximum Security kind of carried the rail all the way through to where we are today. The rail's been so good, and you got to think a guy like Ricardo Santana is going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they went internal fractions of 110 and change last time, and this horse almost won. Now, Tyler Bays swings off that horse, and Santana now aboard. You look at it right to the outside, the deuce, Rich Daddy, Stuart Elliott's aboard. Now, Stuart didn't get off to the best starts last time. I wonder how far back they're going to be with the drop in class. They need pace to run into. They need the 8 California swing to go. They need some other horses to go in here too. That's where the 1 has the pace advantage in here, Ike Walker. If he wants to press the button, there's really not much in here besides U.S. Marshall, the 4.
There is the 4, and it looks, if he wants the lead, it looks like Robbie Alvarado can have it, doesn't it?
And you talk about a top trainer. How about Norm McKnight having a string at Churchill? They're giving away so much money at Churchill Downs that you got guys from California, from Canada staying over there. Norm McKnight, perennially the leading trainer in Woodbine, has a string at Churchill for the first time, and he brings the U.S. Marshal.
Well, he's a solid trainer. He's been training his horses over the Churchill Downs train track. How about our colleague, Tom Amos, Bow and Arrow? That's the horse that should show some speed stretching out a little bit.
Post 7 for Bow and Arrow. 5-year-old who's a 5-time winner. 4-1 on the board. Travis Stone with the call. Here's race 6. Late pick 3 from Churchill Downs. Well, we apologize. No Travis Stone here. We'll try and handle this ourselves. It is U.S. Marshal Robbie Alvarado, as we expected, out in front on the lead. And they're right behind him, dropping back Ricardo Santana Jr. on Ike Walker, the big long shot. Well, as he drops out of it now, a California Swing was in there for a little bit, but here comes the rest of the pack. Chief Know-It-All in the mix as well, along with Italian Charm and Rich Daddy currently in 5th, but leading the way, it's U.S. Marshal, and we'll see how long it can hang on here.
Yeah, he's Ricardo Santana is trying to turn this into a 2-horse race. He backed off the 4 and then swung his horse to the outside and sort of slowed the pace down. And he better be careful because U.S. Marshal is going to keep on going, and that's what's happening right now. It looks like the 4 might be tough to handle because Ricardo decided not to pressure U.S. Marshal, and he's starting to get away from this group. We'll see what happens down the lane now.
In the lead into the stretch, Robbie Alvarado on U.S. Marshal, the 7-year-old gelding, trying to take him gate to wire. It's the 10-horse Italian Charm, and those white blinkers trying to put in a bid here from the outside, 3 wide, and he is gaining with every stride, and it will be Italian Charm.
The Biscuits.
Up for the victory here, the son of Gio Ponti, as U.S. Marshal checks in 2nd and Ike Walker 3rd.
We talk about this all the time, and it was you that was mentioning. This horse has been so popular at the claim box, and look at the last time that he won. Who did he win aboard? Your boy.
The Biscuit.
The Biscuit.
Listen, the craziest out of all, Robertino Diodoro, he's one of the top claiming trainers in the country, right? When he claims a horse and puts blinkers on a horse who already had blinkers in the past, 32%. First off the claim, adds blinkers, keeps Adam aboard, and the blinkers keep this horse focused down the lane because it did look like U.S. Racer was home free.
Yeah, he got things absolutely his own way. Not the best starts either for Italian Charm there on the outside. You know, Jonathan Kinchin was saying a little scared to take horses claimed off of Robertino Diodoro. That's why he didn't like the 9. Well, this is a horse that Robertino Diodoro just took off the claim, Italian Charm.
Yeah, and ran a giant race because nobody was making up any ground. Ricardo Santana did the right thing with Ike Walker. He laid off U.S. Marshal trying to turn it into a 2-horse race. The 10 just circled those 2.
10-4-1-2. Meanwhile, back at Belmont, I couldn't wait to see these prices. Tiz Oxbow, $68 to close things out. 10-11-5. That trifecta for 50 cents, $6,500. How about that?
Tiz Oxbow, a son of Oxbow, out of the Cephapano mare, Way with Words. This was a $15,000 yearling purchase. Alex Kazan so good at buying those cheap horses and getting them in the winner's circle.
This is crazy. Look at that. Catch a bid at 7-2, 5-2, 3-1, 2-1, or 5-2, and then boom goes the dynamite, and you get 19,000. That's unreal.
The all button is your friend.
Yes.
Did you just say boom goes the dynamite?
Yes.
Pick 6 carryover for Friday. 25,000 plus in the kitty. So a little extra homework everybody's got to do tonight and prep for Friday, day 2 of our Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. We're going to look back on one of the biggest upsets of the year, not just today. Back in action, newspaper of record, and it was the stablemates who was scored the big upset. I said it was Buster Douglas, Mike Tyson. If this one got beat, Buster Douglas scored a knockout. We'll be back. We'll show it to you next.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms was the nation's #1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2017 by percentage of winners. His top runners include Rich Mommy, winner of the Grade 3 Sugar Swirl, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Recruiting Ready, stakes winner and graded stakes performer Vanish, and recent stakes winners Taylor Spirit and Tracy Racing. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $300,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I think the WIN program is a very positive and important thing for breeders because if the stud farm supports the breeders that support their stallions, that's an important thing to me. I want to know that the stud farm also has the breeder's interests in their mind. This year we had a mare that we wanted to breed to a stallion that we thought might be a little bit over her budget, but when we realized that we had the WIN awards for our business plan, it worked perfectly into getting that mare to that stallion at WinStar.
Summer Cruz is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and
He does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and Jockey Colony made their annual Belmont Stakes visit to the Ronald McDonald House of Long Island, raising awareness for the important work Ronald McDonald House does to support families of young people undergoing treatment in local hospitals. Always a great day for the kids when the jockeys from the New York Racing Association make that visit.
It's really cool, really therapeutic as well, and you're getting to see athletes up close. I say this all the time that you don't see a lot in horse racing, as we're going to watch Italian Charm win. These are professional athletes that you can go up and touch. I get it, they're not LeBron James to a lot of people, but you're not touching LeBron James at a mall, but you can touch Jose Ortiz or Adam Bashiza, who gets home Italian Charm.
And listen, the jockey colony that we have over here too, I mean, what great role models do we have in New York right now?
No, it's true. I mean, like Jose Ortiz, like the positivity that he brings, and Irad too as well. It's really cool, man. You don't realize how good athletes these guys are.
Back in this race here at Churchill, Italian Charm, $16.60 for the win. This is an 8-time winner now, and this horse has been pretty popular in the claim box, and it seems like wherever he goes, he gets the job done.
How about the Adam Paziza double? $278. That's a lot of beers on Dollar Beer Night at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, it is. Forgot about
Dollar
that.
Beer Night, that's right. Last week we got Scary. He said they were getting a little salty, if you remember.
So 10-4-1 finish. That trifecta, what was that, 900 plus? Seems small compared to what we just had here at Belmont to close out the card. Race 7 at Churchill. Again, they're off the turf all day long. On the main track now at 5.5 furlongs in this allowance race coming up. And it is Bohemian Bourbon, who is favored right now for trainer Ian Wilkes. Tried him at Stakes Company on the turf last time out, but showed some ability. That was on a muddy track at Churchill early on in her career. More on this race coming up. We'll get back to Jonathan Kinchin momentarily. It was 30 years ago, one of the great rivalries in the history of this sport. Sunday Silence and Easy Goer. Sunday Silence took the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, but Easy Goer would get his revenge in a big way in the Test of the Champion.
I just remember, saying to somebody and thinking that I wish somebody else was training him besides Mr. Whittingham, because he was an old master, and, I was kind of a young guy that was trying to figure this whole thing out.
I wasn't expecting really that we'd beat Easy Goer based on what everybody was saying, that Easy Goer was the second coming of Man of War.
I mean, I was flattered that I could have a horse of the stature of Easy Goer and that I could be competing on the same grounds with Sunday Silence and Mr. Whittingham.
Sunday Silence liked the mud, Easy Goer didn't like it. He didn't catch us, and so we won. But all the way through, even to the Breeders' Cup, I was scared to death of Easy Goer. I had my binoculars, and I saw Easy Goer sweep around us there on the turn at the Preakness.
Easy Goer's pulling Pat Day out the saddle and going right on by.
And when he did, I just dropped him, had a strap on him, dropped him down. And I said to my wife, Stacy, Easy Goer just swept around to shut us off. We're done, that's it.
They hadn't remembered they had hooked up when they hooked up as early as they did, the quarter pole coming to it.
And Stacy jumping up and down, he's coming back.
And here comes Sunday Silence back, and now it's his turn to go right on by Easy Goer.
They were hooked up, and I think the two riders felt like that, Sunday Silence was a horse to beat and Easy Goer was a horse to beat, and they weren't really worried about the others.
But it was a heck of a race.
Even though it was a short nose, but I knew we'd gotten beat. We got back up here, and I think everybody got comfortable. You know, we were back home in this barn, and he liked it here, and I could tell he was comfortable here. He was comfortable with the big track here.
Well, we just had high hopes we were going to win the Belmont, and Charlie thought we could win it.
The whole thing was a big thrill. I mean, walking up there that day, this is what it's all about, you know, the crowd and what was going on. And obviously it was a very partial crowd to him because he was the East Coast horse. I mean, the time was very, very fast. He ran 2:26. I mean, Secretary was a crazy horse. He ran 2:24 and change.
It's New York's Easy Goer in front.
I was about as devastated as I've ever been over, you know, something other than the death of a loved one or something like that. But I was just totally devastated.
I can't ever remember thinking that, you know, we're trying to interrupt the Triple Crown. I was never passed through my mind. And, you know, I was just wanting to win the race for Mr. Phipps being a homebred and, you know, out of one of his better mares. And, you know, it couldn't have happened, you know, with a nicer horse on a better day.
Well, that was a tremendous rivalry 30 years ago, back in 1989, and Easy Goer on his home turf would get his revenge, winning by 8 lengths. He had some troubles, too, in those first couple legs of the Triple Crown. He had a small crack on the left front heel going into the Kentucky Derby, broke in the air in the Preakness.
Listen, Fib Stables, Shug McGahee, they've had a ton of good horses over the years, champion upon champion upon champion. If you ask them quietly, because they don't want to really, I think that's how Easy Goer was the best horse they ever had.
Probably the best looking horse they ever had, or the most promised. He had such a big striking neck. He was such a big striking horse. Maybe he had a little bit more talent than Sunday Silence. Sunday Silence had a little bit more grit. But it's really hard to tell because Sunday Silence made Japan Racing as a sire. We gave up on him, you know, like we gave up on 49er, and we thought 49er actually did not become a great sire, but Sunday Silence became, you can argue, one of the best ever. So his speed played out, but Easy Goer got him in the Belmont, though.
Do you think we'll ever see get a rivalry like that again in a Triple Crown?
I think so. I mean, look, people were clamoring for it, right? If we saw Maximum Security come back and Country House and War of Will and the Preakness, the rivalries are there to be had. We just got to not be afraid to run them.
Well, that's the problem. With social media and everything, let's truly be honest. Everybody gets their feelings hurt, and they get their feelings way too hurt in this sport. When you strike out with the bases loaded on Game 7, I used to have to sit in front of my locker and take every punch. It seems like a lot of people, when it comes to horse racing, never want to take the punch. And that's the problem that they have.
The closest we ever came, and it never happened, would be Zenyatta and Rachel Alexandra. Yeah. And those two camps were completely divided.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was going to happen in the Apple Blossom, and then Rachel pulled out at the last second. But that was as close as we came. But I think, listen, Belmont Saturday, there's about 5 or 6 different races where rivalries can start, and we saw a little bit of it. Midnight Pursuit
develop into the summer, yeah.
Listen, Midnight Pursuit and Escape Clause, they had a battle to remember in the Apple Blossom, and they're going to renew it here in the Ogden Phipps.
Back when American Pharoah won, think about how good he was. He didn't give anyone a chance to have a rivalry. Frosted ran a distant second in the Belmont. He'd go on to win one of the most sensational Met Miles that we've ever seen the next year as a 4-year-old.
I mean, listen, he gave a better assist than Steph Curry. Keen Ice, he gave Keen Ice the best assist in the world. He did. He stung American Pharoah for Keen Ice, let's be honest. And I still, to this day, I know Mr. Zayat's mad at me to this day. He did not want to run that horse. Bob Baffert never wanted to run that horse in the Travers.
But at the same time, American Pharoah beat American Pharoah. And that might be what we see in the Belmont Stakes. It's Tacitus's race to lose. Does he beat himself going a mile and a half?
More Belmont talk.
And the 8,000 people that love him.
In a little bit. We want to talk about probably the biggest upset on Derby weekend. And we had a 62-to-1 shot win the Kentucky Derby or get moved up for the win. But it was on Oaks Day that we had the biggest upset in the Edgewood when Newspaper of Record made her comeback as a 3-year-old filly. She was defeated. But earlier today, this was an even bigger upset. We're not facing anyone the likes of Concrete Rose on this occasion. And her stablemate, Cambier Park, beats her again.
Yeah, and this is a tiny bit troublesome because it looked like Newspaper of Record. And even right here, Irad Ortiz is going to check to his right like, holy cow, somebody is next to me right there. And And you wonder now at age 3, has some of the heart gotten taken out of her? This was on a firm turf course. Last time they said she needed it. Chad, you think they just need to settle her down a little bit?
I think it's a couple things. One, from a physical standpoint, she's never grown from 2 to 3. She's physically the same exact horse she was. Where you see a horse like the 4 here, Cambria Park, you see the difference in size. And so she's taking 1 stride for every 2 that newspaper record has to take. Look, they come home the last quarter in 22-4. They're 5 lengths clear of 3rd. Let's not maybe give up so quickly on newspaper record. Maybe let's tip our cap to Chad Brown and Cambria Park with a great effort. And look, she didn't run bad last time in the Edgewood either. She was in that same race.
No, and the thing is, you know, newspaper record's going a mile 16th, mile 60th, a mile and a mile. That's the first time she's actually ran over a fast surface.
Right.
At age 3, listen, at age 2, she was able to conquer everybody with her speed going at a distance of ground. Now everybody's sort of caught up to her. Now let's see if somebody tries to catch her going 7 furlongs or 5.5 furlongs or 6 furlongs, because she's going to be able to put herself in those races, and she's talented enough to be an unbelievable sprinter.
Chad Brown has made himself the top turf trainer in the country, right? He's back-to-back Eclipse Award-winning trainer. Now we're going to see what Chad Brown can do. Go to work, right? Now the critics are out. How good is newspaper of record? I got a pretty good idea. Chad Brown's going to quiet the critics as the year goes on.
And so, obviously, this was a big prep race for that Turf Triple Series, the Triple Tiara on the turf coming up. The first leg's going to be 1.25 miles, okay, in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. Do you stretch her out now even farther in that, or do you say she wants maybe to go a mile?
I think that's a decision based on the ownership and the trainer. That obviously that was the plan when last year came. They thought about going to Royal Ascot, decided to point for the Turf Triple. This was always their plan, but like you said, 1.25 miles, that's a big ask right now, especially when you're Chad Brown and you see you got 3 or 4 other 3-year-old fillies in your barn right now that are just as live.
I just think she does not want to be on the front end anymore. I think she needs to change of pace. She needs to go to a shorter distance where she can let her natural speed, and 47 to 48 does not put her near the front. It puts her like 4th or 5th, and then she can run home. I think she's getting lost on the front end right now and a little bored, to be honest with you.
Cambria Park for Chad Brown. Certainly looks like she'll move on to that Turf Triple Series. Stars and Stripes Festival weekend, July 6th, the first leg of that newly created series. $750,000 purse for each of these 3 races in July, August, and September. Looking forward to it. Right now, we're going to send it back to Louisville. We're 10 minutes away, race 7 at Churchill Downs. Let's go back to Jonathan Kinchin.
Appreciate it, Greg. Race 7 was always meant to be run on the turf, but obviously they came off, so they'll be sprinting 5.5 on the dirt. These races get a little bit tricky. I think a lot of times these off-the-turf races, there's a lot of betting opportunities because I think the public bets the wrong horse based on their turf form. If you look at the 9 Bohemian Bourbon, who's favored right now, I don't really see where they find this horse being favored in this race, being run at 5.5 on the dirt. On the turf, I could understand how this horse would be getting bet, but I don't really get it in this spot. My top pick is going to be the 7 Lady Mamba. Spent a lot of her career out in California. If you look 4 back on her PPs, you'll notice the sprint race that she won out there on the dirt, forwardly placed. I think that this mare could be extremely live in this spot. Another interesting pedigree to talk about, the 3 Vinca, trained by Mike Maker, is actually a half to Breeders' Cup, back-to-back Breeders' Cup sprint champion Roy H., who actually won a Breeders' Cup over this race track less than 6-7 months ago. So 10-1 on the board right now. It doesn't seem like the public has a really good grasp on this one, but I think there could be some value there. Drawn inside with an aggressive ride, I think this one could get the job done. I want to talk a little bit about the 5 Africa, was scratched. It was a late scratch. The scratch came in late. I will catch up with you guys trackside in about 5 minutes.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Yeah, we're have the post parade coming up here momentarily. So quite a few with the surface switch here taking attention. We got 4 of them between 5 to 2 or 7 to 2.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of these horses have run okay on the dirt. Like you could argue the 3's run on the dirt. The 4 might be a better horse on the dirt. The 9's won one okay race. Lady Mamba's won on the dirt. So that's why a lot of these horses are taking a little bit of money. Even the 11, I would think. I mean, her best races as Frank Sinatra comes on. I'll sing it to you if you want me to, but woo, they need to lower it a tiny bit.
We're getting ready for Belmont Stakes and the walkover here.
Start spreading the news. The 7th race of Churchill's coming up.
They play for the Belmont Stakes when the horses make their way to the starting gate.
There you go.
That's going to be wild.
Yeah, I know. That's my favorite. There's two of my favorite. That one and when they sing Born to Run for the Haskell. They bring out old Bruce Springsteen.
And that, by the way, is where Maximum Security is looking to go. We're going to have a prep race prior to that as we get a look at our post-parade. Here's the 3. Here's Vinca, Mike Maker, Oxbow Philly.
Vinca's so good first time out off the turf at Gulfstream. So bad second time out at Keeneland. That one was in the slop. I don't know what to make of Vinca.
Rider change on Focus. John Court aboard at 7-2.
I think Focus is the horse to beat. The problem with Focus, she's 1 for 18.
Avenida Mañana. David Fox.
Yeah, this is a horse that almost took a field gate to wire going a mile on the turf. The 2 dirt races, not much.
Ricardo Santana Jr., Lady Mamba, Cherie DeVoe.
Former Chad Brown assistant taking over the training here from Peter Yurden. Lady Mamba certainly has the speed. Can she hold on?
Another Mike Maker runner. Here's Even Beat.
Even Beat, 4-back off the turf event, was behind Focus the 4. Now 4-1 today.
5-2 favorite here, Bohemian Bourbon, Julian Leperoux.
Bohemian Bourbon's 2 dirt races were sneaky good when a 2-year-old now turned 3.
Also eligible is the draw in. Here's Nocturnal Mission. The blinkers come off for Brendan Walsh.
And Brendan Walsh, really, really smart trainer. Thought that the race might come off, stayed in, didn't scratch out early, and I think the horse is live here at a price.
And Dominette, 13-1 outside for Paul McGee.
Yeah, this is a horse that McGee had earlier, and if you look at the 1 dirt race, not bad behind Abundant Flurry and Ostruck.
We're going to take a break. We'll have this race for you live when we come back. Still 2 remain from Churchill Downs and that stadium right across the street. They got to take on Notre Dame and Clemson at home next year. Wow. We'll be back.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tapit has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming on strong. Here's Minute to Stardom, making her papa proud. The Star Guitar Filly. Coming on strong. Testing 1, 2. The Star Guitar Filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing 1, 2. On the wire with by the Star photo finish. My love for you. Coming on strong.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We got 2 still to come out of Churchill Downs. Of course, the 151st running of the Belmont Stakes. We got Frank Sinatra playing in the background here, testing that song for the walkover for the Belmont on Saturday. What a lineup we have. Tomorrow is going to be exceptional. We have a preview show. We're going to tape it early tomorrow morning, but you'll be able to see it on Fox Sports 2 at 6:30 tomorrow night.
Hopefully, no blues. No city town blues. It's up to you. It's all New York. Hopefully we'll give you winners.
There's too much weight on Tacitus right now.
There is. There's so much weight on Tacitus, but not my 180 pounds of weight.
Meanwhile, this 7th here at Churchill, taking a look at the 8 here. That is Even Beat, Mike Mager. There's a lot of ways to go in this race. For more, let's try and have Jonathan Kinchin narrow it down for us.
Thanks, Greg. You actually mentioned the 8 Even Beat. It's a horse that I kind of found a little liking to. If you look at the last race, missed the break completely, was shuffled back out of there. It obviously kind of came running late, going 5. The extra half furlong shouldn't be a problem. The big question is dirt. Has some dirt races that make sense, though, obviously could fit in here. But I prefer, if I had to pick one, the other maker. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm getting sucked into the pedigree trap here, which can happen from time to time. But the fact that the horse is a half to Roy H., there's obviously some class somewhere in that horse's pedigree. And then also, you know, make an excuse for the last race. Maybe he didn't like the slop. You look back at the race that was run that she ran down at Gulfstream, opening up and winning by 6. She was bet that day in an off-the-turf race. Sometimes these horses just don't like a sloppy racetrack, so maybe I can give her an excuse for that performance. But ultimately, I'm going to stick with Lady Mamba. I'm a little bit concerned. I'm typically not a type that wants to play cut-back horses going 5.5. I think it's a really sharp cutback. But for whatever reason, that race that she ran 4 back, the maiden win, has given me the confidence that this one could maybe find the winner's circle in here, rolling down the middle of the track. It feels like that's been happening a few times here today. So we'll see. It's a nice price, 7-2. I can deal with that. I just have no interest in the 9 at 3-1. So if I was playing the late double here, I'd probably use the 3, 7, and 8. Guys, back to you.
All right, throwing in an 8-1 shot there on a trifecta play.
Yeah, the 3 Vinca, which I could see there. Gate to wire winner, first time over a dry strip. It's going to be very interesting who gets the front end here. The 4, Vinca, like I said, Focus will be closing, but doesn't love to win races.
The thing that's interesting to me about Vinca is Tyler Gaffley on a board for the first start. He rides a ton for Mike Maker, and yet he was supposed to ride the 10 Flat Meadow over here. That doesn't give me a great feeling about Vinca.
There's Focus moving in line, John Court. He was one of a couple riders who claimed foul in the Kentucky Derby.
He was the first rider.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I truly feel with a lot more years under Tyler Gaffleon's belt, he would have claimed foul.
I heard from a few other riders saying that they would never have claimed foul in that situation.
Yep. Well,
you know, it goes both. You never know.
You never know, yeah.
We're set. Travis Stone, the call, race 7, Churchill.
And they're off. Dominette on the far outside with a good start, and Bohemian Bourbon is also there. Vinca shooting through down inside. Here's Vinca coming on through to take over the lead. Focused emerging from the pack to be second. Dominette is racing third now. Avenida Manana comes away running along in 4th. Bohemian Bourbon wide out of the far turn 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. A break of 2 lengths back to Even Beat and Lady Mamba. At the back is Nocturnal Mission. 5 lengths from top to bottom as they round the far turn. 22 and to the opening quarter mile. And it is Vinca in front with 2.5 furlongs to go. Dominette on the far outside putting in a bid. Focus between them. Bohemian Bourbon swings outside for the stretch drive, coming with a bold late run too. Racing for the 8th pole. Dominette comes away with a tenuous lead. Bohemian Bourbon on the outside finishing fast. Bohemian Bourbon coming after Dominette. Dominette, Bohemian Bourbon, Bohemian Bourbon, Dominette. Dominette digs down deep. Bohemian Bourbon surges up alongside and surges past. Bohemian Bourbon up in time to do it. Dominette was second. Focused was third. Even Beat was 4th.
9-12, and Travis Stone says it's Focused who gets up for third there, but Bohemian Bourbon, Ian Wilkes, Julien Leperoux picks up win number 2.
Julien Leperoux, maybe a preview of what we'll see in the Belmont with Master Fencer instead of the inside, the outside here, always in hand. Very confident ride over here. It looked like early on that the 3-horse Vinca was out of ammo. The 4 Focus, like you said, Paulie, 18 starts, just doesn't really want to win. And, you know, it was a battle to the wire with the 12-horse Dominette, but at the end of the day, it was Julien Leperoux.
Yeah, Dominette gave her a good fight all the way down the wire and ran to that Keeneland race, but the public got it right with Bohemian Bourbon and Bourbon Lane Stables. Ian Wilkes and Julien Leperoux, they've been a combination for a long time that a lot of people don't realize are very potent.
The owner here, Bourbon Lane Stables, they're back in business on Saturday in the Belmont Stakes with Bourbon War. This is going to get the party started maybe for Saturday.
Yeah, just inexplicable. Didn't really show up in the Preakness. Equipment change. Blinkers coming off for the Belmont Stakes for Bourbon War. We'll be back. More coming up, including the nightcap from Churchill. Stay tuned.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Maraud,
back at it now, they were about 10 lengths from each other. Now, Tacitus starts to move in the center of the racetrack. War of Will's already been impeded, and is Tacitus really moving that much more than War of Will to warrant that much of a favoritism after War of Will got sawed off?
It's the last 200 yards right here.
That's
Here,
it.
he finally gets on the tire tracks, and he finally starts picking it up at the end.
But that's my point. Is it because War of Will ran in the Preakness that Tacitus is so much better? Because right there just showed me that Tacitus is not much better.
It's because of the Wood Memorial and the Tampa Bay Derby, not just the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
It's a total body of work to me.
And running in all three legs can take a lot out of
Yeah.
you. This horse comes in fresh, skipped the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Let's hear from Jonathan Kinch and his thoughts on the test of the champion. Jonathan.
We're here for the last race here, the nightcap at Churchill. Starting to sprinkle a little bit. Crowd still here, but I want to share my picks about the Belmont, too. I like some long shots. Not really. I like the favorite as well, Tacitus. I think that he's going to sit a perfect trip. I love the fact that they drew far outside. I think Jose will keep him into the race, put him into the race, hoping he's sitting third or fourth early in the race. Like Chad was mentioning, the breeding is there. Tap it. Obviously, close hatches. I just think he's going to get a perfect trip. And I don't really like him based on the run that he made in the Derby. I like him based off of his previous races and the fact that I think he's going to just keep running and running and running when the rest of them have had enough. My long shot play in there is Intrepid Heart. He's a half the commissioner. Commissioner obviously ran second in the race. It's Todd. He's adding blinkers. I think they wanted to add the blinkers, but they couldn't because he kept winning. Now they finally got the loss. They could add the blinkers. So those are the two that I'm going to try to mess around with a little bit, Tacitus and Intrepid Heart. As far as the last race here at Churchill, this is a tote board race for me. I wanted to fade the three. The 3-horse was Pull My Chain, 12-1 morning line. The blinkers were off. Was 50-something to 1 on debut. Didn't take any money. Was dropping in for a tag. Didn't do any running that day. And I look up on the tote board and he's favored. That's smart money on this horse. That is not just a misled public. That's smart money on this horse, and that's going to definitely get my attention. I'm going to be using this horse as well. My top pick in here, prior to seeing that crazy tote board action, was the 5, Bright Worthy, blinkers on. The horse had some nice races at Tampa as a 2-year-old. I think this horse dropping in for a tag now should be kind of tough, but I tell you what, I want both of these horses, and I'm going to try to build plays around both of them and try to get some kind of prices in maybe the 4, Sea Shark, maybe the 8. We will see you guys trackside in about 5 or 6 minutes.
Jonathan's getting a workout in today, going back and forth.
Yeah, right?
Wide open board, though. Good betting race here to close out this Twilight Thursday card at Churchill Downs. Favorite 7-2, so maybe cash out here and go home with the positive ROI in the afternoon. And by the way, Jonathan's Belmont picks, he's taken 2 horses who are sired by Tappet,
Yeah.
who is looking to become just the 2nd stallion ever with 4 Belmont winners since the inception of this race. The first, of course, was Lexington back in the 1860s, 1870s.
I love Intrepid Heart.
Well, one of the coolest things, though, in this last summer, everything's going on at Saratoga, right? Tacitus, Country House, they're behind. Belmont leaves them at Belmont all summer. They're breeze mates, breezing together every week. Finally, they breezed out of the gate 3 quarters in August. While nobody's paying attention to Belmont Park, it ends up being a Derby winner, and the horse that beat him that day might end up being the Belmont winner.
The crazy part about it is everybody's going to go back and look at the work of Hidden Scroll outworking Tacitus by about 40 lengths and go, what happened to Hidden Scroll? Like and we're going to end up seeing Hidden Scroll around 1 turn. But after seeing that work and then Tacitus coming out, and if he come out and wins the Belmont in the way he ran, he won the Tampa Bay Derby, won the Wood, pretty amazing.
Here's our post parade for the 8th at Churchill, their finale. Southern Humor off the claim.
Yeah, Southern Humor for this one, 14-1. Not a bad effort last time out at the Michelle Lavelle barn.
Here's the favorite, Pull My Chain. Blinkers come off.
Blinkers off, beaten 29 lengths, 60-1 in debut. It's smart money, but it's not my money.
Landeskog was in that Oaklawn race, who's very good. Sea Shark, Michael Tomlinson, 2nd off the claim.
My boy Jack Gilligan, 5-1. I mean, on the drop, I would think this horse goes to the front end.
Brightworthy on his toes here. Recent gelding, blinkers on.
And I think the gelding's going to help this horse. He looks much, much more alert today than he's looked in the past.
Here's Midland for trainer Randy Morse.
Yeah, this one comes from way, he runs his races upside down. He comes from way out of it, needs a ton of pace up front. Look for him late.
Another recent gelding here, Trey Moore Bays at 10-1 for Pat Huffman.
This is a horse who's dropping from maiden special to maiden 20 and was part of an early pace going 46-4 first time out. Could improve.
Grade, another first-time gelding. This horse making career start number 10, Ron Moquette.
Major player just because of the drop. But if you look, this horse was in for $30,000 at Prairie Meadows way back when, so maybe a little bit overbet here.
First-timer for a barn that has had a hot day, John Hancock, young Loch Navarre.
This horse looks like it needs a little bit more race experience for me.
And on the outside, Line Maker, Channing Hill, Chris Hartman, blinkers on.
Well, 2 horses are just getting played off the board here. That's the 3 and this horse, Line Maker. And this horse, I even wrote down, look at board. Horse has been in a maiden special weight, now drops in for 20 for Chris Hartman, who's sharp. The 10 is live in here.
All right, 4 minutes away from this finale out at Churchill Downs. We're going to go back to the Belmont here for just a moment. The horse to beat, the horse who's favored on the morning line, that is Tacitus, for a trainer who got moved up via disqualification to his first ever Kentucky Derby win. That was Belmont. Paul LaDuca had a chance to talk to him at the draw Tuesday night at Citi Field.
So are you a little surprised that you're a morning line favorite?
No, I heard earlier in the week that he might be the morning line favorite. I thought maybe it would be between War Will and Tacitus as being the favorites. Both coming out, both coming off of good races and both probably deserving of a short price.
I mean, how proud of a moment is this for you? You draw the 10 hole, it doesn't really matter, but to obviously train the dam and close hatches and now have Tacitus, this has got to be extra special for you, no, Bill?
Well, frankly, and I guess during my career, I've always loved to be part of a team.
Yeah.
And being part of Juddmonte and being a trainer for them, you have the ability to train certain families, and it's nice to look back and see that you've trained the dam or the Grand Dam, and it's always a little bit special, I think, for not only me but for everybody that works with the horses.
Now, War Will draws the 9, you draw the 10. Perfect world, where would you love to sit? I know the grace probably is going to go through your mind 100 more times before Saturday.
Well, naturally, you'd like to be at least mid-pack somewhere. I mean, with the good break, and you don't want to give anybody too big a jump on you, even going a mile and a half. I think, it's probably important to be within range of the leaders. When you hit the quarter pole in the Belmont, I think it's very. You don't want to have to make it all up when you turn for home. I think that's almost an impossible task for most horses. I mean, you'll see the odd horse closing real big, even going a mile and a half, but I think those horses that are in contention at the quarter pole are the ones that you're going to have to deal with.
Tacitus, the morning line favorite for the Belmont, as Belmont tries to take 2/3 of the Triple Crown this year.
I'm big on body language with trainers. And what you see there, talking to you, Paul, he's so relaxed. He's so relaxed. And I mean, even talking to him this morning in the kitchen, we're talking about how he got 2 stalls rejected in Oak Lawn Park back in the day when he first started. He's just so comfortable right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have a worry. He doesn't have a confidence. I tell you what, though, Mark Casse's pretty confident, too, that his horse is the best horse he's had. He was talking about Classic Empire. I was asking him, who had more talent? He goes, well, War Will has a little bit more talent and a better mind, which is scary because Classic Empire had a lot of talent. And he goes, I would never put a horse through these rigors, but he can deal with it. He's such an athlete. And so both of the favorites are exuding heavy confidence here. So I think both of these horses might run 1-2. And I hate to give you chalk, but I think that's what's going to happen.
What about the other Mark Casse horse, though? Are we selling short Sir Winston? He's been here. He's training forwardly. They've been training together the last couple of days, and Sir Winston keeps up with War Will when he tries to run off at the start of his gallops. Maybe Sir Winston's got a shot at a big price.
Yeah, I mean, my big price horse is what Jonathan likes, Intrepid Heart. Lightly raced, and it seems like fresh legs are always very good here. Source another Tappet related to Commissioner. Got a crazy good pedigree, and only 3 races. And when Todd makes a change, it's usually very good. So I'm taking a little bit of a shot, but these horses are going to all have to move up to challenge War of Will. And I'm bagging on Tacitus. They're going to have to move up a lot to beat Tacitus, and they're going to have to move up a little to beat War of Will.
3 wins in a 4-year span for Sons of Tappet, and 3 horses will try and deliver a 4th for him. Tacitus, Intrepid Heart, and Bourbon War on Saturday. Let's go back to Jonathan Kinchin at Churchill Downs.
Fellas, we got 2 minutes into the finale. Look, this is my first time coming to Thursday night with the Twilight Racing here. It's happening. The stands are still full. They're out there by the concert. There's barbecue and all kinds of stuff. These people are having a good time. I'd like to come back here and hang out without this thing. As far as this race right here, it's the get-out race. If you've had a good day or just looking for a little bit more action before you wrap it up for today, I'm sticking with the 5 Brightworthy. I just like so many things about the horse in this type of group, right? This horse isn't going to go on to win any Kentucky Derbies or any Derbies of any sort, but a type that makes a lot of sense. The other one that I will give you that I haven't given, we hadn't talked about yet, is the 4 Sea Shark. This horse has a lot of speed, and when you're looking at horses that are in this level, this 20,000 maiden level, a lot of it is inconsistency and you know, how hard they try to run down other horses, and I think that this horse is got a real big edge by being so tactical and being forward. At 6-1, I'm not 100% sure that one can win. I'm going to stick with the 5 and the 3 as my top choices to win. But I think the 4 is a very likely horse that you could try to hook up in trifectas in the 2nd and 3rd spot, maybe even superfectas in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot. I think that he's a very dependable horse to hit the board in this situation. Fellas, back to you.
Jonathan, before you go real quick, you promised you were going to try those nachos. How were they?
Well, you know what? I haven't got them yet. I've been running around here. As soon as they cross the wire, I'm going to cash this ticket, hopefully, and then I'm going to grab some nachos.
Okay, sounds good.
Get some chili on those, Jonathan.
Look at the cheese.
Yeah.
Chili.
Will do.
Loading up for the nightcap here on this Twilight Thursday.
I love night racing. It's the best.
Fun. I'm sure the trainers have a different opinion. But for the fans, it's a lot of fun.
Listen, we're glad that the fans are having a good time.
Exactly. I know.
What time you get up in the morning when you're training?
4 o'clock.
I know.
4 o'clock.
It's okay. I'll get up with you. Do you want me to hot walk for you tomorrow?
I'd love it.
I'll come down there and hot walk for you tomorrow.
You got no shot.
You think so?
I think you got no shot. I think you would be scared to walk a horse.
What?
I think you would be scared to walk a horse. We'll get the cameras, and you can walk a horse.
I'm going to start galloping. You'll get some winners.
Let's go to Travis Stone, line maker moving in, last in line. Here's the nightcap from Churchill.
And they're off. Young Lochinvar was off a little bit awkwardly near the back of the pack. Good beginning for Midland. Racing for the lead. Sea Shark comes on through 2, and Great is there too. Those 3 across the track down the backstretch. Linemaker advancing up on the far outside. 2B, 4th. Pull My Chain is tugging up into 5th. Southern Humor mid-pack while 6th. Tramore Bay at the back of that first flight in 7th and moving up on through. Young Lochinvar's at the back of the pack after that slow start. The opening quarter, 22 seconds flat, moving for the far turn now, and Sea Shark's in front. Sea Shark trying to shake loose with 3 furlongs to go. Pull My Chain finds a seam down inside and squeezes up on through. Midland's keeping pace with them. Great is there on the far outside. Those 4 across the track. Tramore Bay has caught up to them and is now 5th, and right in behind as they're off the turn and they're into the stretch. Sea Shark digging down deep. Pull My Chain with a ground-saving rally, challenging for that top spot too. Grade down the center of the track is still there. Midland is fighting on as well. 4 of them across the track with a furlong to go. Pull My Chain digging down deep. Midland surging in between. Great on the outside down to these 3. Pull My Chain with a narrow lead. Pull My Chain got the nose down first with a rail rally to victory. Tight for second, Midland or Grade. Farther back, Sea Shark. And then it was either Tramore Bay or Young Lochinvar.
Pull My Chain able to hang on. David Vance, Carl Pollard, and a son of Flatter.
This is the race we talk about all the time. You think the 8 and the 6 are home? The 3 looks like he is jumping up and down like a kangaroo, yet he's going away from those 2 horses.
The golden rail at Churchill Downs. We've said it all meet long, and it kind of continues
How
here.
much the best was this horse, though, Chad? Look at the break. I mean, this horse gets dead left. I mean, I wish we could get the pan view. Dead left. I mean, gets bumped out of it. And
it looks like he's doing the Macarena there for a second.
Here you go, right here. Here's the pan view. Watch this horse. He tries to go up, and boom, he gets squeezed right out of it. And then he sort of just rushed up into a good trip. Wow, this horse was 59-1 first time out, gets bet, and wins the race.
And Jonathan called it. Jonathan said he was
sneaky money, and it was the right money. He said it was a tote board race. You got to give Jonathan credit. He said it was a tote board race. The tote board said the three gets the job done here. And I'm going to Naira Bets right now here, Wolfie. I'll tell you what that pick 5 paid and pick 4. The pick 4 pays, wow, $4,500 for $2. The pick 5, $19,000 for $2. So you're looking at about, you know, almost $4,000 or $5,000 for 50 cents. Good payoff.
Get Jonathan some nachos with that money.
By a whole season's worth of nachos. Hopefully he had it. 5-1 on Pull My Chain. Claiborne Sire, Flatter. Son of Flatter here, getting the job done to close things out at Churchill Downs. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We are coming back for one more segment, right?
My train.
That's the train you want to catch.
Bye.
Heading home. We're sticking around, though. Don't leave us just yet. We'll be right back. We'll wrap the show up right after this on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This successful son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
There's a power so selfless, it has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, and apropos of Claiborne Sire. Progeny takes the nightcap at Churchill. Son of Flatter, Pull My Chain.
One of my favorite sires. I love Flatter.
He really is good, no? I mean, he was like 2,500 when he first started at 5,000. He's up to 40,000 now, and he just breeds nothing but winners. You're right. Look at those picks. All come back giant. 4,900 for the pick 5. Midland runs a good little second there for Randy Morrison. Tyler Bays, who's having a good little meet.
Yeah, he's starting to really pick up some momentum of late. We are done. That's going to do it for us. We are back tomorrow, though. You want to catch our Belmont Stakes preview show. So on Fox Sports 2, 6:30 to 7 tomorrow night. We'll tell you, I don't know if we can tell you who's going to win the Belmont Stakes, but we're going to preview the entire thing.
We're going to try.
Marianne or Ginger, talented little 3-year-old or 2-year-old filly, I should say, for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Debut winner, first time out, and significant form. Takes the Grade 3 Intercontinental. See you at 6:30 on Fox Sports 2 tomorrow with the Belmont Stakes preview show.